Hello everyone, wherever you are around the world, welcome to the top 8 of Pro Tour Oath of the Gatewatch. I'm your host Rich Hagan, sitting alongside the Pro Tour historian Mr. Brian David Marshall, from Inside R&D Mr. Ian Duke, and from the trenches of the Pro Tour itself, gold level pro from Slovakia, Matej Big Z Zatlkaj. Matej, welcome to the desk, lovely to have you here. We're going to get all their insight into some terrific matchups here on our final day of Pro Tour Oath of the Gatewatch. But we've already had 2 days BDM in the books, as we say. So what stood out to you from 16 rounds of Swiss here at the Pro Tour?
I mean, just how powerful this Eldrazi deck is. I mean, just watching people, we talked to Jacob Wilson, we did a deck tech with him about the Channel Fireball face-to-face games Eldrazi deck, and he talked about fast mana. He talked about the fast mana in the format and how players just love to run through that door. If you give them fast mana, they're going to open that door, they're going to run through it, and they're going to play with all the toys. And that team just absolutely and utterly dominated this Pro Tour. They have 10 players out of their 20 in the top 25 of this tournament. They have 3 players in the top 8. It's just utter domination. It's possibly the most dominant performance by a team at a Pro Tour that we've seen.
It is an extraordinary accomplishment. Ian, from your perspective, from inside R&D and from watching in the booth all weekend, what's your takeaway from the first couple of days?
It's got to be the Eldrazi, Rich.
Yep.
I mean, 6 of the top 8, that's super scary. There's no question that deck is powerful. There are a couple different ways to build it. That said, we've only got 1 tournament under our belt. Curious to see how the top 8 turns out and how people adjust going forward to this new Eldrazi menace.
Okay, and Matej, a unique perspective because you were there round in, round out, and you had a tremendously interesting deck yourself with the Death Shadow aggro within that team. How was the 2 days for you?
It was fun. It was mainly good in limited because I did go 6-0, so constructed didn't go as well.
Sick brags.
Yeah, congratulations.
I had to put that in since I'm on camera. But yeah, overall, I was also impressed by the Eldrazi deck, naturally, but I'm very impressed by the team that consists of Andrew Brown and JC Tao, that are in top 8, playing a slightly different version and rocking the tournament. 4 players on the deck and sporting a 70% plus win percentage with the deck is also very impressive.
They had a 95% win percentage on day 1 with the deck.
Yeah.
So that's crazy.
Utterly extraordinary. All right, so why don't we mark your card for what's coming your way here at the Pro Tour. Let's take a look at our top 8 bracket, and we'll explain the way things are going to work as we head down the day. Well, first up, we're going to have both Shuhei Nakamura with his colorless Eldrazi against Zhazhen Tao with blue-red Eldrazi, and at the same time in the feature match area, you'll see Louis Scott Vargas with colorless Eldrazi against Pascal Menard from Canada with Affinity. We'll bounce back and forth between those 2 matches, and then once they're done, we'll head on down to the bottom half of the bracket. And again, both Andrew Brown with blue-red Eldrazi and Patrick Dickman with Affinity, they'll battle at the same time as Even Flock with colorless Eldrazi and Frank Lepore with his Processor Eldrazi deck. So quarterfinals 1 and 2 together, quarterfinals 3 and 4 together. Once we hit the afternoon, the top half of the bracket, that'll be semi-final 1. You'll see every turn of every game in that one, and then the same for semi-final 2, and of course every turn of the final. So let's turn our attention to quarterfinals 1 and 2. Let's begin with Shuhei Nakamura, the Hall of Famer from Japan. There you see him, 34 years old, $1,000 for every day of the year in his life earnings. You see, this is his 6th Pro Tour top 8, the Player of the Year from 2008, 7 Grand Prix titles. Let's take a look at his deck. There you have it, the colorless Eldrazi deck, and it is just packed full of Oath of the Gatewatch cards, as you can see there. Matter Reshapers there, Eldrazi Mimic, Reality Smasher, Thought Not Seer. So Ian, give us a sense of what's going on with this deck. What's it doing?
Yeah, so this is Channel Fireball's version of the Eldrazi deck. Really, to me, the hallmark of this deck is the inclusion of Simian Spirit Guide and Chalice of the Void. These are 2 cards that did a ton of work for the team over the weekend. Simian Spirit Guide, of course, just letting you get really aggressive draws that come out faster than your opponent, playing big Eldrazi and beating down, getting Thought Not Seer out before your opponent's combo gets online. And then Chalice of the Void is just an extremely versatile card. It's useful against almost every deck in the field, really capable of shutting off especially 1-drops from your opponent's deck, of which this deck contains none.
Yeah, I was just saying, not terribly useful in this matchup.
That's right, yeah.
Matej, every time someone comes up with a new deck, as an opponent, you have to learn what's going on. Is this a fairly easy deck to grasp when it's on the other side of the table? When people start playing it on Magic Online, are we going to have a lot of learning to do about what this deck's doing if they're on the other side from us?
I wouldn't say so, because the deck is mostly creatures anyway, so it's a sorcery speed kind of deck. So you can pretty easily count the mana that they need to play their spells, so you can get a good grasp of like what they do in their turns, and there's not that much interaction. And since they're fully colorless, they don't even have the sideboard cards that can do anything special. I mean, we saw the gut shots and the dismembers. Okay, they were good, that was great, but there's not much more.
Okay, so let's take a look at Zhashen Tao. See here in his first Pro Tour top 8 from Team East-West Bowl. An incredible performance by them. It is his first Pro Tour top 8, and you see he went 9-1 in Modern, and astonishingly, that isn't even the best Modern record in the top 8. These people have really dominated the tournament in Modern. Let's take a look at Tao's deck list for you, and this time it's the blue-red flavor of the Eldrazi. Matei, what's going on here?
Yeah, it looks like a little bit like a draft deck, because it contains some of the cards which we certainly did not expect to see in Modern. So it's very similar to the previous deck, but it does have a blue-red colored mana base, which means that it has Vile Aggregates, Ruination Guide, as well as Eldrazi Sky Spawner, and it could also leverage Eldrazi Obligator, which is a nice way to put out even a lot more damage than you would expect.
Ian, any sense in this matchup of who's advantaged? We've got the blue-red Eldrazi as opposed to the colorless Eldrazi.
Yeah, talking to a lot of players this weekend, seems like the consensus is the blue-red deck is advantaged here. Some notable things, Drowner of Hope, I think, is the key card here, being able to tap down your opponent's big creatures, punch through for a lot of damage. If the game ends up in a board stall, just having Eldrazi Sky Spawner, even though it's a small creature, being able to fly over is a big deal. And then the other major card is Eldrazi Obligator, stealing a Reality Smasher and just crashing in for a ton of damage. That's a big game.
All right, so colorless Eldrazi against blue-red Eldrazi. What about quarterfinal 2? Here's one of the most hallowed players in the history of the game, Luis Scott Vargas. He's in the Hall of Fame, of course he is. First, the champion of Pro Tour Berlin in 2008. 432 lifetime pro points, 15 Grand Prix top 8s, 6 Pro Tour top 8s, and looking for that second title here. Let's take a look at his deck. It is colorless Eldrazi, and if you're thinking that looks very similar to Shuhei Nakamura's, it is exactly the same as Shuhei Nakamura's. They are teammates, they worked on the deck together. So BDM, what's going on here? Talk about Luis.
Well, I mean, this is Luis's first top 8 since 2011. And I think a huge exhale from Luis. He's had some great finishes, but you know, you could tell it was, if you follow him on social media, you could tell it was sort of starting to nibble at him that he hadn't gotten this far. As much as he enjoys being in the booth, he much more enjoys being under the lights.
That is certainly true. Now he is up against Pascal Menard of Canada. Let's take a look at Pascal's resume. East-West Bowl again, still only 22. He's been around forever, it seems. 117 lifetime pro points and so many Grand Prix top 8s, 2 titles in 2015, as you see, Mexico City and Buenos Aires. And then when he made it into his first Pro Tour top 8 last night, he just came to the desk and said, finally. Let's have a look at Pascal Maynard's deck, and this is very different. This is Affinity, and Matei, talk to us through Affinity for people who haven't really seen this deck before.
Yeah, I mean, the deck's been around since 2003, and everyone should know it by now, but it has gotten a couple of editions over the years, and but still, it's unload your hand as quickly as possible with all the various artifacts and start smashing in the air with a big creature with, thanks to Cranial Plating or Arcbound Ravager, even Master of Ethereum, just big guys early and fast.
I think it's pretty interesting about Affinity in general is that people were always like, well, it's a good Swiss deck, but you get worried about getting it into the top 8 where you get 5 games, 4 of which are sideboarded. But there's not a ton of sideboard hate for that deck in this field.
Yeah, I think Affinity is the best Game 1 deck overall in Modern.
Well, we will see what happens because the players are ready. It is time to strap ourselves in. Shuhei Nakamura against Zhashen Tao and Luis Scott Vargas against Pascal Menard. It's time to begin the quarterfinals of Pro Tour Oath of the Gatewatch.
And hello there, welcome to the booth here at Pro Tour Oath of the Gatewatch. Marshall Sutcliffe, I got Randy Buehler down on the end, and I'd like to welcome Frank Karsten to the booth as well here at the PT. Welcome, Frank.
Well, thanks for having me.
It's nice to see you. We've brought in our resident Affinity expert here to give us some insight since there are 2 copies of the Infinity deck here in the top 8. All right, gentlemen, I know you're excited. I know you're excited at home as well. Let's head down to the feature match area for our first of all quarterfinal matches here at Pro Tour Oath of the Gatewatch. Hello and welcome to coverage of Pro Tour Oath of the Gatewatch. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe in the booth with Frank Karsten and Randy Buehler, and we're ready for our first pair of quarterfinals here. We're going to be running these side by side, but we're going to be holding the matches to make sure that you guys don't miss any important moments on air here. We're going to start off on the right-hand side of the feature match area there, where we've got Pascal Maynard. He comes from Canada. He plays for Team East West Bowl, and this is his first Pro Tour Top 8. He does have 9 GP Top 8s. He's a professional Magic player who has an extensive resume, but this is his first time making it into the Pro Tour Top 8. Now, his opponent, well, this is definitely not his first Pro Tour Top 8. This is, in fact, number 6. That is Luis Scott Vargas from Team Channel Fireball. You can tell how excited he is to get started here. And we're going to get rumbling. The matchup, let's talk about it, gentlemen. I'll start with you, Randy. Colorless Eldrazi has to be the deck of the tournament.
Oh, without a doubt. This deck has destroyed this tournament. It's been very impressive the whole time. And, yeah, I mean, it's card-for-card identical copies, 3 of them from the Channel Fireball face-to-face alliance.
Now, on the other side of the table, Pascal Maynard is running good old Affinity. So, Frank, that's a deck that you have played. In fact, you played in this tournament. You've played it many times, put a lot of work in on it. How do you feel this matchup is going to go from Pascal's perspective?
I feel it is a favorable matchup for Pascal. Generally speaking, the Affinity deck is a bit better at putting out a lot of creatures early, making them bigger, faster than the Eldrazi deck. And another big factor is that a lot of the creatures in the Affinity deck have evasion. Flying, for instance, Volt Scourge, which is huge because most of Luis's creatures cannot block them.
Okay, now you can see that Luis kicked things off with a Ratchet Bomb. Pascal actually did kick things off on his side of the table with a Vault Scourge here.
Yeah, I definitely like the keep by Pascal. When you're playing Affinity, what you're looking for in an opening hand is, well, at least 2 sources of mana, something to play on turn 1, like in this case a Volt Scourge, and some big payoff card, like either Arcbound Ravager, Cranial Plating, Steel Overseer, or Master of Ethereum. And Pascal's hand had all of those elements. Now the Wretched Bomb can kill the Volt Scourge as well as an impactful 2-drop. So Pascal has to take care not to add too much to the board to make the Ratchet Bomb too good.
Well, 2 Signal Pests, that might tempt Luis into cracking that Ratchet Bomb as he puts a counter on it on the end step and draws his card for the turn. He's got a pair of Eldrazi Temples here, Randy, and he's surveying the scene. Is that a little too tempting there to just take out the 2 Signal Pests here?
I mean, I think it's pretty clearly bait. Pascal wants him to blow up the 2 1s so that he can hold on to his 2 mana cards. I mean, Cranial Plating is the payoff card in Pascal's hand, so Luis has to figure out, okay, I think Luis is going to see that as bait, and I don't know, though. It's still a 2-for-1.
That's very tempting.
Yeah, it's
as far
tempting.
as
That's the
bait
right word
goes.
for it.
Yeah. All right, so here's an endless one, and you can see the power of this deck. This is turn 3, and that is not one of Luis's best cards, and he just made a 5/5. Welcome
The problem is
to Modern.
that if Luis doesn't activate the Wretched Bomb to deal with the Signal Pest here, he's going to take a ton of damage, especially because Pascal can also potentially activate the Blinkmont Nexus and then get so many...
What is that, 8 damage if he activates the Nexus?
It is indeed... no, it's 10, I believe.
10?
1, 2, 3... Or it might be 8. 1, 2, 3 is the bonus that every individual Signal Pest gives, and then the 2 creatures with 1 power, so that would indeed be 8. But yeah, like, Luis cannot keep on taking 8 damage a turn. He might just be forced to activate the Ratchet Bomb for 1.
And it does look like Pascal's going to force that issue here. He says, okay, I'm going to put my Blink Moth up. And this really forces Luis to do this now before the creatures get to turn sideways and those Signal Pest bonuses kick in.
Wow. We already have a game result on the other table?
Yeah, we've got a match update. Shuhei Nakamura played 3 Thought-Knot Seers, sounds like, in game 1.
That is 1 on turn 2 and 2 on turn 3.
Yeah. This deck is something else, and in fact, finds a way to win that game against JC Tao. So Shuhei Nakamura, one to the good here.
Temple Eye is how you do that, for the record.
So interestingly, Pascal activated the Blinkmon Nexus, planning to attack if his Signal Pest would not be blown up. But after Luis activated the Ratchet Bomb, he just tapped it for mana afterwards.
All right.
And meanwhile, Luis is like, yeah, whatever, here's 10.
Here's a Reality Smasher. You take 10. And you can see that Luis has kind of turned the corner here on Pascal and is now taking the more aggressive route.
Yeah, but that lifelink on Signal on the Volt Scourge is going to be huge. One of the Volt Scourges is going to carry a Cranial Plating. That's going to be a ton of lifelink. So I would still say that Pascal is ahead in the race.
But Luis has a Dismember in his hand.
Ooh. And that will change the game completely.
I mean, Pascal's play looks pretty solid here. He baited out the Ratchet Bomb. He gets to put his Cranial Plating onto Vault Scourge. If he gets in this lifelink hit, it totally changes the race.
Yeah, Pascal does not have double black up to instant speed equip the plating to a Volt Scourge that still survives.
Yeah, good point.
So Luis can prevent Pascal from gaining any life this turn. Luis is still at a pretty healthy 18.
Yeah, he's just going to wait for Pascal to attack first.
Pascal may use that Ornithopter and the Springleaf Drum to activate the Blink Moth here.
Yep.
I think Pascal is also thinking
He
whether
might need to block.
Yeah, whether or not the 1 Volt Scourge without the plating can actually attack this turn, or whether it needs to stay back as a blocker with a Cranial Plating equipped on Luis's turn. I don't think Pascal can really beat the Dismember, so he should not worry about that. But looks like he feels like he's still ahead in the race if he attacks with the Volt Scourge here.
Yeah, he can chump block, of course, with that Blink Moth on the Endless one to save 5 damage. And he's going to attack with both of them and pass priority over to Luis, and Luis has to figure out how he wants to proceed here.
It seems like Luis
It's a pretty straightforward Dismember,
wants
right?
to just deny Pascal the ability to gain life here in this damage race.
Especially since the other lifelinker is also tapped and can't block wearing a Cranial Plating. It's funny. I think this... So is Luis thinking here to represent that he's got more options than the one just straightforward Dismember option?
I mean, Luis might also be thinking, okay, what happens if I take the damage, and then afterwards Pascal will obviously equip the Cranial Plating to the Ornithopter?
Sure.
Maybe what if I just kill the Ornithopter such that Pascal won't be in a position to block any of my creatures?
Do you really want to take the... There's so much life gain, though, for Pascal. So, yeah, Luis does decide he cannot afford to let Pascal gain all that life.
So Dismember is going to hit Vault Scourge wearing Cranial Plating. He's going to take 1 damage in this sequence, but 4 from the Dismember. So Luis does take a total of 5 this turn to drop down to 13. Pascal's going to go up to 9.
18 goes to 14
Oh, yeah, okay. And now 13. I'm at 9.
Pascal does equip. This means that if Luis can find a way to get that Ornithopter out of the way, he just wins on the spot. Or to make a second Reality Smasher.
Off the top.
Boom.
He can even use Simian Spirit Guide to add Mutavault to the attack if he wants to, but doesn't need it.
And that should do it for game 1. Luis Scott Vargas defeats Pascal Maynard here. So we have both... We've got both Luis Scott Vargas and Shuhei Nakamura taking down their game 1s here for Team Channel Fireball. All right, we'll be back right after these messages.
Ultra Pro is the place to go for all of your Magic accessories. With card sleeves, deck boxes, playmats, and portfolios showing off the best Magic art, Ultra Pro is the standard in safe storage. Visit ultrapro.com for more information.
welcome back to the feature match area here in Atlanta. Marshall Sutcliffe in the booth with Randy Bueller and Frank Karsten. And we're going to jump over and get game 2 here with Shuhei Nakamura and JC Tao. You can take a look at Shuhei here. Again, he had one of those really broken draws, Randy, for this type of deck in game 1 and just ran over JC. Even though, you know, talking to the players yesterday and today, most of them think that JC is favored a bit in this matchup here with the blue-red version of this Eldrazi deck.
Yeah, the consensus seems to be that blue-red Eldrazi is favored, and the key card is the Drowner of Hope. Dr. Owner, they call it.
Really?
Yeah, Dr. Owner. It's right there on the card. D-R-O.
Dr. Owner. I like that. All right, well, JC is going to kick things off here with a Sky Spawner. There's a 3-drop on the other side, and you can see the different directions that each player decided to go here. It's a Matter Reshaper for Nakamura, both of them with land plus Eye of Ugin. Eye of Ugin, probably the most powerful card in the deck. It can consistently make huge amounts of mana, and here we go. Turn 3 Reality Smasher.
Thanks to the Scion. Sacrifices the Scion from Sky Spawner. Sky Spawner is another key card in this matchup because the colorless Eldrazi deck can't deal with flyers. Like that, it's only 2 power, but if the ground gets into anything resembling a stall, that actually adds up and can swing a game. Eldrazi Obligator is the other card that can really swing a game out of the blue-red deck. Come down, steal the big creature. That ground stall is suddenly an extra large monster on one side and fewer to defend with.
That's a good point. After sideboard, the board can easily get into a ground stall, especially because Shuhei...
Shuhei has to, so he used a Simian Spirit Guide to make a mana, and then he used Dismember, and also had to discard because that is a Reality Smasher, and he discarded a Ghost Quarter. So I gotta feel like JC Tao maybe at first a little bummed he's losing his Smasher, and then realizing, you know, that's not that bad for me at all.
Well...
hello.
Smasher back the other way.
Right, and of course this is off of, again, some really cool land interactions here. This one being Urborg, allowing Eye of Ugin to now tap for mana as well as reduce costs. So right back at you, JC. And
interestingly, by the way, JC gets to coast off of Shuhei's Urborg. His Eye now taps for black. He doesn't even play Urborg in the blue-red list, but suddenly he gets more mana too.
Okay, well, it's going to be a Sky Spawner here to start the turn for JC Tao.
I don't think Shuhei's going to regret that Simian Spirit Guide that he had to lose, but the Ghost Quarter, if this game does go long at all, he's going to wish he could Ghost Quarter JC's Eye.
Yeah, we have seen that fight happen. These decks aren't particularly good at activating Eye of Ugin for 7, but they can get there when these games stall out, and that becomes the difference maker.
Yeah, and even in the short term, it's a 3-mana land, right?
Totally.
It's Mishra's Workshop right now.
Ratchet Bomb here for Nakamura. Looks like he's going to crack it immediately just to take care of the Scion. Does JC have a response?
Yeah, I don't think Shuhei was happy to keep Ratchet Bomb in after sideboard, but he had a couple of Chalices and Ratchet Bombs in his main deck that, well, he all wanted to remove. He still had to keep some in.
Shuhei's keeping the beats flowing really strong here, and there is a Dismember now for Tao. He says trigger.
Yeah, discards a land.
And it looks like JC feels like he's going to have to trade off for the Matter Reshaper. You never like doing that because you know that your opponent's gaining advantage where you're not, but he's got to do it to preserve his life total, and it ends up being a Spellskite. So 1 turn too late there for Nakamura. He does get in, though, with the Blinkmoth for 1 to drop JC down to 11.
That Spellskite could be huge in this game in case JC has a Drowner of Hope.
Yep.
Because he can just soak up all the taps from the Eldrazi Scions.
You're getting good at this, Frank. There's a Drowner of Hope for JC right on time.
And sure, it did add Oblivion Sour after sideboard, which means that the matchup could easily come down to a huge board stall with high toughness creatures, in which case that Eldrazi Sky Spawner that's still on JC's side of the board could become a pivotal element. Sure, he can deal with it via Blinkmon Nexus, but then he would lose a land in the process.
Hey, there's another Ghost Quarter for Shuhei. Looks like he's also got a Mutavault there.
Do I need to do that? No? Yours is already next to it. Oh, perfect. Alright, I'm gonna go to my draw step.
Yeah, Shuhei's got to be tempted to block Sky Spawner now, but that takes him farther away from activating Eye of Ugin if he loses the land. It's a tricky spot.
Yeah, he's under a lot of pressure here, Randy, for sure. There's a Drowner of Hope crunching into the red zone as well. And it looks like Shuhei is going to activate Mutavault here.
Sure is in a really bad spot. He
He's
just doesn't.
way behind here, right?
Yeah, he doesn't have an answer to the 5/5. His deck is filled with huge creatures, but he doesn't have any of them. He's already at a low life total, so he may just have to jump block in order to stay at an acceptable life total.
Sure.
Wait, so he's double blocking
double
and then,
blocked
Double
then
blocked
making the
pumps.
blink mod a 2/2, but then he's still presenting 4
Yeah,
power
but
in
does he have a
total.
gut shot in his hand?
Ah,
He's got 3 of them in his sideboard.
that would explain
And he
it.
brought them in.
For lack
There
of
it is.
better options.
3 cards to deal with Dr. Owner.
And it's another Blink Moth off the top. Shuhei just plays it and passes the turn back. JC Tao looking to equalize this match and looking good on that goal here currently.
Yeah, sure, he was just forced in really bad exchanges this game. First, the dismember on the Reality Smasher that forced a 3-for-1. Now again a 3-for-1 trade. Yeah, that's not a way to win a game of Magic.
Sideboarding, by the way, Shuhei did bring in 3 Oblivions or 3 Gutshot, like we expected. He took out all 4 Chalices, 1 Ratchet Bomb, 1 Spellskite.
Okay.
He then, of course, drew the other Ratchet Bomb and the other Spellskite.
Well, I think Shuhei just drew a Reality Smasher here. Smash!
6. You got 4. Yeah.
Doesn't quite win this race, though, does he?
Let's see, he blocks the...
Yeah, he takes 2,
The
and then he
Mimic.
attacks JC down to 1, and then he gets killed on the crackback.
Yeah, but here we see Eye of Ugin being activated.
Yeah,
He's
yeah,
just
yeah.
going to go get a Reality Smasher and crunch in for 2 5-drops, and that is going to do it. So JC Tao picks up game number 2 here over Shuhei Nakamura to even up the match, 1 game apiece.
JC Tao sideboard plan there, by the way, 1 card.
1 card?
And it's crazy. It's land for land. On the play, he takes out his Gemstone Cavern and puts in Tomb of the Spirit Dragon. It's the only adjustment.
He's that well set up in game 1, huh?
And doesn't have a sideboard plan for the matchup. So, yeah, it does feel like he's pre-sideboarded, though, to be fair.
Okay, let's jump back over to our other table here where we have Luis Scott Vargas versus Pascal Maynard, and they are just getting kicked off in their game number 2. Again, Luis won game 1 of this match.
6 top 8s now.
Yeah, it's number 6, and there's Gut Shot, a card that, well, it's going to be near and dear to Luis's heart for a while. He did get into this top 8 off of a Gut Shot.
It's a bit of an aggressive gut shot, I would have to say, because Steel Overseer, Luis also knows this, is one of the best cards in the matchup. Okay, Luis had an answer for it anyway, so that explains it. But if Luis would just freely use gut shot on the first Mem Knight and not have an answer for the Steel Overseer, that's a card he could easily lose the game to.
Wow, and look at this turn here. Simian Spirit Guide plus an Eye of Ugin leads to a Thought Knot Seer for Luis Scott Vargas, and he gets to take a look at a pretty stacked hand here, Frank. He's got Cranial Plating, Ravager, and a Master of Ethereum, I believe, is the last card there.
Yep, lots of big payoff cards. Now, Pascal doesn't have a ton of artifacts on the battlefield yet, just a lone Springleaf Drum. So, well, the Cranial Plating doesn't really do much yet. It will cost a lot of mana for Pascal to animate Blinkmont Nexus and then equip it. Arcbound Ravager doesn't have a lot of artifacts to feed on. And if that is indeed the Master of Ethereum, then Pascal cannot even cast it on the next turn. Sure, he has Springleaf Drum, but he needs to draw, say, either an Ornithopter or a Mem Knight or a Glimmer Void to be able to cast Master of Ethereum on the next turn. So none of the cards are amazing at this point. Luis just takes the Ravager out of the equation. It seems like Luis is really controlling the pace of the game here with 2 interactive cards, most notably dealing with the Steel Overseer. And now, yeah, Thought Not Seer, it presents a clock, it offers some further disruption. Luis did draw the Glimmer Void to cast the Master,
Yeah,
but it's currently
Pascal did, yeah.
it's only a 2/2. It can become 3/3 if Pascal taps the Master for mana to activate the Blinkbot Nexus, but that won't be big enough to block the Thought Not Seer. It might be big enough to block the Endless one. Pascal could just block and then post-combat, yeah, activate a Blinkbot.
So what does Luis do in response here?
Well, if he has another gut shot, then it would lead to a decent trade.
All right, well, it looks like that worked out pretty well for Pascal as the Endless one goes away, but there is a Dismember there.
Dismember kills the
Whoa.
Nexus, shrinking the Master to 2/2 so that it also dies from
Yeah.
having 2 damage on it.
Yeah, it looked good for a second there, but all of a
was
sudden
just-
it looks a lot worse for Pascal as now his board state is decimated.
That was a sweet line from Luis.
That
And he
was
saw it the
nice.
whole way. Set him up and then finished him off.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that Luis wouldn't have made that attack if he wouldn't have had like a way to punish Pascal for the block.
Right.
And Pascal may have guessed that as well, but he was already in a bad position, so he had to try something. At least hope that Luis perhaps made a mistake.
That's fair. Sideboarding, by the way, Pascal is +2 Ancient Grudge, -2 Stubborn Denial. That's his plan for this matchup. Luis took out all his chalices and 2 Spell Skites. Has a Warping Whale, a Ratchet Bomb, an extra Ratchet Bomb, 2 Pithing Needles, and 3 Gut Shots.
Well, Luis must have been expecting the Ancient Grudges then.
Taking out all his chalices.
Yeah. Also because Luis was on the draw this game.
Yeah,
so,
I was going to ask you
so
about
turn
that.
1 Chalice for 0. That's going to be too late. At that point, Pascal has already added all of the Mox Opals and Ornithopters to his board.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if Luis likes Chalice on the play. It could easily be a card that just is good on the play but weaker on the draw.
I would expect him to put it back for the next game in case Luis is on the play again.
He has to lose a game before that comes
That's
up.
true.
So cranial plating here from Maynard. He passes the turn back to Scott Vargas, who sees that the way is clear and crunches in for 7 damage. And he's going to play a Pithy Needle, naming cranial plating. And Luis is firing on all cylinders here.
Indeed.
Maynard finds himself an Ornithopter. But he is going to take another big hit of damage next turn.
Pascal could attack for 1 with the Blinkbot Nexus, or he could keep it back and then block the Matter Reshaper and then pump itself up to a 2/2. It's not a great trade because Matter Reshaper gives Luis a free card. You lose a land, but yeah, Pascal is so far behind in the race.
Yeah,
He
might
may
be
just
better
have to
than
go for
taking
it.
7, right?
Yeah.
Well, Pascal did leave back the Blink Moth, so he's kind of priced into following through here, it looks like. Well, he's going to block, pay a mana, activate Blink Moth to pump it, and trade for the Reshaper. Like you said, Frank, he's not happy about that. It was an endless one. And immediately he has a 5/5 replacement. And by the way, 5 is a nice number here for Luis Scott Vargas because that's a lethal attacker.
Yeah, Luis had the option of putting a 0/0 Endless one on the battlefield, but he wisely chose to just, I'll just draw the card.
Yeah, Luis is dialed in today. I'll tell you that. He's seen it all. All right, back over to Luis. Nothing played there from Maynard. And Luis is going to activate Mutavault, and even the mere threat of an attack is enough for lethal. And Luis Scott Vargas takes down the second game. Now, Randy, we should mention to the viewers here about how the matches are going to be played out today rather than how they were before.
Yeah, this is best 3 out of 5, so we're not done yet. Luis is up 2-0, but he needs to win one of the next 3 to actually finish advancing his way into the semifinal. 3 out of 5 with sideboards for 4 of if it went to 5 games. Is that something the Affinity players have to be worried about, Frank? Did that affect your thinking at all coming into this tournament?
Generally speaking, yes, the post-sideboard games are never good for Affinity because there is so many great hate cards in the format, such as Stony Silence or Shadowstorm. Now, the Eldrazi decks in the top 8 don't have a ton of amazing sideboard cards. The blue-red decks do have Hercules Recall, which could easily swing a game. But the colorless Eldrazi decks from Luis Scott Vargas don't have many incredible sideboard cards, so the matchup doesn't change all that much between game ones and post-board games.
Yeah, I talked to Pascal this morning, actually. He was very happy. There are no copies of Stony Silence anywhere in this top 8. And he managed to dodge it all the way through the Swiss as well. Did not play against the Stony Silence all weekend. Probably has a little bit to do with the fact that he's still sitting here playing on Sunday.
All right, so this is going to be the third game here between Shuhei Nakamura and JC Tao. Again, this matchup is supposed to favor JC a bit here. It's hard to say exactly how much, but it's supposed to be in his favor, and they're at 1 game apiece currently as JC won the last game. A slow start here from Shuhei, at least by this colorless Eldrazi standards here. It's land, land, go.
He's holding 2 gut shots and a dismember. Also Oblivion Sower and the Endless One that he's slow rolling a little bit. Simian Spirit Guide is the final card.
Yeah, I would guess that Shuei's plan is to, well, first use a Dismember on the first creature that comes out.
Ooh,
or
there's
a
an
gut shot.
Eldrazi Obligator, and he gets to gut shot it here. So a nice sequence there for Shuhei Nakamura as he takes down a real threat there with his sideboard gut shot.
Yeah, and then Shuhei can wait until he can cast Oblivion Sour via Simian Spirit Guide, follow that up with a big Endless One, and then hope to control the board that way.
All right, and here we go again. Shuhei's doing the discard thing. He's going to end up discarding the other gut shot he had in his hand so that he can fire off Dismember to take down the Reality Smasher. And Shuhei's down to 14,
Alright, that's 4 mana for the Oblivion Sour, 5 with the Simian Spirit Guide. We're getting close. Now Shuhei has the option indeed of making a 4/4 Endless One here, but 4/4 is not a great size in the matchup. There are many bigger creatures. It's much better to make it into, say, a 6/6, such that it can also rumble with a Drowner of Hope.
Another Reality Smasher for JC Tao. The beats keep coming. And he is just forcing Shuhei to have answer after answer, though. Since we've seen that Shuhei hasn't had any threats, you got to figure he's got answers in his hand. And here we go again. Another Dismember. So each of these Reality Smashers is effectively making Shuhei discard 2 cards and take 4 life.
And he gets rid of the Endless One, really favoring the opportunity to make the best out of this Oblivion Sower.
Oblivion Sower, yeah.
5/8 is nice stats in this matchup.
Yeah, plus, with a bunch of lands that you might get, it's not impossible to get into a position where you can start activating Eye of Ugin.
Agreed, yeah.
And just grinding out.
We actually saw that yesterday in when we were watching Luis Scott Vargas versus Frank Laporte. One of the more exciting matches that we got to watch down the stretch as players were playing for the top 8. And that's what Luis did. He actually had an Oblivion Sower on the battlefield and was able to start activating Eye. As it turned out, he drew a gut shot that just ended the game on the spot, but it looked like he was in commanding position anyway. All right, so a couple of lands there for Shuhei off of the Oblivion Sower.
Scalding Tarn doesn't really do anything unless Shuhei comes up with an Orborg.
Yeah, that's a little awkward for Shuhei. He also doesn't have an Eye of Ugin and didn't hit one there. I think he just drew an Endless One here. Looks like he has enough to make Endless One for 6.
And you should be careful, because he's at 10 life already. If he would be able to make, say, a 7/7 Endless One, he can just lose to an Eldrazi Obligator on the spot.
Oh, jeez.
Great point. Now
Well,
it turns out
it is only 6.
It was 6
but
anyway, but I'm sure that was going through Shuhei's head as he was thinking about, well, what can I actually make happen here? So he makes a 6/6, does not open up the door to get Eldrazi Obligatored. And there's Drowner of Hope. You know, Randy, you were saying this is one of the key cards in the matchup, and there it is, the big 5/5. Now, looking over at the battlefield, though, I got to say that Shuhei looks pretty well set up here with a 5/8 and a 6/6 against the Drowner.
And he drew another 6/6.
Yeah, I like Shuhei declares attack. He wants to see if JC is going to sack Scions to prevent Shuhei from attacking. I don't think JC should. It seems to me that if Shuhei wants to tap his creatures to attack, that's just great for JC, because now he can use the Scions to force through a crackback. Like JC can use the tap ability on the Drowner to win this race, in theory.
All right, so JC's going to prevent 6 of the life by chump blocking with the Scion, but take the other 5, dropping down to 8. But maintaining an Eldrazi Scion and the Drowner of Hope here.
And jumping is the same as stepping. So sure, I can either make it a 6/6, which would be a good size against the Drowner, or maybe a 4/4 and keep up Blinkmod Nexus mana as a blocker, but I definitely like the 6/6 here.
Shuhei's drawn endless one with the last 2 draw steps, right?
Yeah.
From basically an empty hand.
Yeah, remember, this is the draw where Shuhei had, the controlling style draw where he has already killed 2 Reality Smashers. I mean, JC's had a really nice draw here, but Shuhei has been able to mitigate it and then has drawn very nicely to find back-to-back threats here after the Oblivion Sower. So things coming together pretty nicely for Shuhei. When he kept a hand with a bunch of gut shots and dismembers, I think this is kind of how he would like to see the game play out. He cleans up the board and then starts adding big threats. All right, so JC is going to use up the Drowner of Hope activation and the Scion that goes with it to get in for 5 damage, dropping Shuhei down to 5. And now he really needs to add back to the board, and he does. He's got another Drowner of Hope. Back to you, Shuhei. That's 2 lethal threats for Tau.
Checking out the Tomb of the Spirit Dragon. That can gain some life. Not right now, because JC doesn't have the mana to activate it. Unless he sacrifices Eldrazi Scion tokens, but potentially on the next turn.
Oh, yeah, go for it.
Okay, so Shuhei says, I'd like to attack, please, and sends in the team. Couple of chump blocks. And I think he is going to activate that tomb now.
Yeah, you can sack Scions to do it.
He can gain a couple of life here.
Sacrifice, 4 colors. Activate.
Gain 3. Go to 11. Take 5, go down to 6. And JC now has 2 lethal threats on board, ready to rumble into the red zone and finish off Shuhei here in game 3.
Well, Shuhei still has some man lands that can potentially block.
He also drew an Eldrazi Mimic as his draw step. Wow. You see the card in JC Tao's hand?
No, what was it?
Gut shot.
Oh, gut shot. Okay. So Ghost Quarter is going to take out the tomb. And Tao says, I'm going to search. I've actually got targets in here.
Yeah.
Still my other island.
His other island, he said. I like that.
If Shuhei was going to use the Ghost Quarter, it may have been better to just use that before attacking, because then JC would have had to sacrifice the Eldrazi Scions to activate it before they could have blocked any of Shuhei's creatures.
He got a lot of information from seeing how JC handled that attack, though.
That's true.
So right now, the only thing standing between JC and victory are a couple of creature lands and an Eldrazi Mimic that are going to be chump blocking.
If they don't die to gut shot.
Yeah, he's got a Mutavault down there.
Yeah, I guess the fact that there's...
But the Mimic certainly can die.
Gut shot wins this, right?
Yeah, Gutshot can deal with the Eldrazi Mimic.
Right, and
And
then
Shuhei can only present one of the lands
Yeah.
because Scalding Tarn doesn't make any
Because
mana.
it doesn't make mana. If he was able to tap that, he would be fine.
Gut shot clears the Mimic. Now there's only Mutavault to block with. He's 1 mana short of firing up the Nexus, which would have been the chump blocker he needed.
It looks like Shuhei is blocking, but that's 5.
Yeah, he's at 5, right?
Yeah, that's going to do
Gut
it.
shot for the win.
Gut shot once again for the win. And JC Tao wins game 2, so he puts himself up, or excuse me, game 3, puts himself up 2 games to 1 against the Hall of Famer Shuhei Nakamura. It looks like we're going to hop back over and see game 3 of Luis Scott Vargas versus Pascal Maynard. Once again, Luis, as we come into the match here, is up 2 games to 0 over the affinity player Pascal Maynard from the Team East-West Bowl. Again, this is Pascal's first Pro Tour top 8. He's got 9 GP top 8s, though, so he's played a lot of Magic and experienced a lot of success at it as well, but this is the first time he's got there at the Pro Tour level, and for Luis, this is number 6.
Yeah. You know how many players have 6+ Pro Tour top 8s?
How many?
10.
There's 10?
There are 10, exactly.
We added 2 to the list this weekend.
Yeah, it went from 8 to 10 this weekend with Shuhei and Luis joining it. It's a pretty nice club.
So this looks to be a fine hand for Pascal. He had something to do early. He has a big payoff card in Steel Overseer. And I think I saw an Arcbound Ravager lurking in his hand as well. So this is a pretty good draw. It's explosive with the Springleaf Drum. You have the payoff. And even the potential of presenting a very fast poison kill via Inkbond Nexus.
Okay, well, Luis does have a Ratchet Bomb here.
And that gut shot on Overseer was pretty nice.
So
That's probably the best target for the gut shot, right?
That's why the card is in the sideboard even mostly. Yeah. So Pascal could present a 5/5 Inkbond Nexus here by casting Arcbound Ravager, activating the Nexus, sacrificing a bunch of artifacts to the Arcbound Ravager, and then just go for the 2-turn poison kill. That would not work out well against the Ghost Quarter that Luis has on the battlefield, though.
Does it make sense, though? Oh, the Ghost Quarter's on the battlefield.
Yeah.
I was thinking it was in his hand because he's also got one in his hand.
All right, well, there's Arcbound Ravager now.
So Pascal just has to spread it out a bit. Pascal's game plan probably is based on winning via poison damage, but yeah, he shouldn't go all in here.
Looks like the Ratchet Bomb's going to get cracked right away here, which is going to take down a Moxoplan and an Ornithopter here.
Yeah, that was as a response to the Ravager, so that those cards couldn't be eaten.
So Pascal's going to activate his Inkmoth Nexus and attack with it and the Signal Pest. That's 2 poison counters on Luis Scott Vargas here. And like you said, Frank, that is going to be Pascal's game plan, at least in the early stages of the third game here.
If Luis steps out here for, I don't know, some creature, and Pascal draws, say, a Darksteel Citadel or a 0-mana artifact, Pascal may be able to present 8 poison.
Pithy Needle.
Pithy Needle.
And then you name the card on resolution, so Pascal has to decide if he's going to activate Ravager, because Luis could name Ravager. How does Pascal want to play this?
Yeah, right now we have Pithy Needle on the stack. Nothing's been named. Like Randy said, the name doesn't come until the card actually resolves and is entering the battlefield. So right now, it's on Pascal Maynard to figure out what it is exactly that Luis wants to do with it and how he can mitigate it the best.
If Pascal decides to sacrifice a bunch of artifacts to the Arcbound Ravager in response, then Luis could just choose to say, okay, well, I'll name Inkmoth Nexus.
Exactly. Doesn't stop the mana ability of Inkmoth Nexus, but that's not the one he's worried about. He's worried about the activated ability that turns it into a creature. Well, how do you think Luis wants this to go? I mean, does he want to name Ravager here? Should he be naming Ravager? Should he be naming Nexus?
I think with Luis still at 18 life and the Ravager never really becoming overly big, I think Luis may be more interested in naming Inkbond Nexus if Pascal wouldn't do anything in response.
He decided to name Ravager here.
Yeah, I think it's because of the 2 Ghost Quarters.
He knows that he can fight through those Inkmoth. Yeah, that makes sense. All right, so back over to you, Pascal Maynard. Pascal's going to play a cranial plating here.
Yeah, that's the card Luis would name if he knew it was coming.
Yeah, that was really nice for Pascal because now he's going to be able to get in for a big hit of damage here.
It's a great draw.
Is it 6 damage he's hitting for, dropping Luis down to 12? Yes. Third ghost quarter of the game here for Scott Vargas.
No 2-mana lands for Luis. It's finally up to Thought Not Seer land. Guess he's holding a Simian Spirit Guide as well, so if he wanted to, he could have played Reality Smasher.
I like the Mimic here because it also opens up the possibility of blocking down the Signal Pest with a Blinkmont Nexus. If Luis
Nice.
would just make a Thought Seer, well, he wouldn't exile anything because Pascal had no cards in hand. And then he stepped out without a blocker for the Signal Pest. So in that case, Pascal would just equip the plating there and attack for a bunch. By playing the Eldrazi Mimic, he does have a blocker for the Arcbound Ravager, which still cannot be activated due to the Biting Needle.
Yeah, 2 toughness will trade for the 2/1 Mimic. Good
Yeah.
point. And he can trade Nexus for Signal Pest.
Mhm.
Yeah, this line's great.
Looks like Pascal may beg to differ.
I mean, it also sets Luis up to potentially race with Reality Smasher coming down, powering up the Mimic.
If I were Pascal, I would be thinking to just attack with the Ravager here and trade it for the Mimic. Sure, the Biting Needle shuts down the activated ability of the Ravager, but the modular ability would still happen. You can still put the 2 counters onto the Signal Pest afterwards, which then afterwards will be happy to attack into a Blinkmont Nexus.
Another Ink Moth was the draw step there for Pascal. He plays his land pre-combat.
On the other hand, Pascal also doesn't know what Luis has in hand. And Pascal may be thinking, well, actually, I might want to trade off my Signal Pass for the Blinkmont Nexus, because Luis doesn't have a ton of 2-mana lands, so taking out that land on the other side of the board might prevent Luis from casting some big Eldrazi's over the course of the next few turns.
All right, he looks like he's decided to attack with Ink Moth and Ravager, leave back the Signal Pest here.
Yeah, this is also great. He has 2 black mana up, so he can instant speed equip the plating to Inkmont Nexus. Yeah,
Kind of
this line seems
forces
great.
you.
Luis is probably interested in blocking the Mimic on the Arcbound Ravager. I mean, that's why he
Yeah.
played it in the first place.
Yeah, that seems pretty straightforward.
And then Luis will also have to expect the instant speed equip of the plating to the Inkmont Nexus. So Luis has to choose, do I want to trade my Blinkmont Nexus or my Ghost Quarter for that attacking Inkmont Nexus?
It's just too much poison to take, right? Was it 1, 2, 3, 4? It's like 6 poison. Would put him in 8 poison if he takes a hit.
Yeah, facing 2 Nexi, that doesn't seem great.
So then, if you're not willing to take that hit, you have to decide which land you want to trade for it.
Mhm.
The Ghost Quarter or the Nexus.
And I think the Nexus is more valuable because it can still block, or at least jump block Signal Pest at some point
Makes
down the
sense.
road.
And he's going to force Pascal to spend the 2 mana before he uses his Ghost Quarter.
Right, that's exactly what's going to happen here. Pascal does spend the 2 mana. Luis does use his Ghost Quarter. Does Pascal have a mountain in there somewhere?
Yeah, he's got both a mountain and an island.
And an island as well.
2 basics.
He was prepared for Ghost Quarter. Many affinity lists only play 1, but
Right.
he went down. He went up to 2 basic lands. It's fine in this matchup.
Okay, they're going to go to damage. And as you described earlier, Frank, the modular ability is going to put the 2+1/+1 counters from the Arcbound Ravager onto the Signal Pest here. Pascal's also going to equip Cranial Plating before passing the turn back to Luis. So Luis has been able to mitigate this board in a reasonable way, but has yet to find any pressure on his side. And now he's facing down a Signal Pest. It's pretty big.
Yeah, Luis's deck is not set up to deal with a 3 toughness evasive creature. He can try to raise it, but Luis doesn't have a good board presence, and Pascal is still at 20 life.
Dismember's really the only
Yeah, he
clean
can find
answer.
Dismember or possibly Ratchet Bomb, which is a little slow. But his gut shots or blocking with Blinkmont Nexus are not going to get him out of this.
Wow. Simian Spirit Guide for Thought-Knots here. He's holding Reality Smasher as well, but he's nowhere close to that now. Just needs to draw 2-mana land to get there, I guess.
I mean, he has 8 in the deck.
Yeah, fair enough. Oh, it does look like Luis also drew a Pithing Needle, a second Pithing Needle. Which, if he ever manages to get the plating off of that Signal Pest, would prevent it from reattaching to something else.
In hindsight, this game would have gone much better for Luis if he had named Cranial Plating with his first Pithing Needle.
Just name it blind, even though you haven't seen one?
Yeah, but I don't think that was the correct line.
Wow.
Jeez. Another Cranial Plating.
They're just 4s, but still.
Is it 10 damage?
Yep.
Luis falls down to 2, and
Can't even
that
cast
means
Dismember.
that Dismember is not an out for him, and it looks like Maynard is going to take game 3 here if Luis can't find something, and quickly. He does have a Chump Block available here.
Maynard might even be able to present 2 lethal threats. The Signal Pest, just the 2 power with Luis at 2 life, but also potentially an Inkmoth Nexus, where he might equip a Cranial Plating, perhaps 2 if Pascal draws another land or a Mox Opal.
I think he has to draw a land to make that lethal. Ah,
Okay, so
and
Luis is
sees
going to
it.
take that particular line away by naming Inkmoth Nexus here with the Pithing Needle, which means that he will get a draw step, barring anything crazy from Pascal here. Welding Jar was a draw. Luis is going to activate his Blinkmoth and Chump Block, and he needs to find something right now, or this one's going to be over.
He drew an eye, but it's too late.
It's too late. So Pascal Maynard takes game number 3 here and makes it 2-1. Still in Luis's favor in this match, but Pascal's not done yet. He's fighting back, and that means we get to jump back over to Shuhei Nakamura versus JC Tao, which is also 2-1. This one is in JC's favor.
And this feels like a game where if Luis had ever come up with a 2-mana land, he was holding multiple Reality Smashers by the end of the game. If he'd been able to cast a Reality Smasher, he could have just won that as a race, I think.
Yeah, most likely. Yeah, the deck is really reliant on having one of those Ancient Tomb style
Yep.
2-mana lands.
All right, we are underway here in game number 4. That's Shuhei on the left side of your screen, JC Tao on the right.
Oh, jeez.
And here we go. Welcome to
I-
Eldrazi land here. A pair of Eldrazi Mimics off of a turn 1 Eye of Ugin for Tao, and he just passes his turn back.
Yeah, there has been some talk of the potential of a turn 2 kill with 3 Eldrazi Mimics on turn 1 and then a Reality Smasher on turn 2. Well,
Have
it's
you
not
seen
gonna
one of those?
It's not going to be turn 2, but
Still
might
a good
get
start.
close.
Still a good start for Tao, who attacks for 4 damage with the Mimics, but doesn't have a follow-up play here. He's just going to pass the turn back to Shuhei. Shuhei did make a Ratchet Bomb to eventually deal with those Mimics, but it's slow. And it's an Eye of Ugin, but no play here from Shuhei. And there it is, Reality Smasher.
Yeah, I think Shuhei may have some responses.
Yep, he does indeed. He's going to just take down the Reality Smasher right away here.
Oh, so he lets the Mimics go to 5/5? Or how does that work?
He has to, right? I mean,
Yeah.
He has to be on the battlefield.
I mean, he could have gut shot it to kill a Mimic as a response, but he's
Yeah.
planning to use Ratchet Bomb to kill both the Mimics, so he
Yeah.
just takes 10.
Doesn't this work via last known information?
That could be the case, Frank.
Oh, with the Mimic triggers on the stack.
If that is the
Yes.
case, then
Ah,
the
got
last
it, got it,
known
got
is
it.
that it was 0-0. So he
That's
actually
what's
only
going on.
takes 4 there.
Thank you.
And drops down to 8. And that also lets Shuhei put an extra counter there on the Ratchet Bomb. And wow,
Oh,
look at
jeez.
this.
So he's got
Oblivion
Ratchet
Sower.
Bomb to kill both the Mimics and now an Oblivion Sower.
And he even finds 2 lands off of it as well. So all of a sudden, Shuhei Nakamura has really turned the corner back.
But you know what's still in Tao's hand? Eldrazi Obligator. If he finds the mana to
Really?
play it and activate the trigger, he can steal
So he
the
just needs
Oblivion
red
Sour
mana.
and crash in for 8.
He just drew Cavern of Souls.
Well,
Did he just...
that might be enough. That can produce the red.
That's red. You've
Yeah.
got the colorless, right?
And even with the Mimics dying, he still has 8.
Now Shuhei has some untapped mana. Shuhei hypothetically could respond with another removal spell, but you still go for it,
A gut
right?
shot would get it done here too, leaving Shuhei at 1. And there it is, Obligator. Shuhei looks like he wants to crack Ratchet Bomb here.
That's just a distraction, though.
Shuhei may have just realized what's happening here. And
Wow.
that's it. JC Tao advances to the semifinals 3-1 over Shuhei Nakamura. And we have our first semifinalist here, gentlemen. JC Tao from Team East West Bowl beats the Hall of Famer, Shuhei Nakamura, 3-1. And he's going to claim his seat in the semis. So this is JC's 3rd Pro Tour.
3rd Pro Tour, yeah.
Yeah, he has played 2 others. He got here via Regional Pro Tour qualifier and
nice.
just beat Shuhei in the quarter. So
That Eldrazi Obligator was every bit as good as we thought it would be. That card just very good at breaking this.
so swingy too.
Winning the mirror.
Okay, let's jump back over to game 4 here as Pascal Maynard and Luis Scott Vargas just start off their match here. Again, when we come in, Luis had won the first 2 games in an impressive fashion too. The first one, apparently, he just kind of bum rushed him. And then in the next one, he kind of picked apart the offense from Pascal Maynard. But on that last game, Pascal had a nice little game where Luis never found an offensive threat to be spoken of at all.
He never found a 2-mana land. Is the real problem.
Yeah, yeah.
It let the Affinity deck just be the aggressor the whole time. Luis was forced to play defense and kind of had these big Eldrazi clunking up his hand.
Looks like Luis is going to take a mulligan here.
Still gotta be rooting for the robots here. I mean, robots are nice. They help out in the house, vacuum clean the floor. They help out in our factories, building our cars. I mean, these Eldrazi's, they're just like giant space alien monsters.
So you think the robots should all take an oath to defend us from the Eldrazi menace?
Yes. I mean, humans need not apply to this top 8, but the robots are gonna save us.
Can robots take an oath?
Yeah, probably.
Not a lot of meaning behind it, but you can probably take one.
Didn't know we were going to live in a world where robots were the good guys in the top 8. Luis down to 5 cards.
Yep, Luis is on 5 now. It does look like he's found a hand he can keep here, though. He's got 3 lands, a Matter Reshaper, and an Endless one. Look, it's not explosive, but he can cast these spells. Oh, he's going to send it
Wow.
back. It looks like Luis is looking for more specific things. It's tough because it's tempting to keep hands like that, right? Where at least you get to play Magic of some sort. But when you think about the matchup, that doesn't look like the type of hand that can win. I don't know if it's better than a 4, though.
How's Pascal's hand?
Pascal's hand is looking looking good. He has everything I would look for in a hand. an explosive start with, well, here 2 creatures on turn 1. He has a payoff card in Cranial Plating. He has enough mana to cast it all, so the perfect combination of tools that you need for Affinity. And Luis is mulliganing quite aggressively, but I think it is correct because, well, if you mulligan and find an Eldrazi Temple, that already kind of makes up for a mulligan. And in this matchup, you really need some pieces of interaction. Just a couple of ground guys are not going to win against an Affinity deck that can easily win on turn 4 with evasive damage.
Well, Luis found an Eye of Ugin, but that is his only land. Oh, top decked one.
Found a Ghost Quarter, passes the turn back.
I didn't notice if he scryed that to the top or scryed a non-land to the bottom, but scry obviously makes the pain of mulliganing slightly less.
Vault Scourge here for Pascal Maynard as he builds out his board against Luis, again, who is on a mulligan to 4 here. And there's a Dismember that's going to take down one of the Signal Pests. Another land off the top, and it's a nice one here, Urborg. This does give him access to Reality Smasher, which is exactly what he's got. Maynard just making sure that, really? You can cast that right now? And yes, he can. And there it is. Reality Smasher crunches in.
Pascal had actually a non-trivial decision on a previous turn on whether or not to play Cranial Plating in order to protect it from, say, a Thought-Knot Seer, or to just add to the board with additional creatures, which would be much better against, say, a Pithing Needle, because it doesn't give information on the type of big card that you have in hand. It certainly works out for Pascal this way, because he also has enough mana this turn to play and equip Cranial Plating to a creature. Pascal will likely be tempted to equip Cranial Plating to Vault Scourge, because that gives you the lifelink bonus. But he also knows that Luis's deck contains Gutshot. So if he expects Luis to be holding Gutshot, he may want to put the plating on a less threatening creature like the Memnite instead. But I would expect that if Luis had Gutshot, he might have used it already a turn ago.
Yeah, it looks like his card in hand is just a Dismember here, Frank. So it's Master of Ethereum and a big attack here for Maynard. This is going to make life very difficult for Scott Vargas as he's trying to race here with this Reality Smasher, but he just took a ton of damage that turn. He's down to 7 already.
This presents an even faster clock than a Cranial Plating.
Scott Vargas would love to take down that Master of Ethereum with his Dismember, but unfortunately that still leaves Pascal with a formidable board state. And it could put Luis down to low life, though can actually pay back black mana now.
Yeah, if you're Luis here, you probably just have to hope that Pascal has nothing in hand, just a couple of lands, because you can't really beat much else. You'll likely have to deal with the Master of Ethereum, because it just boosts both the Vault Scourge and the Signal Pest, to which you have no answer. And then you might be able to Ghost Quarter the Blinkmod Nexus. You could keep back Reality Smasher to block Memnite, or just keep on attacking in order to raise and then hope to draw something.
Okay, so he's going to pay full price for Dismember here, and he's going to take down that Master of Ethereum and just pass the turn back with Reality Smasher as a blocker.
On defense to block Memnite.
Yeah, but Pascal should have lethal here with plating, going on to an evasive threat, and
Yeah,
that'll do it.
like you said, Luis was kind of forced to be in a position there where he needed to hope that Pascal had nothing. That was not the case. Pascal Maynard evens things up now at 2 games apiece, and we're going to get, well, our first game 5 of the day.
Switched back to 3 out of 5, straight to game 5. Luis did change his sideboarding on the play, by the way. We get the word back from our spotter on the floor. He does have the Chalices back in his deck when he's playing first, and took out Simian Spirit Guides for them. So Spirit Guides in the board, Chalices in the main on the play is Luis's plan.
That makes sense. I was on the receiving end of a Chalice for 0 on turn 1 at the Pro Tour. It wasn't pretty.
It sounds kind of insane in this matchup. But maybe part of the reason Luis was mulliganing so aggressively in that game 4. Just knows he's got this Chalice for 0 bomb available to him.
It's also a bit of a gamble. Against some affinity hands, it doesn't do anything, of course. But yeah, sometimes you keep an affinity hand with, say, a Memnite, an Ornithopter, and a Mox Opal, and it would be super explosive, incredibly good, and then suddenly, oh, well, I guess all of these cards will be countered.
The Simian Spirit Guide is interesting, too. I mean, I think a lot of the reason that's in the deck is so that you can play Chalice on the 1 as soon as possible. But in this matchup on the play, you don't want to play Chalice 1. You want to play Chalice 0.
Why don't we take a look at the bigger picture on LSV's sideboard here. Randy, you were mentioning what his plan ended up being here, but we can take a look at what this board looks like. I know a lot of you at home are interested in this list that the Channel Fireball and face-to-face teams have come up with. And then this is it. Here's the sideboard now.
Yeah, so for this matchup, Warping Whale comes in, 3 Gut Shots come in, Ratchet Bomb comes in. He's been doing that consistently. Oh, Pithing Needle he changed up as well. I didn't even notice that. On the draw, he was bringing in Pithing Needle, but here on the play, he did not apparently bring in the Pithing Needles. On the draw, he took out 4 Chalices, 2 Spell Skites, and a Matter Reshaper. On the play, he took out 4 Spirit Guides, a Matter Reshaper, and a Spell Skite, and 1 Spell Skite.
Let's take a look at Pascal's sideboard here as well. Frank, maybe you have some thoughts on what Pascal's brought to the table here.
Yeah, he's definitely boarding in the Ancient Grudges. I actually played against Matt Nest, who also played the colorless Eldrazi deck during the Pro Tour, where I didn't board in the Ancient Grudges because I just didn't know how many artifacts would be in his deck. But looking at the deck list, and Pascal does have access to the deck list in the top 8, it is going to be good enough to take out Chalice of the Void, even Blinkmont Nexus, and so on. Pascal also has a couple of weak cards in the deck, such as Stubborn Denial, that he would be happy to replace, so that works out.
Yeah, that 2-for-2 swap is what he did for games 2 and 3.
No, the Gut Shot could also be okay to like take out an Eldrazi Mimic or a Blinkmont Nexus. It's not great, but
he has in fact brought that in now, and he's brought in 2 Thoughtseizes as well, taking out the Welding Jars.
Yeah, the Welding Jars don't really do that much. They don't protect you from much against the Eldrazi deck. Whereas Thoughtseize, if you can take out, say, a Thought-Knot Seer or a Reality Smasher, sometime early you can stave off the attacks.
So Luis has kept 7. Pascal is mulliganing. Going down to 6 right now. Luis is 7, by the way. Pretty good. Does have a certain XX casting cost card in it. Along with a Pithing Needle.
And the Dismember, so a lot of interaction. That's definitely what you need against the Affinity deck.
And his mana includes a 2-mana land. There's an Eldrazi Temple. Yeah, hand looks great. I mean, he only has 3 mana. Like, he's going to have to draw mana before he can get to Thought-Knot Seer Reality Smasher. But so much disruption coming out of the gate.
And then to back it up, he has a Thought-Knot Seer and a Reality Smasher to just put on a lot of pressure. So that looks like a perfect mix of cards for Luis.
Really does.
All right, so Luis Scott Vargas is ready to rumble here.
Pascal's going to keep 6.
And Pascal, I believe, is keeping 6. Yes, he is in fact resolving a scry right now.
So how many zeros are in there?
I see definitely a Memnite in there. Also some lands and a Cranial Plating, so definitely a keep for Pascal. He cannot be unhappy with that on 6 cards.
All right, he's put the card back on top as well. So let's get in to Game 5 of our quarterfinal match here. Luis Scott Vargas versus Pascal Maynard. Who is going to advance to the semis, and who's going to have to go home saying, hey, at least I got that top 8. Chalice of the Void for 0 kicks things off for Luis Scott Vargas. Darksteel Citadel for Pascal Maynard. And Luis is going to waste no time getting on the board here. He's going to play an Endless One for 3 here on the second turn of the game before passing the turn back to Maynard.
The card that Pascal scried to the top after his mulligan was an Ancient Grudge.
And you can see why. Ancient Grudge right now going to take out the Chalice and open up a Memnite, though that was it currently. So pass the turn back to Luis, who is going to start crunching in with this Endless One. And if he's found a land here, he can start getting some real business going, but he hasn't yet.
Has not found a land.
This could be the story of this game from Luis's standpoint. If he can find a land here, he's going to start casting Thought-Knot Seers and pretty soon Reality Smashers. But if he can't, he's going to give Pascal the window to get back in this game. Right now, Pascal's only sitting on 2 lands and a Memnite.
Pascal also drew a Thoughtseize, so he has a choice to make this turn. He could either just play land, cast Master of Ethereum, and try to present a fast clock, or he could play Thoughtseize first, potentially take out the Dismember that Luis actually has in hand to answer the Master of Ethereum, and then, well, I don't know, a Cranial Plating afterwards. If Pascal goes for the Thoughtseize play this turn, I think that will work out better for him, given that Luis has a Dismember to deal with the Master of Ethereum. But yeah, on the other hand, you also want to be able to present a fast clock here, because if you just don't add a creature to the board here, and Luis untaps and plays, say, a Thought-Knot Seer, you get pretty far behind in a race. So a tough spot for Pascal here.
Looks like he's decided on the Thoughtseize here, Frank, and he's going to get a chance to look at this nice hand that Luis Scott Vargas has. A bunch of cards kind of stuck there. He's got that Pithing Needle, the Dismember, and then the 2 creatures we mentioned earlier.
Pascal certainly does not care about the Pithing Needle, because he still has Ancient Grudge in the graveyard to deal with it. But I would expect him to take the Dismember here, and then cross his fingers and hope that Luis doesn't draw another land for the next 2 turns or so.
And the point being here to try to set up that Master of Ethereum to protect it.
Yes, because currently the Master won't be big enough to survive Dismember, but in 1 or 2 turns or so, it can easily tower over the board, basically block all of Luis's creatures, while pumping the rest. I think it will be a key card to have access to in this game. On the other hand, if he just leaves the Thought-Knot Seer in Luis's hand, and Luis draws a land, yeah, then you also lose the Master that way.
Yes, this is a tough spot for Maynard. He's thinking through his options. This is a Thoughtseize that's being resolved right now. It's also cost Maynard another 2 life. And remember, that 3/3 is going to keep rumbling here as well.
Pascal may also be thinking, okay, if I take the Thought-Knot Seer, alright, then Luis keeps hitting for 5, that's okay. Then on the next turn, maybe I can start racing. No, he doesn't in the end take the Dismember.
Yeah, he took the Dismember and then played a Cranial Plating, and he just has to pass the turn back here. This is a big draw step for Luis. He finds a land, and that gives him the Thought-Knot Seer. He's going to take away the Master of Ethereum. He's also going to turn his Eldrazi Mimic into a 4/4 and attack with both creatures for 7 damage here. That was huge for Luis Scott Vargas.
Absolutely a game-changing draw. Pascal's really hoping there would not be a land on top there, but this is just perfect for Luis. Add a creature to the board, increase the power of the Eldrazi Mimic, and take out the Master of Ethereum.
Oh, what a brutal swing.
Yep.
Now Luis is another land away from playing Reality Smasher here next turn.
If it weren't for that Blinkmont Nexus, Pascal might be able to like go for a 2-turn poison kill by animating the Inkmont Nexus, equipping the plating, crashing in for 5 poison, and then doing the same on the next turn. But yeah, Luis would have a Blinkmont Nexus to block with. Although Pascal does have an Ancient Grudge, which can kill it. But he also knows that Luis has the Pithing Needle, which can easily go onto, well, either Nexus or plating.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Pascal cannot deal with both the Pithing Needle and the blocking Inkmont Nexus.
Wow, this has been a really tight game. Pascal had to mulligan this game, but he did keep a 6-card hand and scry to the top. Luis had a great opener that needed another land to get over the hump, and right in time found it.
So given that Pascal probably cannot set up a 2-turn poison kill, maybe he has to play defensively, equip the plating to his Mem Knight, try to block the Thought-Knot Seer, stave off the bleeding a bit, and potentially draw a card when the Thought-Knot Seer dies.
All right, he's going to play a Vault Scourge and equip the plating to that defensively here and try to set up a scenario where he can stem the bleeding. Luis draws his card for the turn, has not played a land yet. He's going over his options. Looks like it was a Matter Reshaper off the top for Scott Vargas.
So no Reality Smasher this turn.
That's right.
But he can play the Matter Reshaper and the Pithing Needle. Just has to decide how he wants to attack. And that Pithing Needle obviously gets better if Cranial Plating is unattached for some reason. May actually want to get in combat with a Vault Scourge here.
I don't think Luis wants to be attacking with Thought-Knot Seer here. Luis is in a good position in the game, but if he gives Pascal free cards, he might suddenly get into a losing position. So what if Luis just casts the Matter Reshaper, turning the Mimic into a 3-2, and then just attack with the Endless One and the Eldrazi Mimic?
Sure.
In that case, Pascal probably wouldn't even block, just take the damage, and then start attacking back with the Vault Scourge, which is also not great.
Luis decides to attack with all 3 creatures, including the Thought-Knot Seer, so everybody into the red zone.
I mean, Pascal is at 8.
This is a lethal attack. Yeah, Pascal is. He must block something
That's
here.
the obvious block, though. I think Pascal is happy to trade for Thought-Knot Seer and get the card, like Frank was saying.
He's also going to gain some life here in the exchange, thanks to that Vault Scourge.
Yeah, Luis won't be happy to give Pascal a free card here, but, well, at least he keeps other creatures around. And this forced to block by the Vault Scourge, which, if it would have stayed on the battlefield, could somehow provide enough lifelink for Pascal to win the race.
Yeah, so that doesn't happen here as the Vault Scourge hits the graveyard, though that did gain Pascal a good amount of life. You also saw good sequencing there from Pascal. He activated his Ink Moth there just to get 1 extra life. But immediately follow-up play there from Luis Scott Vargas is going to be Pithing Needle, naming Cranial Plating, which is going to force Pascal to use that Ancient Grudge out of his graveyard to take down the Needle and give himself access. And he has another Vault Scourge here. He's going to equip that up as well. Is this Pascal Maynard scrapping back into this game here? Luis has a pair of Reality Smashers in hand, and he's a mana short off of casting them right now. You got to figure if he can find a land next turn that he can just start winning this race pretty easily with the big 5/5 tramplers with haste.
Yes.
But he couldn't get it this turn. He's got 2 of them in hand, though.
Yeah, so now he's got to figure out, okay, how much do I want to attack with? He's not going to attack with the Mimic because he doesn't want to trade it for Mem Knight. He offers up a pair of 3-power creatures that Pascal can trade his Vault Scourge for.
Yeah, Luis did not want to attack with his Mutavault there.
That was the one I was wondering about.
Yeah, given the pair of Reality Smashers in hand, if he had
Can't
attacked
afford
with,
to lose the land.
Yeah, if he would have attacked with the Mutavault, it's quite likely that Pascal would just trade his Vault Scourge for that, and then Luis may be in a poor position if he ends up drawing some other big expensive cards. So this is a kind of a safe play. Seems fine.
See if Pascal wants to block Endless One or not. This is 6 damage. Could put Pascal down to 2. Notably out of gut shot range. And set up Pascal to make a big attack next turn and gain a bunch of life. If he loses his Vault Scourge here, it does take away his ability to gain life going forward.
I don't think he can go to 2, though. I think Pascal has to make this block, make this trade.
He does indeed. So Pascal's going to trade off the Vault Scourge there for the Endless One, which actually gains him 2 life in the exchange, even though he took 3 from the Matter Reshaper. And let's see what Pascal has for this turn. This is a big turn for him. Every turn counts down the stretch here as Luis is just looking to find a land and start playing Reality Smashers back to back here. So far, Pascal has been able to generate no forward momentum as far as offense goes. He has not attacked yet. But he has mitigated some of what Luis is doing with that Ancient Grudge.
If Pascal can correctly identify the contents of Luis's hand, and he might be able to, given that, well, if Luis would not have double Reality Smasher in hand, he probably would play something, then it definitely makes sense to present a big poison attack here. Essentially forcing Luis's hand. It wouldn't be lethal yet, but Luis may still have to trade with his Blinkmont Nexus, thereby shunting his mana base and moving him further away from casting Reality Smashers. Then after combat you can just equip the plating to Memnite to be able to block whatever creatures Luis might be attacking with.
Right, it was a Springleaf Drum, and yeah, Luis has none of it. He does not want to sit there and take 6 poison, so he is going to go ahead and trade off, and now he's more lands away from those Reality Smashers, and he actually found one. I think that was a Mutavault off the top for Luis, so nice play there for Pascal to figure out what Luis was doing and that he had cards stuck in his hand that he can't cast. There's not that many that Luis can't cast with the 4 mana that he had, and he set Luis Scott Vargas back. Though as it sits, Luis is ahead in the damage race and can just start crunching in and even just trading cards off for Memnites here.
Yeah, by fending off that poison threat, Luis bought himself several turns.
Yeah.
Didn't get to play Reality Smasher this turn, but yeah, Pascal's out of creatures now.
And there we go. There's that Mutavault. So again, Luis is in a scenario where he wants to find a land on top of his library, and if he does, Reality Smashers are going to end this game very quickly. In fact, if Pascal hasn't found a creature here, it could end the game next turn, and he didn't. He found a Glimmer Void.
I mean, the thing is, even if Luis doesn't find creatures,
yeah,
he can win this race
easily. Is this a land for Luis?
Wait, is Pascal at 7?
Yes. He just took 3 last turn. Now he's at 4. Luis does not activate Mutavault because he wants to cast a second Matter Reshaper, and this could be it. What does Pascal find off the top of his library here? That's lethal on board for Luis Scott Vargas. He's going to be able to present 3 creatures. It looks like it was a Steel Overseer, but that's not enough. Wow. Luis finds Eye of Ugin, plays Smasher, attacks with all 3, and puts himself into the semifinals. Pascal Maynard, great match there. Took Luis all the way to Game 5, but Luis Scott Vargas is our second semifinalist of the day. We have JC Tao and LSV moving on to the semis here. Ooh, that's just a taste of what we're going to be bringing you guys today, by the way. This is going to be a very intense day. This whole entire Pro Tour has had a real kind of dramatic air to it. For those of you that were with us on Friday and Saturday, you'll know what I was talking about. There was just a lot of sweet top decks and, near heartbreak and that kind of stuff. So really great stuff here from Atlanta. And again, we've got Luis Scott Vargas and JC Tao moving in. Now, to kind of map out the rest of the day, we've got 2 more quarterfinals to cover. That's Andrew Brown and Patrick Dickmann and Yvonne Flock and Frank Lepore that we're going to be bringing you next. And then, of course, we'll continue with the semis and the finals. All right, so that's going to do it for our first little segment today. Let's head back to Richard Hagan at the news desk.
Thanks very much to Marshall, Frank and Randy there. I've been joined at the news desk by Brian David, Marshall Pro Tour historian, and Matej Big Z Zadeltai, Gold Level Pro, in the trenches this weekend at the Pro Tour. So there we are, gentlemen. First two of our four quarterfinals in the books. And if we take a look at our bracket, for those of you just joining us, welcome along. 10:30 in the morning here in Atlanta, Georgia. We began with Shuhei Nakamura of Japan, the top seed. He finished on 40 points in the Swiss yesterday, playing colorless Eldrazi against United States Zhazhen Tao, playing blue-red Eldrazi. Matej, what happened in that one?
JC Tao took the match 3-1 using very convincing colored Eldrazi to his advantage. Drowner of Hope being the prime one that really took the games home for JC, and he did really well. Shuhei did get a little unlucky with a couple of the draws, but overall JC's deck we felt was favored, and he proved that.
Yeah, Eldrazi Obligator sealed the match for JC Tao there. He was able to steal a giant creature and smash in for a huge win.
Yeah, and interesting to see, we saw in the deciding game 2 Eldrazi Mimics just straight out of the gates. That's the kind of start we expect from an affinity deck, but here we were. It's affinity for colorless, isn't it, these decks?
That sound backstage is Shuhei kicking bottles away.
I don't think it is. And BDM, let's talk for a moment about Shuhei Nakamura, because he was here in his 6th Pro Tour top 8, and the fact that in the end the quarterfinal itself wasn't that competitive shouldn't shy away from what a phenomenal achievement that is.
So we talked about the sigh that Luis Scott Vargas had when he made the top 8. It was drowned out by the sigh from Shuhei Nakamura. It's been 8 years since he made a Pro Tour top 8. He's had a lot of top 6. He's had multiple top 16s. I think 2 top 16s, maybe 3 top 25, somewhere in that neighborhood, finishes along the way. But as he pointed out himself, he's like, I was getting really worried there because I had a multiple year stretch where I barely got beyond the 3 pro point gift bag, that they hand you for showing up at the Pro Tour. He's
right.
like, I didn't do well on the Pro Tour for a couple of years.
He's a silver pro right now, notionally. But of course, he's in the Hall of Fame, which means he can come to every Pro Tour he wants ever, which is great. And it's not that big a surprise. We were in Vancouver last week, and he played for the top 8 there. He was really in good form for sure. If he had won that last round, he would have tied Olivier Ruel for the all-time record.
28 Grand Prix top 8s, and would have been in a position to break a deadlock with Yuya Watanabe and Kai Bude for 7. All 3 of them have 7 Grand Prix wins.
Grand Prix titles, right?
And he would have been able to break. Next time he wins a GP, and we know he'll win another GP. It's just a matter of time for him. He'll set the record.
All right, so great stuff. But Shuhei Nakamura is done, the 6-time Pro Tour top 8 man, and in his first Pro Tour top 8, Zhazhen Tao of the United States advances with blue-red Eldrazi. So who would he face in the semi-finals? Well, the answer to that, they played quarterfinal 2 simultaneously. We had Luis Scott Vargas, the number 4 seed with colorless Eldrazi, up against Pascal Menard of Canada with Affinity. And Shuhei's deck, card for card, the same as Luis's. They're on the same team, tested together, 75 cards matched up. So, BDM, what happened in colorless Eldrazi versus Affinity?
Well, this looked like it was going to be a blowout for Luis Scott Vargas. He took the first 2 games very quick, convincing fashion, but then Pascal clawed his way back. We got to a 5th game, and it really went back and forth there for a while. And there were a couple of different lines Pascal could have taken, maybe tried to go for the Infect win, but instead, kind of lightning helixed a couple creatures with cranial plating and his Vault Scourge. Got to a place where maybe he could start to try to claw back, but Luis finally drew the lands he needed and was able to reality smash in Game 5 to advance to the finals to face JC Tao.
Yeah, in the end, Matej land was very important because we saw in Game 4, Luis had to mulligan all the way to 4, and that's what allowed really a Game 5 to take place. And at the end there, it was all about, he was short a land, then a land got blown up, then he was short a land again, and then there was that window where a land off the top would absolutely seal the deal, and that's what happened.
Yeah, it was very interesting because since Pascal played the Thoughtseize in that game as well, he knew about all the cards, so he had to take a guess. Is Luis going to draw a land or is he not going to draw a land?
Right.
In the end, it didn't turn out that well for him, but I think Pascal played the whole match really well.
Yeah, I
He
agree.
got into spots that other players wouldn't have gotten into, and I'm pretty sure he's going to go home happy with his first Pro Tour top 8 anyway.
Well, let's take another look at the bracket if we can, because both those top 2 quarterfinals featured Team Channel Fireball with Shuhei Nakamura and Luis Scott Vargas up against the team of East-West Bowl, Brian David Marshall.
Rich, I'm getting flashbacks to Worlds 2011 here when Junya Ianaga, my nemesis, managed to make his way through the bracket to become the world champion, taking down Channel Fireball member after Channel Fireball member after Channel Fireball member. And you know what? We're on pace. We have the possibility here of JC Tao being able to eliminate 3 Channel Fireball face-to-face game members in 3 straight steps along the way here. You know, Shuhei Nakamura in the quarterfinals. You have Luis Scott Vargas in the semifinals, and it's possible that even Flock could reach the finals in the other bracket, and you know that could be 3 straight matchups against this colorless Eldrazi deck, which, you know, it looks like JC Tao matches up against very favorably.
I would also say it would be also an amazing achievement if JC Tao could face Andrew Brown of the same team, of the same deck in the finals, because there's also another possibility. And what a way to enter the pro scene. That would be for the East-West Bowl team.
That's true. Even Flock already has to get past that deck once in the semis if it matches up that way.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, so let's look at the brackets. Let's bring you the storylines. We've got 2 semi-finalists. They'll be back this afternoon. JC Tao and Luis Scott Vargas will go at it in semi-final 1. But now let's turn our attention to quarterfinals 3 and 4. And we begin with the number 3 seed, Andrew Brown, on the blue-red Eldrazi deck. There you see Andrew Brown. He's 23 years old, already got 40 lifetime pro points. A handful of those come from being the champion of Grand Prix Denver in 2015. But although this is his first Pro Tour top 8, 3 out of his 4 Pro Tours have been terrific. 11 4-1, 10-6. Now the top 8, only 1 miss in 4 attempts. This is someone who really does belong on the big stage. And why don't we take a look at his list? If you weren't with us for our first 2 quarterfinals, you will not have seen this deck in action yet. So Matej, talk us through, if you would, this new blue-red Eldrazi deck.
Yeah, so unlike the version of Channel Fireball and Face to Face, it is based on the blue and red colors, so it can take advantage of some of the other Eldrazi that are available in blue and red, such as Drowner of Hope, Eldrazi Obligator, and Eldrazi Skyspawner, as well as Vile Aggregate, some of the more surprising cards that we've seen this weekend, and just overall, add to that the good colorless Eldrazi, and you have a really solid deck, and it's been performing very well this weekend.
If there is a card on that list that you are most surprised to see making it to the top 8 of a Pro Tour, what would it be?
We actually had this discussion during the quarterfinals as they were being played, because I said Vile Aggregate, but a couple of other people said, oh, Eldrazi Skyspawner, and then no, Eldrazi Obligator is the most surprising card.
Yeah, everyone had a different card that they were surprised by, but Vile Aggregate has been compared favorably to Tarmogoyf.
Yeah.
They're like, I had a bigger creature than my opponent. My opponent had a Tarmogoyf. I had Vile Aggregate. He couldn't attack me. You know.
Yeah, extraordinary stuff. All right, so that's Andrew Brown playing a blue-red Eldrazi. On the other side of his quarterfinal matchup, here is Patrick Dickman of Germany. Now, we've put the Affinity Aficionados. That's a kind of unofficial team, we might say. We'll get BDM to talk about that in a moment. 26 years old, Patrick Dickman. Closing in, he'll be over 100 lifetime pro points by the end of this event. It's his second Pro Tour top 8. The other one was in Modern. And you know, a lot of people, BDM, they say when we talk about someone as a Modern master, are we being disrespectful to them because they're just great players? And you know, maybe we shouldn't talk about them in a Modern context, but I see it more as, yes, of course he's a great player, but he's maybe one of the 2 or 3 best players on earth in this particular format.
And seems to really enjoy playing Modern, seems to enjoy thinking about Modern. This is not someone who ended up on Affinity because, oh, well, I'll just play Affinity, right? Like, you've certainly heard that discussion when you're talking about playtesting, right, Matej? Like, people are just like, oh, I don't know what to do, I'll play Affinity. Patrick Dickman knew he was going to play Affinity before Splinter Twin was even banned, despite the fact that his last top 8 came with Splinter Twin. So he's someone who really enjoys playing Modern and knows the format thoroughly. And I think, we've seen that this is a format that does continually put certain players forward, Li Shiqian being another example.
Well, why don't we take a look at his deck list? He is playing Affinity, as BDM mentioned, and here you see this is pretty straightforward stuff. These are some of the greatest hits that we've seen down the modern years. Arcbound Ravager, we've been playing with, right since the dawn of the modern format. We've already seen one Affinity list go down to Eldrazi, but that was Luis's colorless version. Matej, what's your sense of how Dickman's Affinity might fare against the blue-red Eldrazi of Andrew Brown?
I think I talked to both Patrick and Andrew Brown, and it feels like game one should be in Affinity's favor. However, the sideboard Hercules recalls from Andrew Brown will be very, very key, and I think it's not going to go in favor of Patrick Dickman.
He also has sideboard chalices on the play, so that's kind of interesting as well.
All right, so that's Andrew Brown against Patrick Dickman. And then at the same time, and this is what we're going to start with for you, we have Even Flock against Frank Lepore. So let's take a look at our fourth quarterfinal matchup, and we'll take a look, if we can, at Even Flock of Slovakia. From Team Face-to-Face Games, the 30-year-old in his third Pro Tour Top 8. He is, of course, a Platinum Pro. And as you see, in addition to being a Team World Champion and a Grand Prix Champion, well, he has the whole suite. He's a Pro Tour Champion from Magic 2015. Now, Matej, I'm from England, BDM's from America. Where are you from, Matej?
That flag seems kind of familiar.
Kind of familiar.
I'm from Slovakia as well.
All right. So you know Even better than almost anyone. Tell us what it means to him to be back here on the Sunday stage.
He did have a very good run with the Pro Tour win in Portland, and then another top 8 in Honolulu, back-to-back, great success. He's been not maybe focusing that much on Magic with other life issues, but like for this Pro Tour, he did a very important step, I think, in his evolution. He left Team Cabin Crew to join Face-to-Face Games, and I think the testing with that team really helped him to achieve the top 8 again.
Do you think even someone who would settle into like a deck preference, like we always think of him as a control player, is he someone who would sort of default to a deck that he feels like is his personal style, and maybe switching teams lets him now play the best team deck as opposed to like making his his version of control for a format, or is that not something that happens in modern?
No, I think Ivan is always going to try to play the best deck that is available, no matter the style, and he always leans on good teammates to help him choose the right deck. Before his successes before all came through with the help of Stanislav Civka, his best friend, who is now not playing at Magic anymore, but he has now the new teammates that have really helped him to choose the right deck. And he went 9 wins and a draw. I mean, almost can't get better than that, right?
Extraordinary. Now, let's take a look at Even's deck for you. This is the colorless Eldrazi deck shared by Shuhei Nakamura and Luis Scott Vargas. So we've talked about it. You're going to get familiar with it as the day goes on. The Mimic, the Endless One, Matter Reshaper, Reality Smasher, 4 of almost everything. You look, and the only 2s are split between Spellskite and Ratchet Bomb. Everything else just as full-on maxed out as you can get amongst the spells. And then all those very powerful lands, Blinkmoth Nexus, Temple, Eye of Ugin. And watch out for those Ghost Quarters. They do a lot of things in this top 8, for sure. So that's Even Flock, and he is up against Frank Lepore. Let's take a look at Frank's profile in Magic, a real community builder and leader, 33 years old, and you see 6 lifetime pro points. This, astonishingly, is Frank's first Pro Tour, and he's made it to the top 8 at the first attempt, courtesy of that Grand Prix top 8. And you see, he did fantastically in Draft, one of our true limited masters at this Pro Tour. And if we take a look at his deck now, you'll see this is the third phase of the Eldrazi. We've seen pure colorless, we've seen blue-red. BDM, what's going on with Frank Lepore's processor Eldrazi deck?
Well, you know what? He is really looking to exile cards from his opponent's graveyard with Relic of Progenitus and Scrabbling Claws, and then take advantage of that with Blight Herder, looking to take advantage of that with Wasteland Strangler, and really get some extra, we see that there's not a lot of room for spells in these decks, so like having these creatures that also function as spells.
I think a very good thing for Frank to have in his deck is the 4 Drowner of Hope, especially alongside Blight Herder, that we already saw the Drowners do really good work against the other decks. So I think Frank might have a slight edge in this matchup.
Right, the other Drowner of Hope decks run a little Scion Light, where this has more. Also, I'm interested in seeing if Worldbreaker can take out a key, like, fast mana piece in a mirror match.
Well, I have to say, if nerves play a part, I fully expect Frank Laporte to win this, because even though Even is super smooth, Frank survived yesterday with amazing grace and dignity under the fiercest of pressure, from 11-1 to 11-4, 12-4, and made it in. He's in, and he's in no mood to stop now. It's time for the second set of quarterfinals here at Pro Tour Oath of the Gatewatch.
Hello and welcome to the second set of semi-finals, quarterfinals, here at Pro Tour Oath of the Gatewatch. I'm Tim Willoughby, joined by Frank Carson, who you've heard already today, and Ian Duke from R&D. The players are ready. On the face of things, the matchups sound kind of similar, but there's lots of points of interaction that we're going to cover for you in the next hour or two as these 4 players try and make it into the semi-finals here at Pro Tour Oath of the Gatewatch. Hello and welcome to the second set of quarterfinals here at Pro Tour Oath of the Gatewatch. We can see our 4 players, Andrew Brown, Patrick Dickman, Frank Laporte and Ivan Floch, eagerly waiting to get their matches started. We're going to be kicking things off with the 2 guys on the right of your screen there. First up, we have Frank Laporte. This is Frank's very first Pro Tour, but he's had a fantastic performance. Snuck in at number 7 in this top 8 with his Processor Eldrazi deck, we're calling it. This is, well, technically blue, black and green Eldrazi in there, but it's the deck of the Eldrazi decks in the top 8 most able to leverage cards from the Exile Zone. On the other side of things, this is Ivan Floch. He's no stranger to the top 8 area of a Pro Tour. He's on colorless Eldrazi, and he has been playing this matchup frantically all morning, trying to get a feel for the best way around it. Any initial predictions as to how you think it's going to go, you two with me in the feature match area? Frank Carsten?
I think Frank is slightly favored. I mean, also like Frank's. But his deck contains Drowner of Hope, which is a huge card in this matchup. We already saw that in the first quarterfinals. And Ivan's deck, at least in game 1, has a couple of weak cards, such as Chalice of the Void, that don't really help much in the matchup.
Yeah, I generally agree. I think Frank Laporte is a slight favorite here.
And we see there that Chalice of the Void, for one, does come down for Ivan Floch on his second turn. There's already a Relic of Progenesis in play. That one of the relatively small number of 1-cost spells that the Chalice of the Void is going to be able to stop. The interesting thing on both sides, though, is how many lands that come into play that are going to be able to tap for 2 mana. That a very big deal in this matchup, as everyone wants to get Eldrazi in play first. Right now, Ivan Floch a little bit ahead on that count. We see there 2 copies of Reality Smasher in hand for Floch. One of the things that I spotted, I was speaking to Floch a little bit about his testing before he came down. He really needs to be the aggressor in this matchup. Once the likes of Drowner of Hope come into play, he's not necessarily going to be able to get as many hits in. And Ivan, not necessarily known for being typically your aggro player.
Now, he won a Pro Tour with a blue-white control deck, which was as slow and control-ish as it could get. But Ivan had also been playing some aggressive decks back in the day, so he's no stranger to this either.
So there, Mattery Shaper coming from Frank Laporte. A relatively slow start for both of these decks, but that slow start very much mitigated as now the first big threat of the game comes down. Reality Smasher smashing in. Frank Laporte going to 14 here.
Yeah, unfortunately for Floch, it looks like Frank Laporte has 2 copies of Drowner of Hope in his hand, and I believe he's going to start deploying those this turn. or potentially could. Drowner of Hope being one of the key cards that answers Reality Smasher out of the opposing deck.
Yeah, Eye of Ugin, essentially tapping for 3 mana total here, thanks to the Urborg.
And here comes the first Drowner of Hope. We know there's another copy of Drowner of Hope available to Frank Laporte, and that really going to put the brakes on the attacks from Ivan Floch, not able to get through with the Reality Smashers, and those Scions immediately tapping them down here so that there's not the first big swing from Floch. That potentially also signaling to Floch that there might be more Drowner of Hopes coming.
Yeah, if Frank would not have another Drowner of Hope in hand, he may have been inclined to just trade his Drowner for a Reality Smasher and keep the Scions around. But thanks to that second Drowner of Hope, he can really sculpt the damage race in his favor this way, with some well-timed taps.
Now, a couple of copies of Eldrazi Mimic alongside Reality Smasher in Floch's hand means that he may be able to mount an offense that's big enough to even to deal with the going wide that Frank Laporte's doing here. 3 Reality Smashers going on now, though.
Yeah, when Ivan moves to attacks, Frank might just say, well, that's okay, you can attack. If Ivan would attack with all 3 Reality Smashers, Frank can just block 1 with his Drowner of Hope and then has a lethal swing back. If Ivan attacks with 1 Reality Smasher or 2, then Frank can take the damage and then tap down the remaining Reality Smashers with his Scions and still have a lethal swing back. So Ivan actually did not have a favorable attack here. Ivan has to play defense for the time being.
And defense not necessarily where the colorless Eldrazi deck likes to be. Frank Laporte potentially better able to flood out with creatures on the board. At the moment, Relic of Progenitus not able to get anything to exile simply because there's not been anything going into the graveyard yet for Ivan Floch. Processing not necessarily something that we're going to see a lot of from Laporte, at least in the early game. And that Blight Herder at the moment, simply a 4/5 that he gets to cast for. It says 5 in the corner, but he's not going to be tapping 5 lands.
So Frank could tap down, say, 2 Reality Smashers, attack with all of his creatures. In that case, Ivan would be forced to trade 1 of his Reality Smashers for a Drowner of Hope and fall to 1 life. Ivan would not be able to attack Frank for lethal on the swing back because 1 of his Reality Smashers would die in the process. That might be reasonable.
Yeah, it certainly looks reasonable. The danger with that play is if Ivan has a couple cheap creatures and he also has his Blinkmoth Nexus, he can start presenting some chump blockers on following turns, and none of Frank's creatures have trample.
And it looks like that the play.
Right now, Ivan only has 1 card in exile, so the Blight Herder won't be active, right?
That's correct, but I guess now the Ghost Quarter has put a 2nd card in the graveyard, meaning that soon enough that may change. Frank does cash in his...
The little scene use of Ghost Quarter, just putting a card into the graveyard so that it can go into exile for the Blight Herder. Nice.
It did turn Eldrazi Temple into a waste, but in this case, that not the operative feature. It sounds like we've had some nice synchronized magic going on. Patrick Dickman won his first game against Andrew Brown over on our other table. Affinity getting the kind of draw that it needed to be able to go a game up against Andrew Brown. Now, I spoke to Andrew Brown a little bit last night, Frank. He was excited about the opportunity to deploy his copies of Hercule's Recall in the sideboarded games of this best-of-5 matchup against Patrick Dickman. How big a deal is Hercule's Recall against the Affinity deck?
It is not unbeatable for the Affinity deck, but it is certainly very good. The card allows you to swing a damage raise hugely in your favor. If you already have a few creatures attacking, then you can stunt the Affinity deck's development considerably by just bouncing all of their permanents. If you don't have pressure to back it up with, well, the Affinity deck can just redeploy their entire hand pretty quickly.
Well, we'll get a chance to see how that plays out soon enough. We'll be back with more Magic very shortly, but first, these messages.
Take the oath. Retake the world. Oath of the Gatewatch is now available on Magic Online. Explore the new set by signing up for Magic Online at mtgo.com. Friday Night Magic has expanded to include all formats. Get ready for Commander, Legacy, or even Conspiracy drafts. Check out your local store for details and share your FNM stories by using the hashtag MTGFNM. Visit magic.wizards.com/FNM for more information.
Hello and welcome back to this, our second set of quarterfinals here from Pro Tour Oath of the Gatewatch. The scores currently as they stand. Patrick Dickman's Affinity deck a game up against Andrew Brown's Blue-Red Eldrazi. And for Frank Lepore with his Processor Eldrazi, he's up a game against Pro Tour winner Ivan Floch, continuing to live the dream at his very first Pro Tour. We're going to get a chance to see a little bit more of the Blue-Red Eldrazi matchup. That Andrew Brown, he is up against Patrick Dickman. Andrew Brown, a little bit of experience on the Pro Tour, but not necessarily the same as this man here, who's already got a Pro Tour top 8 in Modern. Not quite this Modern format, not so many Eldrazi running around last time. Patrick Dickman, for a long time associated with the Splinter Twin deck. It's a deck that he won a GP with, he top 8'd a Pro Tour with, but he's also no slouch with Affinity, and he was actually saying to me that over the course of this tournament, he feels like he has leveled up his Affinity play just in the rounds that he's played over the course of this Pro Tour.
Yeah, Dickman is truly a Modern master. His Modern record in the Swiss rounds was, I believe, 9 wins and a draw. He was never defeated in the Modern rounds yet. And I think his experience, even with other decks like Splinter Twin, may have still been beneficial because he really knows what his opponents are doing, right? If Patrick would play against, say, a turn 1 Glistener Elf, well, he's played against such a deck quite often with the Splinter Twin deck, so he knows what those decks are doing. He knows the key interactions, what to watch out for. That also carries over to Affinity.
Yeah, I think that that's the key to what a Modern Master really is. There are enough decks in the format that some of it is simply about knowing and understanding what the plans of attack are, the key points of inflection for every given deck, and being able to play around them, regardless of what the 75 are that you've brought to the table.
Mm. And as for this matchup, Patrick was feeling favored. Indeed, a bit scared of the 3 copies of Hercules Recall from the sideboard, and this is a best of 5, so we will play more post-sideboard games than usual. But overall, he felt confident in the ability that his Affinity deck would be able to present a faster clock with evasive damage.
We're going to get a chance, of course, to see soon enough exactly how these players have sideboarded. That's one of the benefits of a Pro Tour Top 8. Our sideline reporter, Marshall Sutcliffe, he will be picking up the sideboards and giving us every detail. The bits that I'm very confident about involve Hercules Recall. The rest of it, I'm sure we'll find out about soon enough as these players just finish up their shuffling for the second game.
Yeah, the thing with Hercules Recall is that, well, you could certainly see it coming. Quite often it will have to be cast on, say, turn 4 or so. Otherwise the Affinity deck will likely win on that turn. So if you can expect it, you can, for instance, not activate your Inkmoth Nexus or your Blinkmoth Nexus beforehand, such that they won't be bounced. Then the opponent will have to play the Recall during combat. Well, you just take everything back, redeploy it post-combat, and you can certainly beat one Hercules Recall as long as it is not backed up with a lot of other good pressure.
It looks like we're seeing a mulligan here from Patrick Dickman. He knows what he's up against. I mean, the other good thing about Pro Tour Top 8s is that these players do have the deck list of their opponent. There are no big surprises here. And I think that for Andrew Brown, for much of this tournament, he probably was experiencing a little bit of benefit from having brought a deck to the table that isn't necessarily sporting the sorts of cards that many players have tested against. A lot of these cards, I think, are cards that perhaps people had seen in Limited, but hadn't necessarily appreciated quite how powerful they could be in this Modern format.
Yeah, I can really appreciate the innovation that went into this Blue-Red Eldrazi deck, because I think it took quite a stroke of genius to say, okay, we're just gonna move away from Urborg. Sure, the interaction between Urborg and Eye of Ugin is incredible, but there are so many good Eldrazi creatures in red and blue that we're just going to focus on that. It also gave them the surprise value. Like I played against one of these blue-red Eldrazi decks during the Pro Tour, and well, we were having a close game, and then all of a sudden, a Cavern of Souls was tapped for a red mana, and an Eldrazi Obligator came out, tried to steal my Arcbound Ravager, and was, oh, I was not expecting this. So they definitely had the surprise value on their side as well.
We see the 6-card hand. There is a scry, which means that it will be a keeper for Patrick Dickman. That he's on the play, but he's not going to get the first play of the game. It looked like there was a Gemstone Caverns in hand for Brown. I missed track of who was going first there, but an Eldrazi Mimic in turn 1 without having to tap any lands. One of the nice tricks that you can do with your Eye of Ugin, and the Mimic potentially going to end up huge if there's the likes of a Reality Smasher coming soon afterward.
Yeah, it looks like Brown has picked up a copy of Eldrazi Obligator this turn. Seems reasonable just to run it out here and get in a bunch of damage. He does have a copy of Hurkyl's Recall in his hand too, so an aggressive start backed up by Hurkyl's Recall I think is a great path to victory for him.
Yeah, the Obligator not obligated to steal anything, and in this case quite happy to just functionally represent 4 points of damage, changing the Mimic's power and toughness and getting in with haste itself. Whip Flare, a great sideboard card there from Patrick Dickman, able to clear the board, dealing 2 damage to all non-artifact creatures. Even though these Eldrazi, they are colorless, very much not artifacts.
This was a huge play for Dickman. Whip Flare may not be boarded in against some of the colorless Eldrazi decks, but against the creature base of the blue-red one, it's just excellent. And it is actually the perfect card for Dickman in order to potentially beat the Hurkyl's Recall. If Brown would have been allowed to keep on attacking with his creatures, he could have leveraged the time advantage from Hurkyl's Recall into a win. But now Brown doesn't have a huge clock. And that Hurkyl's Recall will just, well, it won't really do all that much if you can't take advantage of the time that you gain with it.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that we know Affinity decks to be explosive, and if Dickman is allowed to get lands into play that are not going to get bounced, then he can explode all the better the second time around when his various of his cards have been bounced. Ruination Guide here, swinging in.
Yeah, it looks like Dickman's taking a pretty defensive posture here with the Spellskite to block. He has a copy of Steel Overseer in his hand, so he might just play a longer game here, try to build up some counters. Of course, we do know that game plan is somewhat vulnerable to Hurkyl's Recall, but with Andrew Brown not having a lot of offense right now, Dickman might be able to play for a longer game here and come out on top.
Looks like Master of Ethereum, the draw there for Dickman on this turn. The Master seems to me like a much more ubiquitous member of the Affinity family in this particular Pro Tour than perhaps it has been in previous ones. Is part of that a response to expectations of lots of Stony Silences, do you think, Frank?
It's largely a combination of expecting a lot of other Affinity or Eldrazi decks, against which Edge Champion, the other typical 3-drop, would not really do much. In addition to that, I wasn't expecting a lot of grindy mid-range decks like Ebzan, against which Edge Champion shines. So we all went with a lot of Master of Ethereums in the main deck, and it certainly worked out for Patrick.
Well, we can see here the board suddenly changed a great deal. Andrew Brown forced to fire off that Hurkyl's Recall, and now Patrick Dickman, at least momentarily, looking relatively quiet on permanents. Let's see how many he can redeploy. First a Springleaf Drum, there's Ducksteel Citadel, here's an Ornithopter. It's a little bit like we're seeing turn 1 all over again, only there was already Nickmoth Nexus in play, so just the 4 permanents played when he started with 1. But Andrew Brown here looks to be being held back a little bit by simply not having drawn any action. Lots of lands in play, and at this point it looks almost like he's going to be able to start activating his Eye of Ugin to search for things.
It was also perfect for Patrick that he had the 2 removal spells. Like if those Whip Flare and Dismember would have been 2 more artifacts, then it is quite likely that Andrew would have been able to leverage that Hurkyl's Recall into a win. But now, yeah, it just didn't really do anything. I mean, it delayed Patrick for a turn, but as you can see, the Affinity deck can rebuild super quickly.
So Andrew Brown, while he's ahead on life here, needs to get something going. Let's see how many lands he's got. He's just 1 mana off being able to start activating Eye of Ugin. What are his best targets to get him back in this game?
Probably like starting with Drowner of Hope, and then potentially an Eldrazi Obligator to swing a damage raise. But against the amount of creatures and big creatures that Patrick is putting out right now, that's still going to be a tall order. Like, Patrick has so many creatures, and Andrew won't be able to tap all of them down.
And now that there's an Arcbound Ravager, presumably there's always the option of saying whichever one you don't tap down is going to be swinging in for a lot.
It's also not like Andrew has a lot of time. He's probably dead on the next turn. This is a lot of damage coming in.
Looks like Andrew did pick up a second copy of Hurkyl's Recall, I do believe, this turn. So we'll see if he goes ahead and deploys that on this attack.
That will help. He might want to wait until Patrick's end of turn, because if he deploys it during the attack, it gives Patrick the option of just replaying Darksteel Citadel and all of his zero-cost artifacts and so on in his second main phase. Right now, sure, Andrew falls to a somewhat low life total, but he's still alive, and he delays Patrick by, say, another turn. So I definitely like doing it at the end of Patrick's turn.
We also see that Patrick Dickman, so many cards in hand all of a sudden that he's going to have to discard a few. A little extra bonus from activating it at the appropriate moment. Down on 5 life is a little scarier, but this seems like the safer play if you actually want to get the W in this game.
So while Patrick is deciding what to discard, we did get some information on how he sideboarded. He took out Memnites and Thoughtcast, 2 copies of each. Cards that are okay, but you can always take some of them out if you're playing Affinity. And he put in Thoughtseize, 2 copies, probably in the hope of snagging Hurkyl's Recall, as well as 1 Dismember, which, well, he put to good use this game, and 1 Edge Champion, which, well, doesn't seem that great in a matchup.
I mean, what did we see from Brown? Are there any other adjustments from him that might explain some of that moving around in?
Not that I can see very readily here. It looks like Brown was just kind of trimming some of his clunkier, more expensive Eldrazi. Took out some Thought Knot Seers, which definitely makes sense. Looks like he trimmed a little bit on Obligators and Drowner of Hopes, which I actually maybe find a little bit surprising. It seems like Drowner of Hope is pretty valuable in this matchup, just tapping down a creature with Cranial Plating or a big Master of Ethereum or something like that. But he may have decided he needs to be a little bit lower to the ground and race this Affinity deck.
As it is, the way that this game has gone, it feels like it's gone kind of long to me. I mean, any time that you get this many lands in play against an Affinity deck, something slightly unusual's happened. Hurkyl's Recall effectively buying turns all over the place. And here's a Chalice of the Void. It looks like it's going to be on 1, that because he knows about all those signal pests. Also, I suppose Springleaf Drum is a big part of the explosiveness of the cards that Patrick Dickman has going on.
But it still leaves Dickman with the Steel Overseer, the Ornithopter, as well as an Arcbound Ravager in his hand, which could potentially set up a lethal attack in the air on the next turn.
We see the Steel Overseer there. It's got a couple of creatures to pump. And they're the first big offensive threat from Andrew Brown pretty much of the game. He gets to get stuck in with his Reality Smasher here. Dickman declining to block. He knows that he's relatively safe from spells from Andrew Brown at this point. Not too much that would be likely to be deployed from Brown that's not already in play.
So if Patrick wants to go for it, he certainly has lethal with Arcbound Ravager. Just play it, activate it, sacrifice a couple more artifacts to it, and then swing in with a 5-power Ornithopter. Now, if he goes for that, then he might lose to, say, a Dismember, but if he doesn't go for it, he might also easily lose to, say, another top-decked Reality Smasher. So it seems like a position where you just have to go for it and hope.
So here comes some attacks. Both of those Ornithopters getting a +1/+1 counter, along with Arcbound Ravager. Darksteel Citadel, no longer needed just for mana. It's fuel for the fire. Arcbound Ravager eating that one. And Dickman explaining exactly what's going on. That enough for Andrew Brown. Patrick Dickman leading 2-0. Great stuff from the German there, showing that just because all of these wibbly-wobbly monsters have shown up does not mean the robots don't have a plan.
Yep, sacrifice the Ravager to itself, modular onto the Ornithopter. It's a play that we've seen since the original Mirrodin block. Still powerful.
And the joy of the way that we're running our quarterfinals here, very little wait time before we get to see a little bit more magic. Jumping back to Frank Lepore versus Ivan Floch. Just to keep you updated, of course, Frank Lepore currently a game up on the draw in this game. Sees an Eldrazi Temple along with Relic of Progenitus, but he's got Eye of Ugin into Eldrazi Mimic on this, the very first turn. Already we can see one of the sideboard cards for Ivan Floch in his hand. That Oblivion Sower potentially able to get an awful lot of lands into play. The likes of Ghost Quarters that can get used pretty liberally can end up in the graveyard, and with Relic of Progenitus already in play for him, once they're in the graveyard they can end up in the Exile Zone, and from the Exile Zone, well, they could just end up in play for Ivan Floch.
Not to mention that the body, the 5/8 body of Oblivion Sower is also huge in this matchup, because it can rumble with, say, Reality Smasher or Drowner of Hope and live.
And we can see Ghost Quarter also in hand for Ivan Floch here, not choosing to use it this turn, instead deploying his Eye of Ugin. At some point he may well want to take down his opponent's Eye of Ugin, just so that the most explosive draws from the Eldrazi deck, the Process Eldrazi in the case of Frank Lepore, can get held off.
So big draw there for Frank Lepore. He did pick up a Corrupted Crossroads. That'll be his third land. Absent that, he does not really have enough mana to play any of the big threats in his hand and pump up that Eldrazi Mimic, but now he will be able to line up a turn 3 either Reality Smasher or Thought-Knot Seer. The other reason it's such a big deal is it lets him make his second land drop here without playing his Urborg, which would benefit Ivan Floch equally, as Ivan does have an Eye of Ugin of his own, and Urborg affects both players.
It's interesting. There are obviously quite a lot of options when it comes to lands that tap for colorless mana. One that Mike Sigrist and Ivan Floch were talking about that had apparently been suggested by Paulo Vitor Damarosa for Ivan Floch's deck was a Rogue's Passage, which they really would have liked to have had for this particular matchup. This is a matchup where the board can get a little bit stalled, and while Frank Lepore has Drowner of Hope, for Ivan Floch there's slightly fewer ways of breaking through. Eldrazi Temple allowing a 2-mana Thought-Knot Seer here. Quite a lot of good options here for Ivan Floch in terms of what to take. Ian, what do you think might be the choice here?
My initial gut is the Reality Smasher there. It's poised to come out next turn, pump up both the Mimic and make itself, as a 5/5. Both can get past the Thought-Knot Seer and crash in for a ton of damage. Taking away the Smasher means Frank can only play a Thought-Knot Seer of his own the following turn, and I think that's a much better spot for Ivan Floch to be in.
The Slovak player carefully weighing things up, and of course making a note of everything that's in Frank Lepore's hand. Frank just sort of moving Urborg to one side. That the one card that cannot not be exiled by Thought-Knot Seer. Something that's fairly common that we see these days. Land destruction in any sort of form is not particularly fun in Magic, and I can easily see how you wouldn't want to have an ability to take lands straight out of your opponent's hand either.
Ivan's hand only really has Oblivion Sower as an action card, which he would really like to resolve or keep as well. And that would maybe give him a reason to take the Thought-Knot Seer. Because without the Oblivion Sower, Ivan is not really doing all that much in this game.
And this is one of those decisions that will be informed by the large amount of testing that Ivan Floch has been able to get in since getting into the top 8. Last night was kind of teammates testing and him resting, but this morning from about 8 o'clock, during all of our first quarterfinals, he was playing with Andrzej Strajski and Mike Sigrist, trying to get a feel for all the nuances of this matchup.
So thinking even further one step ahead, this is quite a difficult decision here. If Ivan takes the Thought-Knot Seer to protect his own Oblivion Sower, relying on playing the Oblivion Sower on the following turn to block Reality Smasher, then he has to worry about Frank top-decking a 4th land and playing Drowner of Hope and tapping down the Oblivion Sower. So actually a really, really dangerous next couple turns here for Ivan Floch.
The Ghost Quarter does come down for Ivan, and it looks like he wants to use it sooner rather than later, because this cuts off a lot of lines for Frank Lepore. Replacing the Eye of Ugin with a much less threatening basic land is something that is going to be a big deal. It also means that it sets up the... it sets up when he's then going to be able to play Oblivion Sower to actually get extra lands in play thanks to that Relic of Progenesis.
And did Ivan activate the Ghost Quarter in Frank's draw step? If so, that would be fine timing, because it prevents Frank from using the Eye of Ugin during his main phase, while possibly leading to a situation where Frank draws the land he has in his deck and is unable to find with Ghost Quarter.
So the best Frank Lepore able to do here is a Ratchet Bomb.
Yeah, that Ghost Quarter ended up being huge there. Not only does it stymie Frank's mana, but his only land drop this turn is an Urborg, which turns on Ivan's Eye of Ugin to tap for an additional mana. And we could see that Oblivion Sower coming out this turn.
First things first, Thought-Knot Seer getting stuck in. And there is Oblivion Sower. The top 4 cards are going to be a very big deal here. If Ivan Floch can hit some good lands, it will be a big swing for this game. The Eye of Ugin that was in the graveyard, in the exiled zone, Ivan Floch already had an Eye of his own, so that not too exciting, but even getting 1 extra land here a big deal and allowing a Matter Reshaper to come down.
Not a bad turn.
Sure that he will take that. And that enough for Frank Lepore. You can see that he's far behind on the board, and with enough lands going on for Ivan Floch that he was going to be able to start doing naughty things with his Eye of Ugin. It kind of makes sense that Frank Lepore says, I'm going to save my mental energy for a game where I've got a little bit more play. Speaking of play, of course, we're able to move across to our other match very shortly. We've got a few mulligans there, so we actually haven't missed anything at all. Andrew currently mulliganing down to 6, presumably looking for the really sort of key cards in this matchup for him. He knows that potentially this could be his last game of this Pro Tour and absolutely wants to keep that dream alive. Both matches just shuffling that. I think it goes to say something about how quick this format has proven to be with the likes of Eldrazi versus the robots, that in the time it took our game to go, the other players just finishing sideboarding and shuffling and drawing their opening hands now.
Yeah, the format is just really explosive. Turn 4 kills are not uncommon with these creature decks that can generate a lot of mana quite quickly.
As it is, though, we are able to kick this game off now, though. It is Andrew Brown on the play here. And he starts off with a Chalice of the Void for the 0, so that potentially shutting off a very explosive draw from Patrick Dickman. Let's see if we can find out exactly what Dickman is working with here.
It looks to be pretty good. Dickman has Ornithopter as well as Mox Opal in hand, which right now have become shut down by the Chalice. Yeah. If it weren't for the Chalice, this would be an insane turn 1, where Patrick would have pretty much dumped almost his entire hand on the battlefield. But as is, it is going to be much slower. Now a Chalice for 1 as well. That shuts down the Sprintleaf Drum. No, that's already on the battlefield.
Yeah, Patrick Dickman able to deploy certainly some threats through the second Chalice there, getting a Vault Scourge down along with Arcbound Ravager. In terms of cards to stop, Chalice on 1 clearly not as immediately important as Chalice on 0. To me, some of the most powerful threats in Affinity, assuming that you can get a Chalice down at that cost, a Chalice on 2.
Yes. 2 mana is Arcbound Ravager, that's Steel Overseer and Cranial Plating. All of the key cards around which the deck is crafted. But yeah, playing a Chalice for 2, that'll cost 4 mana. And typically by the time you have access to 4 mana, all of those 2-drops are already on the battlefield. So that's typically not going to work out. Now Patrick may not be able to deploy his 0-cost artifacts, but he can certainly start attacking with his Vault Scourges. He eventually also has the option of sacrificing a bunch of artifacts to his Arcbound Ravager, and then, well, sacrificing the Ravager to itself, and then via the modular ability, storing those counters on a life-linking Vault Scourge. Remember that the Eldrazi deck does not have a ton of flyers, so that would be a potent game plan, just a huge life-linking Vault Scourge that can easily outrace some big Eldrazi monsters.
Looking at Brown's hand, though, it does seem like he's got tools to potentially be in the fight for this game. Eldrazi Skyspawner is going to be able to block at least one of those flyers. Dismember could deal with the other, and then it's just a matter of time as to whether or not he can find the lands he need to stay in this game. Dismember there, dealing with one of those Vault Scourges.
Yeah, so Patrick does not have enough artifacts to potentially turn it into a 6/6 in response, so well, it'll just be eaten up by the Ravager. That's okay.
And no third land here for Andrew Brown. Tough times. The lands he has only tap for just the 1 mana. Vile Aggregate, the draw there.
And the next draw step is likely going to be key for Andrew. If he finds a land on top, then he can start deploying some Eldrazi's, especially if it is, say, an Eye of Ugin. Then he might be able to play both Eldrazi Skyspawner and Vile Aggregate in the same turn, potentially swing the tide of the game. But if Andrew is not able to find a land anytime soon, then he is likely going to succumb to all the artifacts. Perhaps Patrick also wants to put on a lot of pressure, play this aggressively by just sacrificing excess mana artifacts to the Ravager. I like what he's doing here.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about Affinity being a difficult deck to play, and for me, one of the reasons for that is simply that there are a lot of all-in moments, for lack of a better term, moments where you have to sacrifice some of your long-term plan in order to get damage in the short term, and that a very difficult set of calculations to make.
It is the Eye, the perfect draw for Andrew.
It sets up 2 3-mana Eldrazi with just 2 land taps there. There is now a flying blocker. There's a pretty sizable Vile Aggregate. Devoid, Trample, and power equal to the number of colours creatures you control, and Ingest. The Ingest largely just there to troll opponents with, we heard from some of the members on Team East West Bowl, but all of the other abilities stack up very, very well in this format.
I do have to call out Patrick Dickman for the travesty that is mismatching Blinkbot Nexuses.
Both equally effective in the red zone there. It looks like he's preparing for a big swing.
Is this potentially lethal here if he just moves all in? He has to think about potential gut shot, I guess, but yeah, looks like he just goes for it, huh?
And that the big handshake from Patrick Dickman. Patrick Dickman of Germany with Affinity. 3 games straight, advances to the semi-final. And we have not missed any magic. Mulligan's just being resolved over on the other table. You can see how much this means to Patrick Dickman. He's been here before. He's had the top 8 in Modern before, but he has not yet picked up a Pro Tour title. And he has to, at this point, sense that if he's got a good matchup against the blue-red Eldrazi, then he could have good matchups against the various other Eldrazi decks in the top 8 and be able to put something together here. For now, though, he's going to have to wait in the wings. Our semi-finals have one last set of matches to go before they will start. That between Ivan Floch and Frank Lepore. They're just looking at their hands, trying to figure out if there's going to be any more mulligans as their match, currently at 1-1, continues.
One final thing to point out for the last attack by Patrick. It was fairly safe to go all in on the Nexus there, because even if there was a gut shot, it would have been counted by the Chalice for 1.
Oh, great point. I hadn't thought about that.
Each player here looking a little bit uncomfortable with their opening hands. We can see that there's an Eye of Ugin in hand for Frank Lepore, but not any other land. It's a tough spot. Double Ghost Quarter from Ivan Floch, potentially pretty powerful here. And big scries on both sides. Let's see where they go. Frank pretty quick to put his on top, so which suggests it could easily be a land. Floch there, you can see he's put the top card of his deck kind of to an angle on top, suggesting that he's not yet decided where it's going. Ultimately, he says, not good enough, that'll go on the bottom, let's try for something better. Now, Lepore may actually almost welcome the Ghost Quarter here because he's got a bunch of spells that he can't actually cast with the Eye of Ugin reducing costs at all. Relic of Progenesis, Ratchet Bomb, and Spellskite, all just cast with regular generic mana as opposed to actual colorless mana and Eldrazi cost reductions. An island, the basic that he fetches here. That makes sense given the Spellskite that he has in hand. Ivan Floch, though, presumably not too unhappy, having seen Frank Lepore scry to the top to force the shuffle here as well.
Yep, that's a sweet interaction. I would guess that Frank had kept a land on top, but he may be losing it now.
Yeah, simply has to pass with just the one land in play. Relics all round here. And another rough draw for Frank Lepore. Has to cash in his relic simply to draw a card, finds a Matter Reshaper, so it's another pass from him. Turn 3, just the one land in play, not what Frank Lepore was looking for.
And meanwhile, Floch has more than enough lands to work with. Not many 2-mana lands, well, none even. But we may still be seeing Reality Smasher and Oblivion Sour come down in a few turns from now.
I mean, the tough thing for Frank here is even if he drew an Eye of Ugin, he still wouldn't have too much he can cast because he doesn't have a source of colorless mana in play. An Eldrazi Temple would be a fantastic draw, but the Eye would be comparatively mediocre given what he's working with.
Yep.
Creature lands for Ivan Floch. And there's Urborg, Tomb of Yawgmoth, and a Spellskite. That quickly meeting a Dismember from Ivan Floch. He doesn't really want to have blockers on board given that he knows that Frank Lepore is not seeing the lands he wants. He, at some point, is going to want to get some big swings in with Reality Smasher, Matter Reshaper, and so on. And there the Matter Reshaper from Frank Lepore. He finds the Ghost Quarter to give him the colorless mana he needs to cast it. The good thing for him is that when that Matter Reshaper dies, he is going to be able to get an extra card. And potentially, that might even be a land.
Well, spin the wheel.
Well, that's a big hit for him there, getting an Eldrazi Temple. Ivan Floch also accelerating his mana as his Matter Reshaper dies.
Frank still came ahead on that exchange. Eldrazi Temple is, well, basically 2 lands in 1.
Could it be that Frank Lepore has found a way of drawing out of these mana woes that he's got? Ivan Floch desperately wants to stop that, casts a Thought-Knot Seer and sees 3 copies of Reality Smasher alongside Matter Reshaper and a Ratchet Bomb.
Yeah, I don't think Floch will be happy to see this, because no matter what he takes, he's still going to face a Reality Smasher smashing in on the next turn. Of course, Floch can turn the tide on the next turn with Oblivion Sour, which can start blocking.
Oblivion Sower will also be able to get back the Eye of Ugin that has been exiled already from this game.
Yeah, so Floch is not too worried about the Reality Smashers. Whether Frank has 2 or 3 in hand, especially against an Oblivion Sour, doesn't matter too much. Oh yeah, especially if there is a Ghost Quarter on the Eldrazi Temple. Then perhaps Frank might not be even able to cast the card on the next turn. So taking out the Matter Reshaper, just denying some potential draws into more relevant cards, makes sense here.
Frank does have a Corrupted Crossroads in hand, so he is going to be able to get up to 5 mana for Reality Smasher in spite of that Ghost Quarter. And wastes the draw for Ivan Floch. Wastes important simply because of the fact it's basic, meaning that it is something that if opponents are playing Ghost Quarter, if opponents are playing Path to Exile, it is searchable.
Now, because Floch used the Ghost Quarter, he now does not have access to 6 mana anymore on this turn. So he's not actually able to cast the Oblivion Sour to start blocking all of those Reality Smashers. Sure, taking out that Eldrazi Temple was nice because it could potentially prevent Frank from casting a sequence of Reality Smashers, but all Frank needed to do to get back was to just draw a land.
So as it is, Ivan Floch willing to trade blows, but he knows that there's more copies of Reality Smasher coming along. So this potentially a big turn here for Ivan Floch and Frank Lepore's match, as another Reality Smasher seems almost inevitable here.
But Floch does have 2 copies of Blinkmont Nexus, so if Frank would just play Reality Smasher, attack with both, then Floch can attack back for exactly 11.
And Blight Herder the play here for Frank Lepore. That a very big game indeed. Enough cards in exile that he's able to process, create 3 Eldrazi Scion tokens, and that means that now we have a much more gummed up board, and this has to be a good thing for Frank Lepore, who's already got Ivan Floch down to just 6 points of life.
Yeah, it essentially means if Frank draws a Drowner of Hope at any point in the game, he's going to be able to close it out with all those extra Scions.
Looks like Floch doesn't have great attacks here. Obviously the 4/4 does not want to attack into the 4/5 Blight Herder, but even the Reality Smasher, you don't want to attack with it because Frank is just gonna double block and then you trade your 5/5 for a 4/5, which is still not favorable.
So Ivan Floch gets to play as Oblivion Sower, 5/8, a very convenient size for this board, and while the Urborg Tomb of Yawgmoth that got exiled by Oblivion Sower is not going to get put into play by Ivan Floch because he already has one of his own, he's certainly not too sad to get a Ghost Quarter and an Eye of Ugin into the bargain, because from the next turn onwards he will be able to start searching up Eldrazi.
Yeah, there could be some really huge endless ones waiting for us.
And yep, that is Frank's Ghost Quarter going to the graveyard there as opposed to anywhere else. And we've now reached a point where Frank Lepore knows that he doesn't have any more basics to search. So any remaining Ghost Quarters that Ivan Floch chooses to deploy will basically just be strip mine. Turns out that you do not need the Expedition to be able to do cool things at this Pro Tour with a strip mine effect.
And taking Frank off that extra mana is a huge deal because, as we mentioned before, Drowner of Hope is a very, very big deal if it comes down to the battlefield anytime soon.
Reality Smasher, not a small deal though, approximately a 5/5 size deal, and potentially a good deal for Ivan Floch to consider here, because Frank Lepore's board building quite nicely. Floch with just a Simian Spirit Guide and another Oblivion Sower in hand. He's going to have to deploy those Oblivion Sowers pretty fast if he wants to be able to keep this board stable in the face of more and more gigantic creatures. Oblivion Sower number 2 sees an Eldrazi Temple, another Eye of Ugin. The Eye of Ugin can presumably just stay away, but there is that Eldrazi Temple. Loads of mana available here for Ivan Floch. And actually using the Legend rule to have an untapped Eldrazi Temple now. Eldrazi Temple will tap for mana thanks to the Urborgs that are knocking around in play.
Evil might also be able to start attacking with the Blinkmont Nexuses. It's gonna take a while, but when the board is locked up, might as well start to do some damage in the air.
And then I suppose one of the things, if players are looking for a way of interacting favorably with these Eldrazi decks, they do not run a huge amount of flyers. Something to potentially consider when building for Modern in the next sort of weeks and months and so. Thought Not Seer successfully hitting Simian Spirit Guide in Ivan Floch's hand there.
Maybe Ivan exiled it for mana, but it doesn't really matter either way.
So one of the interesting things here for Ivan is he now has enough mana to start activating Eye of Ugin, but he also has, I think, 3 Blinkmoth Nexuses on the battlefield, with Frank at 9. So he can kind of choose one of 2 different paths here, getting value out of the Eye of Ugin and trying to contest the board with more and more creatures, or just trying to attack 3 times in the air.
I would be leaning towards the Eye of Ugin plan here, because if your plan is to attack 3 times in the air with triple Blinkmont Nexus, because you're already at 6 life, if Frank would be drawing some additional Eldrazi creatures over the course of the next 2 turns, then you may suddenly find yourself in a position where, oh, now Frank can set up a lethal attack and, well, I can only put him down to 3 with my Nexuses. Whereas if you go for the Eyes and fetch some Endless Ones, for instance, then you can just lock up the board, make sure perhaps that you don't die to Drowner of Hope even, and then eventually win with the Nexuses. On the other hand, if Ivan goes for the attack now, puts Frank down to 6, Frank can attack with all of his creatures, but doesn't really accomplish too much.
Are there merits in the first Eldrazi being fetched by Ivan Floch being the 3rd copy of Oblivion Sower?
Perhaps it would give him some additional mana. It's kind of the same as like an Endless One, but probably better, yeah.
It looks like the attacks for 3 is what Ivan Floch has gone with, and he has enough mana left over to be able to throw down another Reality Smasher there. So on the ground, things looking comparatively stable, at least for now, for Ivan Floch. And in the air, he's the only one swinging in.
Yeah, this worked out perfectly mana-wise as well. So that's definitely a good reason to go for it. And now if Frank doesn't have another big Eldrazi, Ivan can certainly attack for 3 on the next turn now. Reality Smasher might change that a little bit. Well, if you activate the Eye now, you probably don't have enough mana to play a big Eldrazi after that. So whether or not you activate the Eye here now or attack with the 3 Nexuses, it's probably going to leave you at kind of the same board state as far as blockers are concerned. So perhaps if you attack with all 3 Nexuses, you should be able to line up reasonable blocks on the next turn. Right, 5 blockers, only 5 big Eldrazi's. This should work out unless Frank draws, say, a Drowner of Hope.
Well, it looks like Eldrazi mimic the draw. Ratchet Bomb, Eldrazi mimic, Urborg, Tomb of Yawgmoth in Frank Lepore's hand here. He's going to do a little bit of math and say, nope, it looks like you've got this one. Ivan Floch takes the lead in this match. He is now 2 games to 1 up and needs just 1 more game win in order to advance to our semi-finals. This, the last of our quarter-final matches here at Pro Tour, Oath of the Gatewatch. We will stay with it and we will make sure not to miss a single second of magic for you. It looks like we have Frank Lepore's sideboard come through here. Ian, can you talk us through what he's been going on with in this matchup?
So at least for the previous game, it looks like he's trimmed out an Eldrazi Mimic and some of his Scrabbling Claws and Relic of Progenitus, as well as 2 Wasteland Stranglers. Presumably just not big enough really to take out the huge Eldrazi on the opposite side of the table. And in he's brought a couple Spell Skites, presumably to counter things like Dismember, post sideboard, a couple Ratchet Bombs, and a couple Warping Whales, just having a little bit more utility in the matchup.
Okay, and we can also bring up just a graphic of what we've got going on with Ivan Floch's sideboard. We saw those Oblivion Sowers doing fantastic work there. Are they kind of the biggest deal in terms of sideboarding for Floch? Has he got anything else going on?
He also boarded in 2 copies of Relic of Progenitus, which are mainly there to turn on the Oblivion Sowers. So yeah, the Oblivion Sour is what makes the post-board games truly different. It's one of the best Eldrazi's in a mirror match because it just towers over everything on the battlefield while giving you some additional lands. Floch was also happy to board out all 4 copies of Chalice of the Void because they just don't really do much in the matchup, as well as 1 copy of Wretched Bomb, which is similarly super slow and not well suited to a matchup where people start playing 4-cost Eldrazi's as early as turn 2.
It's interesting because we did see in the Swiss rounds of this tournament Luis Scott Vargas winning a match against Frank Lepore with a gut shot. His original reasoning for having brought in gut shot in this matchup was, well, there are these Eldrazi mimics that I can quite easily kill off, and the likes of Chalice of the Void really aren't too exciting in this matchup. He was having to do that evaluation on the fly. We've seen that these lists are very, very similar indeed, and this is the product of effectively best part of 24 hours of testing at this point. While obviously there's not been that amount of time since the top 8 was announced, there have been a hive mind working on the best sideboard plans for Team Channel Fireball face-to-face here at this Pro Tour top 8.
Yeah, it's a team with 20 members, so pooling together all of that brain power can definitely give you all the best sideboard plans.
And the majority of that team were all playing this deck, or sort of slight variations thereon. 10 of them making the top 25 of this Pro Tour. Just an absolutely fantastic performance from some of the best players in the game with what may very well be the best deck at this Pro Tour.
I love their list. While testing, our team also had a somewhat similar Eldrazi deck with at least the same creature base, with Eldrazi Mimics, Endless Ones, and so on. But we were stuck on, okay, we have Urborg, so we want black interactive cards in Thoughtseize and Inquisition of Kozilek. But the key innovation here is to just throw out all of those colored black cards and go for colorless interactive cards in Chalice of the Void and Wretched Bomb. Those are pretty well positioned in the format. And they also open up the opportunity of adding Blinkmont Nexus and Ghost Quarter and other utility lands to the deck, which is just a beautiful, well-sculpted deck.
And actually we've seen that between the 3 different Eldrazi decks in this top 8, there's a tiny amount of green, plenty of red and blue, some black. Everything but white Eldrazi have made it into this Pro Tour top 8, and we now have our 4th game just kicking off here. Relic of Progenitus, the first play from Frank Lepore, and just an Eye of Ugin from Ivan Floch for this first turn. Lots of lands that tap for 2 mana this time, though, for Frank Lepore, so he's going to have a little bit more going on than perhaps he did in our game 3. We can see that Urborg Tomb of Yawgmoth interaction with Eye of Ugin. This very next turn, Eye of Ugin going to be able to tap for mana alongside Urborg, but no source of colorless mana here for Ivan Floch. So in fact, his options in terms of what he's going to be able to cast, comparatively limited here. The best that he'll be able to do with his 2 lands is cast a 4/4 Endless One. None too shabby nonetheless.
Note that you can't cast Thought Not Seer off of Urborg plus Eye of Ugin, even though you have 4 mana. You have 2 black mana and a reduction of 2 generic mana. So nowhere have you found your actual colorless requirement for the Thought Not Seer.
A 4/4, solid in the face of Matter Reshaper, but not so much so against Matter Reshaper, but not Reality Smasher here. The 5/5 big enough to rumble in, taking Ivan Floch down to 15. And a second Eye of Ugin, the draw here for Ivan Floch. We're starting to see the dark side of these 2 mana lands. It is a legendary land, Eye of Ugin, so that second one will be sat in Ivan Floch's hand, acting as Ghost Quarter insurance at best.
And still no colorless mana. The best that Ivan might be able to do this turn is to cast Dismember on the Reality Smasher to at least buy himself some time. And then hope that there is an actual colorless land lurking near the top of his deck.
With that Urborg in play, he is able to pay some of the mana cost of Dismember without having to pay life. And given that this is a fairly straightforward aggro race at the moment, I'd imagine he'd be inclined to do so. We see a Spatial Contortion in hand for Frank Lepore there. In his main deck, he has absolutely no spells, no instants or sorceries. Spatial Contortion coming in out of the sideboard, giving him a bit more interactivity mid-combat and so on. And we may see this Spatial Contortion played here in order to enforce a trade between that Endless One and Matter Reshaper.
Floch can probably smell that Spatial Contortion coming up here. Otherwise, well, why would Frank attack his Matter Reshaper into the Endless One? It could be that Frank just wants to like trade in his Matter Reshaper for a fresh card. That's not impossible, but that Spatial Contortion is a bit revealed via the attack.
So it does end up costing 2 cards to take down Reality Smasher with Dismember, because anytime you're targeting it with spells, you do have to discard a card. In this case, though, Ivan Floch not too sad to have to do exactly that.
If Floch knew that there was a Spatial Contortion coming up, he might not have blocked with his Endless One this turn, waiting until he had Spellscite Protection on the next turn.
And Wasteland Strangler able to finish things off post-combat here, meaning it's the one creature on the board. Wasteland Strangler not at its most powerful in this matchup, but able to find a target there. And then Ghost Quarter does take down the land, which Ivan Floch may not be too sad about because he has got a second copy in hand.
Yeah, this is actually great for him. He gets to fetch up a Wastes, which is his colorless source he was missing, and he has the second Eye of Ugin in his hand. So actually fantastic thing for him there.
Yeah, little does Frank know, but he is indeed helping out Ivan with this massively.
And there is an... Let's see what we've got here. Thought Not Seer from Van Floch. Playing the control role, taking a look at his opponent's hand, but we know that the only spell in Frank Lepore's hand is that Warping Whale. He could play it in response, but, sorry, Spatial Contortion. He doesn't really have a good target for it right now.
Yeah, that Ghost Quarter play could be a huge decider in this game, actually. Without that, Floch would still have been unable to play a creature this turn, and you know Frank would be looking great with Wasteland Strangler, a removal spell in hand, and whatever comes off the top of his deck. But
yeah, if Frank had gotten a peek at Ivan's hand with, say, a Thought Not Seer, he certainly would not have sacrificed that Ghost Quarter.
For sure.
Yeah, he was just going off of imperfect information.
And as it is, Frank Lepore using his Relic of Progenitus, exiling graveyards. that too may end up proving to be a judgment call that doesn't particularly work Frank Laporte's way if Oblivion Sower comes down for Ivan Floch.
Looks like a copy of Warping Whale picked up for Frank there, but no further pressure on board.
I have Ugin number 2 taken down, and there are Oblivion Sowers in Floch's hand. He's going to just need to find some time in order to be able to deploy them, but when he does, there's going to be some lands to get back.
So again, the timing of the Ghost Quarter in Ivan's draw step to take out the possibility of mana generation during his main phase, but also if Ivan would have drawn the second waste in that turn, he would not have been able to search out a free land with the Ghost Quarter.
Ivan activates his Relic of Progenitus and does draw into a land here. Chooses to deploy a Spellskite and get stuck in. And there's Warping Whale as a way of dealing with the one power or toughness. He has to exile target creature with power or toughness 1 or less. That enough to kill off a Spellskite.
Floch is still way ahead in this game. His hand is stacked with big Eldrazi's, Reality Smasher, Oblivion Sower, and so on. He doesn't have the perfect mana to deploy all of them yet, but Frank is not having a lot of pressure in hand at the moment. So if the game would go long, Ivan will definitely win this one. Frank still has some amount of turns to draw, say, if he draws Reality Smasher here, that would be 8. Or maybe a Drowner of Hope would also be an excellent draw.
Well, this one kind of works too. Blightherder coming down, and there are cards in exile for Ivan Floch. He may have to put the brakes on his attacks for a little bit here.
Yeah, he certainly does. Even is at 5 life, he is not going to win a damage race the way the board stands right now. So he definitely has to play defense, hopefully like draw land, play Reality Smasher.
Well, he drew an Eldrazi Temple, which puts him all the way up to 6 mana, so he may be able to do a little better. It does not matter that the 4 cards off the top were not lands, because already some lands in exile for Frank Laporte. Ghost Quarters coming in for Ivan Floch here, and it means that if he wants to, he can put a hurt on Frank Laporte's mana.
He can. Frank hasn't drawn either of his basics yet, so he could take out, for example, Eye of Ugin and Eldrazi Temple, setting Frank back a little bit, but...
And I guess that the concern for Ivan Floch here is, right now the board appears kind of stable, but there's one Blightherder away from all sorts of problems.
Reality Smasher looks like it will do it there.
Frank Laporte basically says, you should block like this, that's the most damage you can prevent, but that's not going to be enough. We are going to be going to a game 5. Frank Laporte ties it up. Our match 2-2. This last game will determine who our last player in our semi-finals will be here at Pro Tour Oath of the Gatewatch. We saw a huge amount of swings back and forth in this matchup, which really does feel like, if you had to describe the Eldrazi decks in general, the thing that defines them is the lands. The fact that they're able to deploy threats early. And as it turns out, this is very much a battle about those lands.
Yeah, the Ancient Tombs, they've also been called just lands that produce 2 mana. Many players playing these Eldrazi decks have been mulliganing very aggressively towards those lands. If you have a 7-card opening hand that looks decently but doesn't have a 2-mana land, many players would say, well, just chip it back. There are 8 excellent lands in the deck that can easily make up for a mulligan, and they lead to so much speed that the whole deck works so much better if you have one of them.
Yeah, not only is the speed really important, but you can also think of those lands as card advantage, right? They're representing 2 lands in one. So take a mulligan down from 7 to 6, but picking up a 2-mana land, you're sort of breaking even on cards there as well as having a faster hand.
It's worth noting that the way that things played out in that last game, Frank Lepore using Ghost Quarter on an Eye of Ugin and then extra copies of Eye of Ugin coming along for Ivan Floch. That just an unfortunate judgment call that went the wrong way for Frank Lepore. I think in general, trying to deal with those very, very powerful 2-mana lands, absolutely a fine angle of attack in this matchup. And that's the reason we see all those Oblivion Sowers from Ivan Floch.
And also the Ghost Quarters in the deck in the first place. The players were probably expecting some mirror matches, or possibly some other decks where non-basic lands play a huge role. But in the mirror match, the Ghost Quarter can play a big role in denying the mana advantage of the opponent.
And even in this top 8, if you happen to be playing against the likes of Affinity, their lands certainly not just vanilla boring basics there. When they're attacking in with Inkmoth Nexus and so on, you can have all sorts of trouble. Having a Ghost Quarter as a get-out-of-jail-free card, very important. So crucially for this last deciding game, it will be Ivan Floch that's on the play. That right awarded to him effectively by virtue of the fact that he was at the top end of the Swiss after our finisher play yesterday. He always knew that he was going to be going first in game 1, and if it did end up going to a game 5, he would be the one that was going to be able to go first there. And that potentially pretty important in this matchup.
Well, perhaps it is unlikely, but we might just be seeing a turn 2 kill on the play. That's always possible with Eye of Ugin into triple Eldrazi Mimic, and then turn 2, well, use a Simian Spirit Guide and another land to just put Reality Smasher in play and attack for 20. It is super unlikely, probably just as unlikely as a turn 2 kill with, say, an Affinity deck, but there are some hands that are absolutely bonkers.
Nice to have the opportunity there. We'll see soon enough as these players are drawing their opening hands. I can see at least one Eldrazi Mimic. So Frank Lepore, he does have a land that taps for 2 mana. We can see that the same is true of Ivan Floch. He deploys an Eldrazi Mimic on the first turn. Let's see what Frank Lepore has going on for him. Scrabbling Claws the play there of Cavernous Souls. There is an Eldrazi Temple in hand for Frank Lepore, but it looks like he's being a bit cagey about deploying it. The Claws there, functionally working similarly to Relic of Progenitus, but not able to remove entire graveyards. Equally, not removing cards, I suppose, from your own graveyard, so that's not necessarily a bad thing if you don't want to help out your opponent's copies of Oblivion Sower. Matter Reshaper the play on turn 2 for Frank Lepore here.
Yeah, now Ivan has to make a decision. He could dismember the Matter Reshaper. This could work out poorly if Frank finds a land on top, but at least it might allow Ivan to use his mana this turn. He could also just keep the Dismember in hand for a more threatening card, like, say, a Thought-Knot Seer. What Ivan is planning to do on the next turn is most likely cast Thought-Knot Seer, which would grow the Eldrazi Mimic into a 4/4, which means that it can rumble into the Matter Reshaper and live. So, yeah, does he want to use his mana now? Now that he has a free mana, does he want to keep the Dismember or just indeed draw a card with the Relic? That seems fine too. Although, yeah, he did have Oblivion Sower in hand. So this might give him one fewer land down the road, but that's okay.
Card drawing meant that Thought-Knot Seer was a possibility, and he gets to take a look at what Frank Lepore's got going on. No more lands in that hand, but plenty going on if he's going to be if he does draw some. An Eldrazi Mimic that can get cast, Blight Herder, Drowner of Hope, Ratchet Bomb, and a Warping Whale. Ian, any thoughts on what might be the best card to take here?
Yeah, a couple interesting picks. Both Blight Herder and Drowner of Hope are super strong cards if Frank can get his mana up and survive long enough to cast them. The other option here is Warping Whale. If Frank does brick on a land on his following turn, Warping Whale is sort of the only good play that he has to take out Ivan Floch's Eldrazi Mimic, so I could see a case for taking that as well. I think taking the Warping Whale is probably better than taking the Eldrazi Mimic here. Yeah, so I guess either taking one of the powerful, expensive Eldrazi or taking the Warping Whale, probably the things that make the most sense to me right now. What do you think, Frank?
I would also be leaning towards the Warping Whale, because Frank has so many expensive cards already in hand and not the mana to cast them yet. If you take one of them, it will probably not really affect the way Frank can play out his cards over the next couple of turns. And the first turns of the game are typically the most important. Giving Frank the opportunity to play an Eldrazi Mimic doesn't matter that much. I think Ivan is ahead in the race, so he would rather keep his own Mimic if it means that Frank has a Mimic as well. But if you take out like one, say, Drowner of Hope, perhaps, Ivan does have an Oblivion Sour in hand. So without the Drowner of Hope, Frank also doesn't really have good hopes of winning the damage race. So I could see both approaches. It's definitely a tough call because Ivan has to make this decision without knowing what's on top of Frank's deck.
And the fact that he's taken Warping Whale there rather than something more expensive doesn't give us away quite as much information in terms of whether or not there are more Seers coming in the immediate future from Ivan Floch. If he'd taken something expensive, then you would say, oh, right, fine. There's a good chance that means that he's not going to cast another one anytime soon. We know that there is a second Thought-Knot Seer in hand for Floch. That's another consideration for him. He knew he would have time to cast that before there would be the likes of a Blight Herder or a Drowner of Hope getting cast.
So it looks like a little bit of a communication issue here. Ivan attacked with the Eldrazi Mimic. Frank decided to block with Matter Reshaper. And then Ivan said, okay, well, my Mimic is a 4/4. So I think they're just discussing whether that's allowed in terms of did Ivan miss the trigger or did he need to acknowledge it earlier?
Yeah, I played this. I believe what I did. So unless I'm somehow mistaken, I did this.
I'm clear on that. Sure, I understand where the discrepancy is. But
Okay.
My question really for the both of you is, have you been indicating that you're choosing to copy your creature just by pointing at Eldrazi Mimic so far?
I don't think this was. I don't think we've actually. I don't think he's actually copied anything. I think that's the first time he's actually played it. It's possibly his first time. Yeah, so I'm not sure.
Okay. I would. Fair enough. I want to be clear about a couple of things.
Okay.
Even Eldrazi Mimic technically has an ability on there that involves a choice. That is, you can choose to copy, you can choose not to copy. That being said, the fact that you pointed at your creature is not in question. We do believe that you did in fact do that. And we also believe that that is an indication that you're choosing to copy your creature. The creature's part of the process. Please be more careful.
All right, I'll try to announce that. I'm sorry. I did it like this all weekend, and it was clear with my opponent. So
Yep.
so I'll try to be more clear on that.
Okay.
All right, so 4/4. Yeah. Okay.
So the judge is just basically making clear there that communication needs to be a little bit clearer about whether or not the May ability on Eldrazi Mimic is actually being used. If it was something that simply happens, you wouldn't need to acknowledge it at all until the point that damage took place. That's not the case here, though.
Yeah, it looks like we backed up to a point where the Eldrazi Mimic was definitely a 4/4 and definitely attacking, and now Frank has, again, the option of whether to block or not. Looks like he still does decide to block, hoping to dig into another land off of the Matter Reshaper's trigger.
Well, this is not good news for Frank. He found a couple of Reality Smashers on top of his deck, but no lands.
Urborg the draw there for Ivan Floch, so he does have mana to work with. He kicks things off with a Thought-Knot Seer here, very clearly indicates that his Eldrazi Mimic is turning into a 4/4.
So it looks like the new cards in Frank's hand now are the 2 Reality Smashers he's picked up since then. So at this point, my guess would be the Blight Herder is probably the right pick. Drowner of Hope costing just 1 extra mana and both playing a similar function in terms of clogging up the board a lot.
I agree with that. Ivan is certainly ahead on board here, can start attacking for a lot of damage, and if there is just a Reality Smasher on the next turn, Ivan has Dismember in hand to deal with that, to clear the way and keep on attacking. Drowner of Hope, as you say, still 1 mana more, whereas Blight Herder with the processor trigger could swing the game. So I think taking out that card is most valuable for Ivan. The Ratchet Bomb is going to be way too slow, so he doesn't have to care too much about that.
One other factor here is I do believe Blight Herder needs to process 2 cards, and I think Ivan only has 1 in exile right now. So another factor to consider there, and that may have been part of the reason why Ivan took the Drowner of Hope there rather than the Blight Herder. As things stand, even if Frank top decks a land that lets him cast Blight Herder this following turn, he still can't process with it.
Good point.
Yeah, and that one of the sort of tricky things when it comes to Scrabbling Claws and indeed Relic of Progenitus in this matchup is that the Eldrazi deck doesn't necessarily put lots of cards in the graveyard to be exiled, which makes processing for the Processed Eldrazi deck that little bit more complicated. Frank cashes in his Scrabbling Claws for an extra card. Finds a land. Well, we said that Ratchet Bomb was going to be very slow. That was basically the best option available to Frank Lepore here, and he's very much on the back foot, especially with a Dismember clearing a path
This
from
should be
Ivan
lethal.
Floch. That is enough to have Frank Lepore scooping up his cards. We will see Ivan Floch in the semi-finals of Pro Tour Oath of the Gatewatch. Congratulations to him. Commiserations to Frank Lepore, but he's had a fantastic first Pro Tour. I'm sure that he will not be too disappointed with his finish there. We are now completed with our quarterfinals here at Pro Tour Oath of the Gatewatch. Any standout highlights for you, Frank? You've been in the booth for the entirety of these quarterfinals.
I had to love the affinity decks where Patrick Dickman saw the opportunity to go all in with the Arcbound Ravager, play really aggressively and get in lethal with the Ornithopters. That is what I like about the modern format, these kinds of interactions.
Well, there were 8 decks in the top 8, 6 Eldrazi and 2 Affinity when we came in. There's still 1 Affinity in the mix. Will it be able to get to the top spot? It needs to get through a semi-final first. We're going to be taking a break and heading to the news desk now, but stay tuned because all of the information will be with you soon here from Pro Tour Oath of the Gatewatch.
Tim, Frank and Ian there with the call on quarterfinals 3 and 4. At the desk we have the 4 wise men. That doesn't sound quite right. Maybe I'm the one who's the odd one out. The 3 wise men with me, Brian David Marshall, Randy Buehler, Matej Big Z Zatlkai. Now, we're into lunch. We've got so much to bring you over the next 40 minutes or so. We'll go through the quarterfinals for you, for those of you that were still in bed. That seems foolish, through the morning. I can tell you that we will have our final part of Inside R&D, lifting the lid on the set Pro Tour Oath of the Gatewatch. You'll get to see all the way the cards were made with the people back at Wizards HQ. And then around about 15 minutes from now, sitting beside me will be Hélène Bergeau, the director of Global Organized Play, frequently comes to the news desk on Pro Tour Sundays. This time around, the topic of conversation is the World Magic Cup and also World Magic Cup qualifiers. So if you want to represent your country at the World Magic Cup this year, there's a lot of information about the structure of that tournament and the qualifiers that you will definitely want to hear around about 15 minutes from now. And then we'll settle in, we'll see a little bit more from the Pantheon House, one of the great testing teams of all time, and then we'll settle in for semi-final 1. So that's what's coming your way over our lunch break. Thanks for being part of our Pro Tour weekend. And gents, let's turn our attention to the morning that we've just seen. Let's put up the bracket for you. And we began the morning with Shuhei Nakamura of Japan, 6 Pro Tour top 8s to his name, up against the first-timer Zhashen Tao of the United States. It was Eldrazi on both sides, but 2 different flavors, colorless Eldrazi against blue-red. Randy, you were down there with the bird's eye view of this. What was your sense of what happened here as Tao won 3 games to 1?
Look, the East-West Bowl version of the Eldrazi deck is just well set up for the mirror. And that Eldrazi Obligator was able to just swing the matchups against Shuhei. And I mean, JC Tao, gotta love that story, right? It's a team that hasn't had a ton of success historically. It's only JC's 3rd Pro Tour, I believe. But he was one of the guys building this deck. He was one of the 2 guys on that team that really put this together. And, you know, 4 people played that deck at this tournament. 2 of them made top 8. They went 31, 8, and 1 over the course of the tournament, and 1 guy had like 5 of the losses. So 3 players, 1 loss each. That deck is for real. It is legit.
Could you just give us a little more of a sense of why it is that the blue-red version looks a little bit favored against colorless? Because that's going to be relevant in a few minutes' time.
Yeah, I mean, both players have the same core, right? They have the 2-mana lands, they have Reality Smasher, they have Thought-Knot Seer, Eldrazi Mimic. Like, that core of the deck is the same. The question is, where do you go from there? And whereas Channel Fireball has a lot of stuff that's good against the rest of the field, disruptive things like Chalice of the Void on 1, which can be amazing. They have a little bit of Spellskite and Ratchet Bomb, things that just make life annoying for other decks. Whereas the blue-red Eldrazi, the East-West Bold deck version of the deck, they have I can steal your large thing and attack with it instead of letting you block with it. That's the Obligator. They have Drowner of Hope. They call him Doctor Owner. Like, the Doctor owns the opponent. Tap your giant fatties, attack through them. And then even Eldrazi Sky Spawner is pretty good in that matchup. Like, they put it in the deck mostly to have multiple blockers against Infect, but flying is pretty good against a bunch of large ground creatures.
All right, good answer. I approve. So there we are. Xiaoshen Tao through by 3-1 over Shuhei Nakamura. Same part of the bracket now. We have Luis Scott Vargas with colorless Eldrazi. Again, same deck, 75, literally identical to Shuhei Nakamura's deck, which had already lost at that point, against Pascal Menard of Canada playing with Affinity. So this one, BDM, it went a goodly long way. A game 5 was forced when Luis stumbled all the way down to 4 cards. Very tough to come back from there. How did it pan out in the end?
Well, in the end, Luis Scott Vargas just showed why this deck is so good. Just deploying big monster after big monster after big monster. And, Pascal Menard was really on his heels the whole game. He had to, equip Cranial Plating to a Vault Scourge twice. And, normally that's really bad for the opposing player, but really that was just there to absorb the blow of a Reality Smasher, absorb the blow of a Thought-Knot Seer, and try to gain enough life and enough time to come back. But in the end, Luis was able to just pummel through and take it in 5 games.
So at that point, we'd seen 2 matchups that were Team Channel Fireball against Team East-West Bowl. Shuhei against Tao, and then LSV against Pascal Menard. Let's go to the bottom half of our bracket, and once again, it was East-West Bowl, the 3rd member of the team making it in. Blue-Red Eldrazi, Andrew Brown in his first Pro Tour, up against Patrick Dickman of Germany playing Affinity. The second Affinity deck, Pascal Menard already out by this point, so Dickman the last robots player standing. And Matej, it's got to be so tough. You got all the way to the final of Berlin in 2008. It has to be really tough to make it to Sunday, and if you're in Andrew Brown's position, and then just be swept 3-0 in the quarters. But a great job by Andrew Brown to make it here.
Yeah, I had the flashbacks that probably Andrew Brown has right now. I had them as well when I saw this match, losing to Luis in the finals of Berlin. It felt similar. It was just hopeless. I mean, he couldn't do anything, and this 3-0 stomp didn't really reflect of how the matchup should have went in reality, but sometimes it happens, and Patrick also played that match really well.
Patrick's a very, very good player. We've been talking about, but both of you guys, Pro Tour historian, and Randy, you've been commentating on Pro Tour Magic for many, many years. And we used to talk, people were truly limited specialists, constructed specialists. And then that sort of tended to go away, not least because for the last half dozen years, we have been mixed Pro Tours, so everyone who gets to the top has to be good at everything. But I do feel Patrick Dickman is someone who we can talk about as a modern specialist, just in that sense of he's just one of the best in the world at it.
I agree with you. I think next time Wizards does a Modern Master set, they should probably add his player card. Right? The guy just crushes in this format. It's actually kind of remarkable.
Yeah, and the fact that this is his backup deck from last time around.
Right.
He gave his deck, but it was who was it now?
Christian Seibold.
Right. Okay, that's right. So
who also made the top 8 of that same Pro Tour, playing both of the decks that Patrick was choosing between for that tournament.
Patrick A, Patrick B, both in the top 8. Yeah.
And important.
I'll play the twin. You take Affinity, and then they both top 8.
But for this tournament, Randy, Affinity was not his backup deck.
Right.
This was his primary deck before Splinter Twin was banned in the format. He was already planning on playing Infinity. He said, I knew months out I wanted to play Infinity. I love playing this deck. I think I am rewarded for playing this deck. And he feels that, yes, it's a very swingy deck, but he's one of the players that can handle the swings of it. And that's what scares a lot of players off of it.
It does, but certainly not Patrick Dickman, and he advanced to the semi-finals. It'll be semi-final 2 coming up this afternoon, and that means quarter-final 4 completes the bracket. It was even flock with Colorless Eldrazi against Processor Eldrazi from Frank Lepore. Even flock on face-to-face games, and they were allied with Team Channel Fireball. And Matej, I know that you're a countryman of Even Flock, but just take a moment for us to talk about the phenomenal effort of Frank Lepore to get this far, given how important teams are in modern Magic, and the fact he was not part of a giant super team of 20 people.
I was really impressed with Frank all weekend long. He played really well, deserved his top 8 in his first Pro Tour as well. It's a fantastic achievement. And judging by the quarterfinals match, I think he got unlucky not to win that match and advanced to the semifinals. He played well. He just got a little unlucky in a couple of the games. But of course, I'm not too unhappy about Ivan winning. I'll be honest.
Can you talk, Matej, about that sort of like panic mode that you go into at the end of a tournament? Like, there's a point with multiple rounds to go where Frank just thinks he just needs a win, one more win, and he can lock it up, and then just falls all the way down to X and 4, and maybe on the outside looking in. I mean, can you speak to the fortitude it takes to play down the stretch like that?
Yeah, I think it's mentally very hard, because not only was there this stretch, there was also the heartbreaking loss to Luis Scott Vargas, right? The gut shot from the top for the last point. That I have no idea how Frank recovered from that. But that's why I was really happy to see him in the top 8 here, and I'm sure he'll be happy going home.
Yeah, if you haven't seen that round 14 match, Frank Lepore against Luis Scott Vargas, you really should. But this afternoon, you'll get to see live Even Flock advancing to face the Affinity deck of Patrick Dickman. So first up, it'll be Zhashen Tao, then it'll be against Luis Scott Vargas, and then it'll be Patrick Dickman against Even Flock. You will see every turn of every game of our semi-finals this afternoon. A reminder that in about 10 minutes' time, Alain Bergeau, the Director of Global Organised Play, will be here at the news desk to talk to us about some changes in the structure of the World Magic Cup and indeed the World Magic Cup qualifiers. Won't want to miss that. Always a compelling interview. Looking forward to talking with Alain about 10 minutes from now. But as it's lunchtime, we're going to send you off to the headquarters of Wizards of the Coast. All weekend, we've been showing you our Inside R&D series as we lift the lid on Magic's latest set. So here's part 3 of Inside R&D. The Gatewatch may be fighting hard, but the people of Zendikar want to play their part too. Let's see what tools R&D gave them in their ongoing struggle against the Eldrazi.
So for Cohort, we wanted to make a mechanic that would play well with the allies in battle for Zendikar, but that wouldn't necessarily play in exactly the same way.
Cohort was designed as a mechanic to kind of give your allies something to do if they couldn't attack. They're really small, but they work together. In Battle for Zendikar, most of the time they do that by attacking together. They give your whole team a bonus that's usually useful in combat. And with the Gatewatch, we wanted to do that something else.
And we like the idea of two allies working together to produce a spell-like effect. It felt very, it conveyed that teamwork vibe, and that everyone was banding together to oppose the Eldrazi. And I think it gives ally decks a little bit of a new dimension, something to do when the board stalls out, and something to do other than attacking. So it's pretty cool.
We found that the allies in Battle for Zendikar were very aggressive. They have an ability that triggers when another ally enters the battlefield and gives them a temporary bonus, usually to your whole team. This tends to encourage an aggressive strategy. You have a bonus now, it's your turn. You're not going to just sit there, you're going to use your bonus, you're going to attack a lot. We wanted to sort of shift gears for Oath of the Gatewatch and create some variety in gameplay. And so we really wanted to have a new strategy for the allies, one where they could build up more slowly and build a cool machine where they had all of these possible abilities. And if you can get enough of them together, you can just sit back and wreck your opponent with this ally machine.
One of my favorite Cohort cards is the Malakir Soothsayer. You get to tap the Soothsayer and one other ally you control to draw a card and lose 1 life. It's drawing cards is one of my favorite things to do in Magic, and 1 life, that's no big deal.
Support encourages you to go wide with lots of creatures, and it's sort of taking our concept of forming a team all the way down to the lowest level of rarity and to the most basic type of card, the creature card. So all you need to make support work is multiple creatures, and once you have a team together, you can make them more powerful with the support mechanic.
Support is another one of the abilities that we put in the set to support multiplayer, so that while Jace and Nissa are teaming up, you can team up with your friend and play 2 HG to better effect. So support allows you to put +1/+1 counters on any target creatures, so even if you don't have enough creatures on the board to get the full value of a creature that maybe has like support 3, you could put some counters on your teammates' creatures and get the value in that way. And I think that that's just a really nice, flavorful gameplay synthesis of the story we are trying to tell.
And a third way to do teamwork is what if the teamwork isn't in the creatures, but you and the other players? And so we came up with a surge mechanic, and the idea of the surge mechanic is that if I've already played a spell, my next spell is cheaper. But I don't have to play the spell, one of my teammates could play the spell.
Surge arose from my love of the storm mechanic. I'm always trying to figure out some way to capture that feeling of casting a flurry of spells all in one turn. And so Surge is sort of my latest attempt at that.
One Surge card that I really like is Overwhelming Denial. It counters target spell for 4 mana, or you can play the Surge cost for 2. Playing 2 mana to counter spell is something a lot of us are very familiar with and we like doing.
Surge is probably my favorite mechanic in OG Dub. I am an aggro combo kind of player, so I love just thinking about what's in my hand and building to the board state with blue-red no less, where I just kind of play a card followed by a card and then my board kind of explodes suddenly. And that is exactly what Surge allows you to do.
Jori-En Ruin Diver sort of exemplifies my approach to legendary creatures in an expert level expansion. This is a cool legendary card that plays well with one of the mechanics in the set. So in this case, the Surge mechanic encourages you to cast 2 spells in a turn. That's exactly what Jori-En wants you to do also. Cast 2 spells, I'll give you some more gas for your next turn where you can cast 2 spells, and so on and so on.
Jori-En is a character that really speaks to the adventure side of what Zendikar was before the rise of the Eldrazi, before this threat to the plane. Her skills are those of the kind of the dungeon delver, the ones that will go in and find the treasure, and she's kind of become a jack of all trades by being this kind of world-wise character.
So these days, much more than in previous eras, we are developing the story and the set very closely in conjunction with each other, and that gave us a fun opportunity here where there were characters that we knew we wanted to have cards in Oath of the Gatewatch. There wasn't a slot for them in Battle for Zendikar, but that we knew would have cards or could have cards in Oath of the Gatewatch, who we built into the story, into the official fiction for Battle for Zendikar from early on. Jori-En makes her first appearance in the story Limits by Ari Levitch, which ran last June, and that, Tazri enters the story soon after. That gives people a chance to get attached to these characters so that we already know that we're making a Tazri card, an Ailey card, a Jori-En card, but people start asking us, having read the stories, well, when's Tazri going to get a card? And we just get to smile and say, maybe soon.
Tazri is next in line to command the Allied forces underneath Gideon. When Gideon and the other soon-to-be Gatewatch members are actually captured by Ob Nixilis, it falls to Tazri to kind of keep it all together.
General Tazri is a card that I knew we had to make. I knew that people would want to play a 5-color ally deck in Commander.
The original name of her card was Tazri Allied Commander, but since she's the legendary creature you can build your ally commander deck around, people thought that was a little on the nose.
Linvala was a very difficult character to follow up with another legendary card, just because the first Linvala was so powerful. But I do think that this one is just as powerful, if not more powerful, but for a different kind of deck, which I think is a great way to express the same character multiple times.
It's important to evaluate cards in sort of two lights. Like, am I ahead in this game? What does this card do if I'm ahead in the game, if I'm kind of winning the game? And then what does this card do if I'm losing the game? And a lot of players don't want to think about what would happen if they were losing the game. It's like, oh, that's never going to happen. But it does happen 50% of the time, I assure you.
Ailey, Eternal Pilgrim, is this really interesting character. She is another one who you saw in the Battle for Zendikar fiction, but she's actually from before that. She is a flavor text character from the original Zendikar block. She was a cleric of Kamsa, who is the core wind deity who is based on legends of Emrakul.
Before the Eldrazi Titans were released, they were worshipped as gods. The idea of them were worshipped as gods. Ailey and the Eternal Pilgrims continue to do so. And what makes them so dangerous is, to them, like their fanaticism is justified. These gods are walking among them. And to appease the gods, they will take Zendikari and lay them before the Titan's path to be consumed.
She is intent on serving her masters, pleasing her masters, and bringing down apocalypse on Zendikar because she believes it is divine will. In original Zendikar, there were 3 nations of elves: the Tajuru, the Joraga, and the Moldaya.
So Mina and Den are elves from the Moldaya tribe, and the Moldaya have a very interesting connection, relationship with death in general. They have speakers for the dead. They have those who, they perceive death in sort of a different way than you or I, or even other Zendikari. They sort of see it as a continuation of life in a sense. Those who are dead can still speak to those who are living, because they exist in the land. However, when the land starts to be destroyed, when the world starts to end, the Moldaya are disconnected from that. And Mina and Den are some of the remaining Moldaya who are reaching out for those voices, for their ancestors, and for what they believe in.
Battle for Zendikar has a very heavy landfall theme. We wanted to pull back on that. We wanted Oath of the Gatewatch to feel different, but we still wanted to support a lot of the themes in Battle for Zendikar. So how do we make a landfall card without landfall? Well, what about you could play an extra land each turn?
So one of the things when you take on a big project, we're revamping Magic. We're going to a 2-block a year. We're doubling down on story. There's all these changes that we made, and it's scary when you first dive in to do it. But one of the things I was really happy that when we finished Oath of the Gatewatch, that I could look back at the first block and said, look, we did it. We really did it. Like, we told an amazing story. We had a very cool environment. We made a neat, fun play experience, and that this is just the first step in what is going to be a really amazing journey.
With the Eldrazi vanquished and Zendikar resurgent, the Gatewatch have emerged triumphant. But there are other planes, other stories to be told, other battles to be won. Join us next time when we go inside the world of Shadows over Innistrad. But until we meet again on Inside R&D, for all the people here at Wizards of the Coast, I'm your host, Rich Hagan, saying bye.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the news desk. We've been joined here as ever on Pro Tour lunchtime on Sunday by the Director of Global Organised Play for Wizards of the Coast, Hélène Bergeau. Welcome as always to the show, Hélène.
Thank you for inviting me, Rich.
Oh no, it's great to have you here. You always come along with lots to tell us, lots of exciting stuff. And this time around, we're going to talk about the world of the World Magic Cup and the WMCQs, the qualifiers for that amazing team global event. So what's going on in the world of the World Magic Cup?
So first off, the World Magic Cup is really a unique event, not only because of the team format, but also because we have, just like 73 countries who are competing for the title. It gives that very unique feeling, and especially because for a lot of the teams who are playing, in that tournament, it's their yearly opportunity to play on the big stage. So we are paying a lot of attention to the tournament, and year after year, we have been looking at just like ways to improve it, just like both for the players and also for the viewers, because it's also important. We know that all the fans at home are cheering for their teams.
They certainly are. All right, so why don't we get to it then? Let's begin. What's going to happen on day one? Let's take a look for you. So It's 7 rounds of Swiss. Well, that is not a change. That's exactly what we've had before. But that middle line there, Hélène, that looks awesome.
Yeah, so moving forward, we'll have the top 48 teams who are going to advance to Day 2. It's a big difference because so far it was only 32 teams who were making the cut.
So if we've got 48, how are we going to divide them? Well, it divides up neatly into 8 groups of 6 teams each. All right, so 48 teams advance. Let's talk a bit then about Day 2, because Day 2 is going to come in 2 phases if we take a look for you. And this middle bit's quite important. There are going to be no draws on Day 2. Now, there are a couple of ways we're going to accomplish this. First of all, 60 minutes for a match instead of 50. That means a lot of those back end of the round matches will come to their natural conclusion. But we're also going to ensure no draws on Day 2. If you want to find out how, I believe, Hélène, there's a sort of companion article to our announcement now, which everyone can look at on the website, and we can give you all the details, the nitty-gritty, if you like, of how we're going to establish that. But no draws on Day 2. With that in mind, now let's get to the fun stuff. Here we go. This is what Day 2 begins with. Hélène.
So very different structure here. First off, so we have 2 phases, and we're going to go into these 2 phases.
Yep.
What is important is that the very first round of phase 1 is a win and in.
Right, so the 3 seed will play the 6 seed, the 4th will play the 5th, and that means that there are 16 straight elimination matches at the start of Day 2. It's going to be an hour of carnage on Day 2 of the World Magic Cup, but not if you did really well on Day 1.
Yes, it's a piece of feedback that we were hearing a lot, after the last World Magic Cup in Barcelona. And so we were looking for a way to make sure that we reward the teams who are competing very well during Day 1. So the top 2 teams in each group will get a bye.
So they get to watch from the sidelines while this amazing round plays out. 16 matches to get us down to 32 teams. So we've played a round on Saturday, now we move into 32 teams. Let's see what happens next. So here we are, this is phase 1, it's rounds 2 through 4. And Hélène, how would you most elegantly describe this? Because there's a lot of information on the screen. Give us a nice handy catchphrase for this.
Okay, very simple way to describe what's happening at the period of the tournament is to say that it's a modified double elimination.
So, in simple terms, you win twice, you're in, you lose twice, you're out.
Yes.
That's pretty straightforward. So 1 plays 4, 2 plays against 3, and then you'll have 2 winners, because remember there are no draws on Day 2 here. 2 winners, 2 losers. They face off. The winner of the winner's bracket, they're at 2-0, so they're through and can put their feet up for an hour. The losers of the loser's bracket, they go home. And that will leave for the 3rd round of play, round 4 on Day 2, the teams at 1-1 to battle it out to see who advances. So that is essentially modified double elimination. Win twice, you're through, lose twice, you're gone. We thought that was such a good idea. Let's show you what happens next. Up next, it's phase 2, rounds 1 to 3. Hélène, that looks suspiciously familiar.
It's exactly the same thing, yes. So 2 wins, you advance to top 8. 2 losses, you're just like home.
That's very straightforward. Modified double elimination again. So at that point, we will have enough for a top 8. What we haven't talked about yet, we've talked a lot about structure, but let's talk formats, Hélène, because traditionally this has been an event that is multi-format, and as you can see on screen, it's still
multi-format. But we have also revisited the formats. So as you can see, the first rounds are steel deck, just like Team Steel deck, where the teams are going to build their decks from 12 booster packs of the expansion that we are going to launch during the fall. We didn't.
You're not going to tell us the name here?
No.
Oh, Hélène.
Sorry.
Boo.
But what is interesting is what's happening afterwards. So starting round 4, the teams are going to play Unified Modern.
Right, okay, Unified Modern. Now, there's a little twist to this, because traditionally Unified Modern says you can't put more than 4 copies of a single card spread across your 3 decks. But what's the twist that we're going with?
So the rule change that we'll have for this specific tournament is the fact that just like only 1 deck within a given team can use non-basic land.
Right, so if I have 3 Hallowed Fountains, for example, in deck A, seat A, I cannot use any non-basics in seat B or seat C, correct?
Correct.
All right, I understand that. That's pretty straightforward. Once we hit the top 8, how are things going to play out there? Let's take a look for you. The top 8 on Sunday, well, this is, again, pretty
Yeah,
straightforward.
very straightforward, single elimination, and they are going to play the exact same format that we're talking about beforehand.
Unified modern. Yep.
Yes.
All right, so, and then again, single elimination means 2 players out of 3 have to win 2 games out of 3. You'll still have your coach on the sidelines. You'll still see all the players crammed round the deciding table. All the drama of the World Magic Cup remains intact. Now, I imagine back at home, you're thinking, well, actually, I'd quite like to represent my country at the World Magic Cup in Rotterdam at the back end of November. And to do that, you'll need to put a Q on the end of WMC. WMC Qs, the qualifiers for this. What's going on there, Ellen?
So we have also looked at the World Magic Cup qualifiers. And the first thing that was seemed important, especially because we modified the format of the World Magic Cup, is to reflect that in the formats of the World Magic Cup qualifiers. So what will happen is that although we had announced earlier on that we would have 2 of the qualifiers being standard and 1 modern, we are changing that because the last qualifier, the one in September, will now be modern.
All right, so let's take a look at the dates for those so you can mark these into your diary. 3 WMCQs, June 18, 19 is still standard, that's always been true. July 9 and 10 is modern, and then the change, September 17 to 18 is a modern constructed weekend. Now, we've got 2 days there listed for those weekends. Last year we experimented with some 2-day WMCQs. What's the verdict on that experiment?
Yes, absolutely. To step back a little bit, we were looking at ways to make sure that players would have a good experience. And so what we had been doing, just like we had looked at the countries where we were projecting attendance of the World Magic Qualifier being very high. So we looked at this country and say, that's probably going to be a better experience if we run these tournaments as 2-day tournaments instead of 1-day tournament. However, stores and players didn't really seem to like it. So we are going to go back to the situation where the World Magic Cup qualifiers are only 1-day tournaments in all the countries.
Okay, if I haven't managed to qualify, is there still some kind of last chance that can get me in the door?
Absolutely. And that's actually also something that we started last year. So last year we had Last Chance trials. And these tournaments that were happening right before the World Magic Cup qualifiers were the chance for a player to either just like get eligible, just like, because they were not having the necessary Planeswalker points, or get a bye. And then what we realized is that the fact that we're trying to accomplish 2 things with 1 single tournament was not working very well.
Okay.
So what we are doing this year is that this Last Chance trial will actually become only Last Chance qualifiers.
All right, so no one gets you out of qualifying just because they want to try and get buys.
Yeah.
That makes perfect sense, but what if I'm already qualified and I want my buys? Can I still get buys?
Absolutely, because we were thinking that it's something that players are interested in, just like the chance to have a buy. Of course, Hall of Famers and members of the Pro Club will still get their buys, but we also were looking at all the other players. And so the way we are going to award buy is going to be based on Planeswalker points. So for every country, you will have a first threshold, which is the threshold to become qualified for the World Magic Cup qualifiers, and then a second threshold, which awards you a buy. And all the details are also posted in the article.
Again, you should absolutely check this article out. It will give you plenty of information there. Now, you mentioned right at the start of this, last time round we had 73 countries, and the number of countries that compete each year can vary. So you've got a sort of special message for a few countries out there, haven't you?
Absolutely, because just like the way the World Magic Cup works is that to be able to compete in that tournament, every single country must have a certain number, minimum number, of players who are actually qualified for the World Magic Cup qualifiers. And so there is a certain deadline by which the players, we are just like looking at how many players per country we have. That deadline is actually May 2nd. And we just are monitoring what's happening in the different countries. And so far, 6 countries are a little bit short. I'm going just to list them so that the players in these countries can say, hey, that's maybe time just to make sure that we are becoming eligible. So these countries are Cyprus, we have Ecuador, we have Latvia, we have Luxembourg, Macedonia, and Malta.
Okay, I just want to go back, Ellen, because we want to respond to a lot of you out there who are saying they didn't quite follow about the rule with non-basic land. So I just want to clarify one more time for everyone. Normally, you would expect that if your 3 decks were stacked one on top of the other, this is your regular unified in a format, that you could play 4 of any one card spread across your 3 decks. So my example was Hallowed Fountain. So this is different. This is new. You cannot spread all your non-basics across 3 decks. 2 of your 3 decks will have no non-basic lands in them. Correct?
This is absolutely correct.
Okay.
Thank you, Rich.
Only 1 of the 3 decks will have any non-basic land. That is super important to share with you. And thanks so much for all the feedback. We wanted to clear that up as quickly as we could because that is going to change a ton about the way your team builds your decks. All right, so Ellen, I think we've gone through it. We know that we're going to have unified modern going on. We're going to have this group of death at the front end of Saturday, and we have this modified double elimination. But here's the thing. If we're going to get to our WMC queue, we love goodies. So I have to ask you, are you going to give us some goodies?
Absolutely. Just like we have a promotional promo card, just like for everybody participating in the World Magic Cup qualifier.
All right, let's take a look. What are we giving away this time? If you come to your World Magic Cup qualifier, you will get one of these absolutely gorgeous abrupt decays just for playing. If you get to 0-0, you get to the start line, that is what you will have. That is the position there. So, Alain, you've explained it all to us beautifully. We appreciate it. Looking forward to seeing everyone at their WMC qualifiers and the WMCs later in the year. Alain Bergeau, Director of Global Organised Play, thanks so much for being here at the news desk.
Thank you, Rich.
So earlier this week, Brian David Marshall was out with the Pantheon team, and this is one of our last segments from there. And as we head in towards the Final Four, great moments coming for someone claiming a trophy. What was the Pantheon's best moment in Magic?
Favorite memory? I think it probably still is making the top 8 at Chicago 97. My first top 8. It really was definitely the most meaningful. It was really a great feeling of validation. I won my first Pro Tour relatively soon thereafter in New York. And that was awesome. But I feel like to this day, it's the first top 8 that really sticks with me.
It took a long time before I made a top 8 at a Pro Tour. So I think my best memory is probably when one of my closest friends made Pro Tour a Pro Tour top 8. I was testing with another guy named Andrea Santine, and he top 8 at Worlds in 2001, I think. And that felt like I was a part of that moment.
When I made top 8 of Pro Tour 2015 on tiebreakers, and it was like by like 0.001%. And then I ran up on stage and started jumping around like a crazy person.
It was in 1999, a Pro Tour in New York. We really wanted to play a red-blue Tinker Wildfire deck, but we were really weak against the card Rack and Ruin. We're at my house late at night, and we just tried a million different sideboard cards that night, just like probably 20 different cards, and finally Weatherseed Fairies and Shivan Hellkite turned the matchup around. And it was like, 2 in the morning. I mean, it was just a great thing, like in my parents' living room, And then our whole team played Weatherseed Fairies and Shivan Hellkite. And Sean actually made the finals of the Pro Tour.
Well, it's probably a pretty token answer, but I guess when Matt Lindy, Brock Parker, and I won the Pro Tour, that has to be my favorite memory, the Team Pro Tour in Boston, which is my hometown.
For my first Pro Tour, I think, actually. When PT Paris, I went 8-1-1 with my constructed deck. And I just crushed all the Squadron Hawk decks and all the Cobblade decks and the Volca decks, and I was really, really happy with my constructed record. But my limited record was horrible. It was really my constructed record, and I was really proud of my constructed record. I've actually never had a better constructed record since my first Pro Tour, so.
winning a PT is always exciting, but it obviously diminishes. I mean, the first one is always the best. And I mean, that was also winning a world championship is way cooler than winning a PT, and then it also was a Player of the Year win, so I mean, that just all came together.
You know, the Masters in Yokohama is a big one. I won the grinder and then made it all the way to the finals. That was like, you know, absurd experience, winning like 10 or 11 matches in a row out of nowhere to, you know, win a lot of money. I don't know, there's so many good, usually when you do well, you know, it's like, they're all great. Whenever you do well in a tournament, it's like the best feeling ever.
Yeah, winning is so much better. It's the goal. Like, pretty much everyone in the Pro Tour like loses their last round or gets eliminated at some point, and if you win, you just never get that, and you just feel great.
If I had to pick one, I would say it came at the last round of Pro Tour Dragon's Maze, which was the last Pro Tour of the season, and I found myself in a position where I could draw the last round and make platinum for the next year, or I could play, and if I won, I would be qualified for the World Championships, but if I lost, I would have nothing, neither platinum nor an invite to the World Championships. So this is one of the most weighty decisions you can invent in the Magic world. And I thought about it, I talked it over with my friends, and I just decided, you know, platinum's too much money, I have to draw. So I went to the table, I sat down, I said, "Hi, nice to meet you, would you like to draw this round?" My opponent said, "No thanks, I'd like to play." So we played the match and, you know, had an epic 50-minute round that went almost to time, and I ended up winning, and then that was like the capstone of the year. Was I qualified for the World Championships, even after I had decided that I wasn't even going to go for it.
I do hope you enjoyed the heart failure as much as I did over the last 3 or 4 minutes while you tried to work out how you were going to build 2 modern decks with only basic lands in. You don't have to. It's all right. Calm yourselves. Heart rate down. Blood pressure down. Other than basic lands, no 2 decks on the same team may contain the same card. So, Hallowed Fountains can only go in one of the 3 decks. You can't split them up. That's the final word on that. Sorry for any confusion, or as I say, near certain death. So there we are, that's what's going on there. It's semi-finals time, praise the Lord, pass the ammunition. I've been joined by Randy Buehler and Matej Big Z Zatlkar here, and we're going to settle in for Zhashen Tao of the United States up against Luis Scott Vargas. Let's take a look at Zhashen Tao of the United States for you. He's here in his first Pro Tour top 8. There you see him from East West Bowl, 30 years old. What deck is he playing? Well, he is playing one of the breakout decks of the tournament. Let's take a look. It is the blue-red Eldrazi list. There you see it. And Matej, just a terrific deck.
Yeah, it's a great deck. A 2-color variation of the Eldrazi decks we've been seeing over the weekend. This one performing really well. Also Andrew Brown in top 8. Unfortunately, eliminated already, but this deck is the real deal and probably favored in the pseudo mirror match.
All right, well, waiting for us across the studio is Brian David Marshall, and he's with someone who knows all about getting to the finals of a modern Pro Tour. It's Jacob Wilson.
Here with 2-time modern top 8 Pro Tour competitor Jacob Wilson. Jacob, you're the man everyone gives credit to for the colorless Eldrazi deck that your team played. Talk to me, you've said that the deck is disadvantaged against this blue-red Eldrazi deck that's had such a great showing here. What needs to happen to turn the matchup in Luis's favor?
Well, the matchup is all about big creatures and being fast, and the blue-red deck has more creatures. They play 33 creatures, and our deck only has 20. So for Luis to win, I would say if he's the first one to play Reality Smasher, then that's a really good way to win. And if obviously you could Ghost Quarter your opponent multiple times, that'd be good.
Anything happen after sideboard?
After sideboard, you can bring in a little bit of removal and take out Chalice, because Chalice is really bad in the mirror.
Okay. All right, Jacob Wilson, thanks for coming in and talking with us. Sending it back to the news desk.
Thanks very much to Jacob Wilson, who is just one of the best players around at the moment, back at college right now. So here's Randy Buehler. Let's talk about the opponent for Zhashen. Let's talk about Luis Scott Vargas. Let's take a look at his profile here. And Randy, just one of the true giants of the game, Luis.
Oh, absolutely. And it's awesome to see him get that 6th top 8. It's only 10 players in the history of the game who've put up that number. He absolutely belongs in that company. His team, the collaboration between Channel Fireball and Face-to-Face Games, absolutely crushed this tournament. They claimed 10 of the top 25 spots in the standings. One team of 20 guys, 10 of the top 25. They crushed it. And at the beginning of this weekend, only 8% of the people were playing the Eldrazi deck. We'll see Luis's deck list. 8% of the field playing Eldrazi. Now it's 75%. That's how insane this Eldrazi deck is. It's gone from 8% of the field, 75% of the top 8. The only bad news for Luis is the matchup here is not exactly ideal for his version of Eldrazi.
Right, Tau has already done the business in the quarterfinals against colorless Eldrazi. Can LSV stop the rot? Let's take you now to the first semi-final of Pro Tour Oath of the Gatewatch.
Hello there, welcome to the booth here at Pro Tour Oath of the Gatewatch. Marshall Sutcliffe with Ian Duke. And I use the term booth lightly here. We're actually out in the open with the spectators. Everybody's here watching. We're going to have a good time as we wind down our semifinals, work our way towards the finals. The first one we have up here is JC Tau versus Luis Scott Vargas. Players are ready. Let's head down to the feature match area. Hello and welcome to coverage of Pro Tour Oath of the Gatewatch. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe in the booth with R&D insider Ian Duke, and we're ready for our first of two semifinal matches. This first one features JC Tau, Seattle area player. He plays for East West Bowl. This is his third Pro Tour. That's the end of that sentence. On the other side of the table, we've got Luis Scott Vargas. This is his sixth Pro Tour top 8. So clearly the more experienced player out of the two. He's from Team Channel Fireball, and they are all ready to go. A quick note about the matchup here, Ian. They're both playing Eldrazi, but slightly different versions, actually significantly different versions of that take.
Yep, that's right. Luis is on what we're calling colorless Eldrazi. This is the one with fewer creatures, Chalice the Void, Simian Spirit Guide. JC Tau on blue-red Eldrazi. This is the East-West Bowl team deck.
Whoa, big start here for JC Tau. He's got 2 Eldrazi Mimics on turn 1 off of Eye of Ugin, and that also allows him to play Endless One for 2. And all of a sudden, Luis, even though he's on the play here, being the higher seed, he is way behind, facing 6 power.
Yes, indeed.
Whoa.
So big attack coming in from JC, and the hits are going to keep coming. Perhaps not this turn, but I do see a Reality Smasher in JC's hand with a couple of Eldrazi temples coming up. So perhaps not this turn, but the turn after, we will be seeing a lot of smashing coming down here, Marshall.
There's plenty of smashing going on right now, Ian. Now, if I'm sitting in Luis Scott Vargas' seat, what needs to happen for me to get out of this?
Yikes. Well, he does have one copy of Dismember, which can take out one of those creatures, but I do fear this draw might be a little too fast.
God, this deck is so explosive.
So actually there is one really neat trick here, Marshall. So Reality Smashers is going to come down here, I believe, this turn. Yes, indeed. And because Luis has Dismember, there's actually a really interesting interaction here. He can Dismember the Reality Smasher, which isn't just a kill spell. It actually gives the Reality Smasher -5/-5. And the important interaction here is when the Eldrazi Mimics look to copy the Reality Smasher, they're looking at a 0/0 creature, since it did get -5/-5 from Dismember. So JC will have to decline to copy the Reality Smasher with those Mimics. He can still attack with them, but they're just 2/1 creatures instead of, 3 5/5s coming in this turn.
Right.
And we may see him actually decline to attack with Mimics, because I see a copy of Drowner of Hope in his hand, so he may be planning next turn I'm going to play the Drowner, and now I'll make the Mimics 5/5s and crash in. So big play there from Luis, but it's only the start of what he needs to come back into this game.
So Endless One's attacking here.
And Luis sitting on just 2 cards left in hand.
He's going to drop down to 8 life here, Ian. And he is going to need to find a land and start adding some really impressive things to the board. And this counts as that. And he's attacking for 10 here.
A nice pickup for Luis there. I like this aggressive play. He's basically conceding the fact that if JC has another big Eldrazi to play, the Mimics will copy it. and Luis will die, but his best chance of winning is just to get in there. Of course, he doesn't know JC's hand. We do. And here comes the Drowner of Hopes. That's a 5-5, and so are those Mimics, and Luis packs it up.
All right, so that was it. A quick game one goes to JC Tao. And yeah, put on your seatbelts here at home, kiddos, because these matches go very quickly. You are not going to want to step away from your screen. We'll be back right after these messages.
Qualify for the next Pro Tour on Magic Online. Go 5-0 or 4-1 in a preliminary to advance to the finals. You can see the full schedule at mtgo.com. Put your game to the test at a Grand Prix. These open tournaments feature the best players in your region as well as top Magic pros from around the world. Upcoming Grand Prix include Houston, Melbourne, Bologna, Detroit, Washington, D.C., and Paris. Visit magic.wizards.com/Grand Prix for a complete schedule.
And welcome back to the feature match area here in Atlanta. So players are moving on to sideboards here, Ian, and we actually had a chance to get a little minute of their time to see how they were going to sideboard for the matchup.
I'm here with JC Tao. JC, tell me what your plans are for the sideboard. You've got as many as 4 sideboarded games to play. What cards are going to come into play here for you in this matchup?
Well, to start with, it's not great. We configured our main deck to be already good against big monster decks, kind of like what the Channel Fireball guys are running. Therefore, we shaved a lot of slots in the sideboard to protect ourselves against other smaller, quicker decks. What I did against Shuhei is bring in extra land most of the time. They do have 4 Ghost Quarters, and they seem very keen on destroying our lands. And sometimes, when it comes to just having the explosive draw, you just want to be able to cast your spells at the expense of having fewer spells in your hand. So the land comes in. The Ratchet Bomb sometimes comes in, depending on how aggressive you feel like your opponent is doing. They are very good at destroying endless ones. They are also okay at destroying the Mimics as well as the Spellskite, which your opponent will probably be bringing in post-board. And then the last card I bring in are the Gut Shots. They are, again, good at preventing yourself from dying to just a very explosive draw of Mimics. At late game, they prevent your opponent from blocking your Sky Spawners with Ink Moth, which is also very key. But yeah, that's pretty much it in terms of what I bring in.
Okay. Good games the rest of the way here in the top 8.
Thank you.
All right, Luis. Tell me what the plan is. You got as many as 4 sideboarded games. What's the plan with these cards? How do you try to turn this matchup around?
My plan is to play 3 Eldrazi Mimics on turn 1 and a Reality Smasher on turn 2. But barring that, I do have a plan.
Then you win the team pool?
Right. I don't think anyone actually did that. But this matchup's kind of weird because you want cards like Oblivion Source. I'm boarding those 3 in because they're really powerful, when you're battling over Eye of Ugins and Ghost Quarters and that sort of thing. But the matchup's also really fast. I'm boarding in 3 Gut Shots because I want to kill Eldrazi Mimics and Eldrazi Obligators and Eldrazi Sky Spawners and every kind of Eldrazi that's floating around, or my opponent if they're at 1. But mostly it's because that's a cheap, relevant card. And that's it. I'm just boarding in those 6 cards.
And what do you take out to make room for them?
So we're still debating that. Well, what we know is we're taking out 4 Chalice of the Void. That card is very bad in the mirror. Everyone just has expensive spells. Yours are like the same cost as theirs, so that's definitely coming out. The team's actually divided on whether to take out Spellskite or Ratchet Bomb. They both have their pluses and minuses. Spellskite can stop Drowner of Hope and Eldrazi Obligator. It can retarget those effects. Though at 2 life each, I have no blue sources. And Ratchet Bomb can kill Scion tokens and Endless One, though it kills my own Endless Ones as well. So I'm leaning towards Spellskite, but I'm going to go play some more games, try to figure out a little bit better. Like I said, my team played a bunch of games, and just different people like different things, so I'm going to talk to them as well.
All right, well, good games the rest of the way here in the top 8.
And once again, welcome back here to Atlanta. We're in our first semifinal match, and Ian, I thought this would be a good moment to remind everybody watching at home how we're actually structuring the top 8 this time around.
Yeah, so each of these top 8 matches, not just the finals, is best of 5 games, which means the first game is played with the main deck configurations, and then there are up to 4 sideboarded games. So sideboarding becomes a lot more important in these matches, Marshall. Okay, and it looks like, yeah, you seeing this here, Ian? JC has a little
Before we do anything else, he has an effect.
Luis putting the luck counter on his opponent's permanent there. A true gentleman.
So that's a Gemstone Caverns there for JC.
I enjoy that it's literally a luck counter.
It actually says luck counter on it. All right, good start here from Luis, though. He kicks off with a turn 1 Eldrazi Mimic and then a Matter Reshaper on turn 2. He is going to make his Mimic into a 3/2 and crunch in there. Nothing yet for Tau. Not quite as explosive as a start as JC had in the first game, but Luis is off to a reasonable opener here, especially if he can play a Thought-Knot Seer here on turn 3. No, it looks like he's just on the beatdown plan. He's going to attack for 6 damage here.
Yeah, JC with a little bit more of a reactive draw this game. Taking a peek at his hand, as we do have access to here, looks like he's got a pair of Reality Smashers and a pair of Dismembers.
So he's going to look to leverage these Dismembers in the early part of the game to keep his life total high and then clean up this mess with some Reality Smashers, though. He does decide to take out the Blinkmoth Nexus here with that first Dismember at the expense of taking an extra damage or 2, and there's a Thought-Knot Seer.
Yeah, taking out the Blinkmoth Nexus there, I like that a lot. It's not necessarily an obvious play since he is taking damage from the Dismember itself and a bunch of damage from the attack, but basically, Stone Raining your opponent in this matchup is a huge, huge thing, preventing them from getting up to Thought-Knots and Reality Smashers and even larger.
That was a nice one there for JC Tau. He did find a Thought-Knot Seer, which takes away the Oblivion Sower of Luis Scott Vargas. Now, Luis was a little ways off from casting that Oblivion Sower, but that's the type of card that he needs to keep the board stable and turn things back in his direction. We've seen Oblivion Sower do a lot of work here in the quarterfinals as well. And there's a Ratchet Bomb now for Tau. So not a super strong follow-up play, but he's going to leave back his Thought-Knot Seer on defense.
Yeah, these Eldrazi matchups, they're a lot about just who has the biggest body on board. Like that, you can see that Thought-Knot Seer just holding off the Matter Reshaper and the Eldrazi Mimic. Then Reality Smasher is sort of a one-up from that, and then the Oblivion Sower is even a one-up from that, with Endless One sort of filling in the curve wherever you need to be, wherever you need to block your opponent's creatures. So yeah, big monsters for sure, as JC Tau put it.
So Luis is just going to get in there for 1 damage with Blinkmoth Nexus, play a land and pass. So it looks like Luis is pretty out of gas here after getting Thought-Knot Seared there. And the sum total of his attacks for the turn was just a single point.
Yeah, that Thought-Knot definitely a big deal because Luis's draw is land heavy, and he's got a great set of lands here. 2 creature lands, actually 3 with the first Blinkmoth Nexus as well, and 2 Eldrazi Temples. So that turn would have been, Ghost Quarter and Eldrazi Temple. So coming up here real soon would be Oblivion Sower, but unfortunately stripped away by Thought-Knot Seer. So we'll see what Luis can come up with this turn.
Eldrazi Mimic is the only play from Tau. So this game plodding along at a much different pace than game 1, where we saw Tau have 6 power on his first turn of the game and able to ride that to the victory. Luis is going to go ahead and attack with Matter Reshaper and just cash it in. He actually is even going to get a chance to trade it off there. So he's got to be happy about that. And right off the top of the library, he finds an Endless One.
Oh, that's a huge deal here.
That is going to be a 7/7 Endless One. Right after the Ratchet Bomb had ticked up to 1 as well, he's going to go ahead and bring it up to 2. JC Tau realizing that he was going to lose his Mimic in that interaction anyway, so he went ahead and traded it off for the Matter Reshaper, preserving the Thought-Knot Seer.
Yeah, the fact that that Ratchet Bomb was already on 1 counter there was a huge deal for Luis. In fact, I believe JC brings in the Ratchet Bomb specifically just to deal with Endless Ones. And looking at the sideboard plan here, it looks like JC took out his own Endless Ones as well to sort of support that plan.
Here's a Vile Aggregate now for JC Tau, which doesn't look that amazing here facing down this 7/7. Though it does open up a pretty reasonable scenario down the line where JC may be able to put a double block on the 7/7 and only lose 1 creature.
Yeah, definitely. And Vile Aggregate can grow very, very rapidly in JC Tau's deck. He's got things like Drowner of Hope, producing multiple creatures. Even an Eldrazi Sky Spawner represents 2 more power for the aggregate.
Yeah.
So we could see a world where the Vile Aggregate actually grows up to a size where it can challenge that Endless One.
Yeah, it's close. It's already a 2/5. But unfortunately, that's only 6 total power there for Tau, and the Endless One at 7/7 trumps that. Luis is still on 20 life here. He's got Tau down to 9. And Luis is going to activate both the Mutavault, the Blink Moth, and he is sending the team everything into the red zone here for Luis Scott Vargas. He is looking to close the door on this game as soon as possible.
Yeah, so the tough thing here for JC is, if he blocks the Mutavault and the Eldrazi Mimic with his 2 creatures, then he takes 8.
Goes to 1.
And then the Blink Moth Nexus represents lethal the following turn. So it's putting JC in a really tough spot here where the blocks he wants to make are not the blocks that he can make.
I just saw something here, Ian.
What's that?
Luis has a gut shot in his hand.
Oh.
You heard him make a little joke during the sideboard video that we just showed. He said, or opponents who are on 1 life, which that actually happened yesterday.
Yeah, and it could have happened this very same turn,
It could have, too, but JC is playing around, well, that and other things here. He's also going to use Dismember here during combat. That does put JC down to 5, and he's still taking a damage this turn. And that turned out pretty well for JC Tau. He got to eat a Mutavault and finish off the Endless One, and it's going to be an Eldrazi Mimic here for Scott Vargas. JC Tau down at a precarious 4 life. But that's a long way to go for Luis if he's going to have to get in there with the Blinkmoth Nexus 3 times to combine with the Gut Shot to finish off Tau. Remember, JC also runs Eldrazi Sky Spawners in this deck that he could find. It looks like Ruination Guide is his play for this turn, though.
Yeah, so that's going to mean 9 damage coming in, actually, from that Vile Aggregate and Thought Not Seer. Drops Luis to 11.
See if Luis can find a way to finish off this game here. He's been ahead for the duration of this game, but it may be turning back in the other direction. It's a Matter Reshaper, and he's going to attack with both, immediately blocked by Tau.
So
it's the Eldrazi Mimic, so Tau falls down to 3.
Oh, and it's Eye of Ugin off the top there for Tau. I believe he's been sitting on 2 Reality Smashers for quite some time here.
Is that enough to kill Luis here? No. Ooh, this is a close one, Ian. We are we're going to see a couple of draw steps here, and then we're going to decide who wins this second game. Right now, JC Tau's up a game over Luis. There's the Eye of Ugin. And there's Reality Smasher. Now, he can present a lethal attack here, but Luis does have the ability to interact with it by blocking with his Matter Reshaper.
Yeah, and the trouble is, depending on what comes off the Matter Reshaper, that could represent a lethal crackback for Luis, even if it's something like, a Mutavault or an Eldrazi Mimic. So, it looks like, JC does go for it.
He's going for it, though, in with the team.
So he's hoping to fade something that can go directly into play off of the Matter Reshaper. And also a Reality Smasher from Luis would be the other thing.
I think a second Blink Moth would do it, too. Luis still at a precarious... Luis also, by the way, does have a Simian Spirit Guide in his hand, just in case his life total falls low. Oh, and it's a Reality Smasher off the top for Luis Scott Vargas.
So
he's gonna... Wow, so insane. So he had 2 different triggers there, one for the Matter Reshaper and one for the Ingest. And it turns out that if it was flipped the other way, things wouldn't have gone quite as well for Luis. But the card that he ended up drawing was the Reality Smasher. He shows it to him and says, I will play this and attack you with it. And that, in fact, ends game number 2. So all tied up at a game apiece here in semifinal number 1. There were quite a few cards that he could find there with that reshape.
Yeah, it was definitely a calculated risk by JC, but I think the attack made sense, like percentage-wise.
Yeah.
And it just worked out that Luis
Yeah.
got it there.
All right, well, one of the cards that's really stood out to me, Ian, especially as one that may have been easy to overlook at first, is Reality Smasher, the card that just won that game for Luis Scott Vargas and nearly won it for JC. I mean, he was also attacking with his own copy of that card. It's really funny because, you don't often think of cards like this that are kind of tricky to cast, and they have this decidedly aggressive bend to them, right, as being, staples or cards that you're necessarily going to see in formats like Modern, but this guy is scary.
It's for real, definitely. It is a strong card. In my preview article, I likened it to Thunderball Hellkite in some ways. Just, 5 hasty power, got some disruptive elements to it. One cool thing about this is originally it cost CCCC for colorless mana, and it was kind of like a Phyrexian Obliterator type design there, what was supposed to be the big reward for going heavy colorless. As we worked on the set more, we actually found we were having trouble integrating colorless into other decks, and we didn't want it to just be like, there's an all-colorless deck, and it's super strong, and it sort of moves as a chunk through Standard with Oath of the Gatewatch and doesn't really gain or lose anything. So we actually integrated the colorless cards more into other decks, so you might be able to, say, splash this card off of a Pain land in your Obzon deck or something like that in Standard. There's a little bit more interesting play and interesting deck building to it now.
What's the difference from your perspective? And for those of you at home that don't know, Ian was the lead developer for Oath of the Gatewatch, so he knows of what he speaks here. So what would be the difference if you were going to change the mana cost to 3 CC, and C is the shorthand, by the way, for colorless, versus 4C? How big of a gap is that?
It's a very big gap for building Standard decks. If you want to build a colored deck in Standard that has colorless mana in it as well, you've got sort of your 8 Pain lands. Maybe you fit in a couple extra special colorless lands, but it's really, really hard to get that double colorless. So we found that when we had anything more than 1 colorless mana in the mana cost of this card, it was really only going in the very specialized colorless decks, and it didn't really lead to interesting deck building.
Right, and so that went away from your guys' goal of what you were talking about earlier.
That's
with
right.
the CCCC, where everything's kind of bunched together in one deck. Interesting stuff. Great insight there, Ian, and that's a great name. By the way, I know that's not your department.
I actually love the names in this set. It had nothing to do with actually naming the cards. We just play with whatever wacky playtest names. But I love the kind of metaphysical, weird type names here, like Warden of Geometries and all this crazy stuff here.
Sure,
it's a lot of fun.
All right, looks like the players are ready for Game 3 here as we work our way through this best-of-5 match in our first semifinal. I will remind you that we've got Patrick Dickmann from Germany facing off against Ivan Flock from Slovakia. That's coming up next after the conclusion of this match. But let's just stay right here and see who is going to advance to the finals. Is it going to be Luis Scott Vargas? Is it going to be JC Tao? Reasonable start for both players here, both playing 2 mana spells on the first turn of the game. JC on the play after having lost the last game, and he's got an Eldrazi Sky Spawner to follow up the Endless one that he played for 2 on the first turn. See if Luis can have an explosive start of his own. He does. He plays a 4-mana spell, Thought Knot Seer, on his second turn. He even gets a look at what JC's working with, and JC's working with a lot here. I see at least 2 Drowner of Hope in that mess. And is that an Eldrazi Obligator in there too?
Yes, looks to be the case. One of the cards that is credited as giving the blue-red deck an edge in the mirror match here.
So, Luis has to decide what he wants to do.
Yeah, I mean, one thing I'd be looking at here is the Thought Knot Seer. There is a Scion there, putting JC up to 4 mana on board to be able to cast that. Yeah, it looks like that's Luis's choice there.
Yeah, he takes away the Thought Knot Seer, and now he's going to crash in with the Eldrazi Mimic that's now a 4/4. And he is actually going to go ahead and proactively gut shot an Eldrazi Scion here to make sure that nothing crazy happens on this next turn. 4 cards in hand for Scott Vargas.
Yeah, I really like that mana denial line of play there. I think Luis is just thinking if JC stumbles for just 1 more turn, missing his land drop this turn, it's going to put Luis in a really awesome spot. But actually not a bad one there for JC Tao. He does pick up a second Eldrazi Sky Spawner, which is sort of a great balance of adding presence to the board, but also adding a little bit of mana in terms of the Scion that he picks up there. Luis coming into this turn with not a lot of additional pressure in his hand. We will see what he did pick up from his draw step.
Well, he is going to go ahead and attack with Thought-Knot Seer, which is going to prompt a double block here. Ooh, and the door was open for a 2-for-1, and Luis rarely turns those down. So Dismember is going to...
Yeah, not an ideal use of Dismember in this matchup. I think it's, you know, something you generally kind of want to save for
some of the big,
for some of the big stuff like Reality Smasher, Thought-Knot Seer, what have you. But yeah, I mean, Luis just wanting it to set up the block
so
there.
Is it Thought-Knot Seer in the graveyard
yeah,
here, actually?
Sorry if we're sounding a little confused here. We were wondering the same thing, why that Thought-Knot went in the graveyard.
Did it come back? All right, it came back.
It should have remained on the battlefield.
Yeah.
The whole point of Luis using the Dismember there was to take out the Endless one and make the Thought-Knot Seer survive combat there.
Right,
So.
I noticed it down and, yeah.
But yeah, as I was saying, from JC's standpoint, I would kind of view that as a little bit of weakness in Luis's hand. Just in that, like, using a Dismember to take out a 2/2 creature kind of says that Luis really, really wants to just continue attacking with that Thought-Knot Seer, perhaps because he doesn't have a lot of extra pressure going on in his hand right now.
You know, another upside to that we've seen throughout the course of the weekend from this blue-red Eldrazi deck from the East-West Bowl team is that the addition of Ruination Guide really benefits them having a wide board state, and if you can, trim down just how many creatures they have in general, you can mitigate that a bit. So there's other upsides happening here by just taking out 2 creatures, even if they're not really the most impressive ones on the battlefield.
Mm-hmm.
So it's an Eldrazi Obligator here for Tau. Mutavault, Matter Reshaper. Make this into a 3/2 attack for 3. Tau takes a look at his life pad there. He's at 14, and he hasn't decided yet if he wants to make a block or not. He's got blocks.
Yeah, I think trading the Obligator for the Mimic here would be totally reasonable. Or yeah, even the Sky Spawner.
Sure.
Either of those makes a lot of sense.
He's going to do exactly that, and Luis is just going to pass the turn back. Oh, there's a Thought-Knot Seer off the top for Tau, which is going to take away the Spellskite in hand and leave Luis with just an Urborg.
So the important thing here is JC is just on the brink of being able to play Drowner of Hope. He actually has 2 copies in his hand. He's got 2 lands. Eye of Ugin discounts by 2, so that's 4, plus a Scion is 5. So if he hits any land here, he can actually start playing those Drowners, and that's going to be a huge step in the right direction for him.
Instead, he finds a Vile Aggregate, so still doesn't have the ability to get one of those Drowners online, but once he does, he should be able to pull away from this game, as things have come to a bit of a halt here at 12 life apiece in game number 3.
Yeah, Luis was looking great in the early game here, but as things stand, it's actually kind of shifting more toward the way JC Tau wants the game to play out. These big board stalls, I think, definitely benefit him with cards like Drowner of Hope in his deck. Being able to fly over with Sky Spawners or maybe top deck another Eldrazi Obligator. I think the board stalls generally favor the blue-red Eldrazi deck.
And there it is. He finally finds the land, and Drowner of Hope hits the battlefield, and that's the first of what is going to be 2 Drowner of Hopes.
Yeah, and actually a big deal that was an Eldrazi Temple lets him save the Scion he already had in play, and that represents an extra tap, which in many ways is like half an extra time walk given the board state right now.
And you know what? JC Tau is currently mapping out exactly how this would go, and if he can kill Luis in a turn or 2. Remember, JC is at 11. He's got a pretty reasonable life total piled up here, and I think that over the next 2 turns, he can engineer it so that he just kills Luis.
Yeah, it could be actually one off lethal right now. If he has 2 Scions to tap the 2 creatures there, and then Luis can activate a creature land. The 3rd Scion taps that, and it would be Thought-Knot Seer getting through for 4, Obligator for 3, that's 7, and the Vile Aggregate would be 4 with the remaining non-Scion creatures. So that's 11 damage. So I believe he's 1 off right now.
Putting Luis to 1 doesn't sound terrible.
Yeah, although I actually think JC can probably just wait till next turn, play a second Drowner of Hope, and then, just comfortably have lethal damage that turn. And the one danger is if Luis does top deck a Thought-Knot Seer.
Yeah, that's going to happen either way. He does just pass a turn here.
There's also possibilities. Oh, all right then.
There's the Thought-Knot Seer that you mentioned, but JC couldn't have done anything about that either way.
Yeah, that's true.
But wow, he loses a Drowner of Hope there, so nice rip.
He may have taken the opportunity to put Luis to 1 had he known for sure that was coming up, but
I mean, you said it.
Again, playing the probabilities here.
JC can't hear you, thankfully. JC still advantaged here on board, but does not attack, just passes the turn back to Luis Scott Vargas, who finds his second Mutavault.
Yeah, and this is getting like sort of uncomfortable on both sides here, in the sense that like both boards are big enough that either player could easily end the game in 1 attack, just if things balance out just right. So JC's actually kind of checked by Luis's creatures right now. He can't really use his Scions to tap Luis's board and move in, because then Luis would have easily a lethal crackback. So JC maybe, just needs to kind of be patient here until he hits another Drowner of Hope, or maybe gets enough lands that he can start activating Eye of Ugin, although Luis is ahead in the Eye of Ugin race here. One interesting thing is if JC gets a little bit closer to being able to activate Eye of Ugin, he can actually start sacrificing a Scion or 2 to start activating his Eye, and maybe getting a little bit ahead that way.
Oh, he's drawn a Dismember for the turn, which is going to take out the Thought-Knot Seer. He's going to get a card back off of that as well, though Tau does fall to 7 after using that Dismember.
Yeah, I wonder if he intentionally didn't tap for black mana there. I mean, he could have tapped 3 because Luis does have an Urborg, I think, right?
Oh yeah, Luis definitely has an Urborg.
Yeah, so I wonder if he just valued keeping his lands untapped to get the extra tempo there and didn't really care about his life total, or maybe just wasn't thinking about using the Urborg there.
Possible.
Interesting either way.
Yeah. You'd think he'd want to preserve his life total at this point.
Yeah, I would think so, although the board is clogged up enough that he may just say,
I'm not dying
I'm
this
not
next
dying
turn.
to damage anytime soon.
That's fair.
I'm not sure.
That did leave him the opportunity to top deck another Drowner of Hope and just win on the spot, I'm assuming.
Yeah, so that may be what he was thinking there.
All right, it looks like JC's finally ready to start rumbling here. He's lining up an attack with Vile Aggregate. How big is that right now? 3, 4, 7, 7?
Yeah, it does get smaller if he decides to use any Science to tap creatures, but he might not need to. He might be able to...
7, 5. Yeah, it's just bigger.
Just attack with the Vile Aggregate. Luis would either have to trade... what's going on here?
So what's happening is he's activating Eye of Ugin by tapping one of them for black mana, then playing another one, Legend Ruling the tapped one out, and then tapping the next one for black thanks to Urborg.
And sacrificed a Scion there as well.
He sacrificed a Scion, and then he had to tap, of course, the last Eye of Ugin there as part of its ability.
So I imagine we're grabbing a Drowner of Hope here.
That does seem to be the case.
Make 2 more Scions and then be able to tap down a bunch.
That's what he got. Yeah, Ian, you called it, and it's looking like JC Tau might be able to finish things off here.
Oh, wow. So this is Luis' end of turn pitches a Simian Spirit Guide for the surprise Eye of Ugin activation.
Wow, he was 1 mana short on board, so JC felt like he was fine, but immediately Luis cracks it.
Yep.
And he is going to play a Thought-Knot Seer, and you know what he's going to see there. Drowner of Hope.
Yeah, and because JC needed to do the Eye of Urborg trick on his main phase, replacing one with the other, he actually had to main phase that Eye of Ugin activation, leaving the Drowner vulnerable in his hand, and that made Luis's play possible there. So really, really nice play from Luis.
So a Thought Knot Seer is going to take away the Drowner, and there's also a Reality Smasher here for Luis off the top. Does he have any attacks?
I mean, he can offer the Reality Smasher to trade with either the Vile Aggregate or the Drowner of Hope. I imagine it would trade with the Vile Aggregate.
Well, you know what? There's also an issue because JC could just trade. Well, he's got a lot of options here as far as trades go. All right, he decides on the Vile Aggregate. He takes no damage from that, but it does get the biggest creature off the battlefield here. Now what, JC? Do you have enough mana to activate that thing again? No, passes a turn back.
I wonder what JC drew there. Seems like if he had a land, he would have played it. If he drew a creature, he would have played it. So it's either like another Eye of Ugin or a reactive card like a Dismember maybe.
I think it was maybe the Thought Knot Seer last turn, and he just didn't want to fire it off with nothing in hand, but he does play it here as well as a Vile Aggregate that he drew.
Yeah, I think he realizes, for the most part, Luis is not going to be sitting on any cards in hand for the rest of this game.
Yeah, there's a few cards that Luis could have, and here we go, Oblivion Sower. And this is what we've seen from these mirror matches, and I use that term loosely because these decks are not that similar, even though they use the same mana engine at the base of it all. But this is how you win these fights, is you become the person who gets to start activating Eye of Ugin and searching up a steady stream of threats. And now he gets to play Oblivion Sower, maybe find some lands. In fact, he does find 2. And even handy-dandy here, that Scalding Tarn does tap for black mana because Luis doesn't have anything it can search up otherwise. And now he gets to just keep chaining through these Eye of Ugin activations and start dominating the board. Also, Oblivion Sower, really nice blocker against the typical threats that you see from the other Eldrazi decks, Reality Smashers, that kind of thing.
Definitely true.
All right, combat has been called here. Luis says, sure. What do you got? He's got a pair of Mutavaults and a pair of Blinkmoth. Nexus is sitting down there as well as his entire board state, including an Oblivion Sower. But JC still has a Drowner of Hope and 2 Scions that he can use to at least mitigate some of the blockers. Okay, and JC is attacking. Those 4 creatures in the middle are attacking. He's going to activate his Drowner of Hope to tap down the Oblivion Sower, the biggest blocker that Luis has, and Luis needs to survive this any way that he can. Now, he'd love to try to maintain his mana advantage here as well so he can keep activating Eye of Ugin. It looks like he's going to be able to do that pretty easily.
So Luis does have a copy of Dismember in hand, which is definitely going to be an influence in combat here.
Okay, so it looks like both of the Blinkmoth Nexus are both of the Mutavaults are active here. And Luis is lining up some pretty nice looking blocks here. Does he have enough mana to use the ability on both of the Blinkmoths on the Mutavaults? Because one Mutavault jumped in front of the 4/4 Thought Knot Seer.
Yeah, that's very interesting. The problem is he can't do that and Dismember, and I don't think he wants to let that Vile Aggregate hit him. I imagine he's going to be dismembering either the Aggregate or the Thought Knot Seer, depending on whether he wants the extra card or prevent more damage.
Makes sense. So that makes that Mutavault just a chump block then?
Does look to be the case.
Yeah, but he is going to trade Mutavault and a Matter Reshaper. He tapped his other Mutavault.
Oh, right,
We missed the blocking Mutavault there.
The
so
blocking Mutavault.
It all works out there
so
as a trade.
Your play made sense there.
Yeah, so now he gets actually 2 cards here, right? He gets 1 off of the Thought Knot Seer, and he gets 1 off of the Matter Reshaper. Well, it looks like he did that right, because the Eldrazi Mimic hits the battlefield off of the Reshaper, and he draws I think another Oblivion Sower, actually.
Wow. So that Mimic going straight onto the battlefield could be a huge deal here. Because
Wow.
now it's going to be able to attack this turn.
There it is, Oblivion Sower, exile the top 4, and that does it. Luis Scott Vargas grinds that one through.
Awesome comeback from Luis.
And he is now up 2-1 in this match, and that was a sweet one. And again, it came down to the Eye of Ugin on Luis's side with enough mana to activate it.
Well, even before that, it was the Thought Not Seer off the top to
That
take
was
the second
huge.
Drowner, right?
You did that. That was you, Ian.
I suggested the possibility.
One question that we have that came in from Twitter. Somebody on Twitter wants to know, why is there gut shot in these decks? They said, look, I get that it's some type of technology being brought in, but what is it for?
Well, it's really good to sideboard in when you're predicting a game where your opponent's going to end up at 1 life. So that's the main purpose for it. The backup thing is it's great at killing. It's great at killing Eldrazi mimics, which is one of the easiest ways to run away with a game in the Eldrazi mirror match, right? We saw it, I guess, in game 1 there. Double Eldrazi mimic plus Endless One off of Eye of Ugin. So gut shot is awesome there.
So it's basically just the finisher. That's what I heard you say.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah,
That's
in an
the primary
Eldrazi
purpose,
deck,
yeah.
gut shot's a finisher. All right, so we looked at Reality Smasher earlier as one of the really powerful options for this Eldrazi deck that's been doing a lot of work. But I honestly, I think the absolute all-star, the thing that pins this whole deck together is Thought Not Seer. That seems to be the card of this deck if I have to pick one, I mean, outside of the lands, of course. Tell us about Thought Not Seer.
Yeah, so Thought Not Seer came out of a desire to find some interesting and unique abilities that colorless mana could get sort of as part of its pseudo color pie, where it doesn't cleanly fit exactly into what another color is doing. So it was definitely inspired by Vendilion Click, but I thought about what about it like a slow action Vendilion Click, where you get the card right away, but then if the Thought Not Seer dies later, your opponent gets to draw a card to replace it. And it's actually pretty interesting because there are times when you cast a Thought Not Seer and your opponent doesn't have any non-land cards in your hand, and then the Thought Knot's body actually becomes a liability, where if it dies now, your opponent is actually up a card on you. That said, in Modern, where you have these super powerful lands turboing out the Eldrazi, an early game Thought Not Seer is a lot more likely to see a non-land card in your opponent's hand. And so this is a card that actually gets super duper powered up by the presence of Eye of Ugin and Eldrazi Temple compared to where it would be at in Standard.
Card's unreal, dude.
It is a very strong card.
Yeah, it is fantastic, and it has been doing savage work here all weekend. And we saw, you mentioned it right there, that Thought Not Seer off the top allowed Luis to transition into the late game and ultimately win game number 3 and put himself up 2-1 over JC Tao here. All right, well, it looks like the players just about ready here. So we can start up our 4th game here. Now, this could be a decider on who goes into the finals. If it is a decider, well, that means that Luis Scott Vargas is in the finals. And, of course, if it's not, then we're going to get a 5th game. Now, it looks like JC is going to be on the play here, but not play anything on the first turn. Luis Scott Vargas plays the all-important Eye of Ugin here on turn 1, but doesn't have any other plays. There's the Eye for JC Tao, who's going to play an Endless One. And not bad. Not a bad response here for Luis Scott Vargas. He plays a Wastes and then a Matter Reshaper. So looks good for Luis so far in the early stages, but JC's not done yet. Here's a Thought Not Seer. And this is what you just described a minute ago, Ian. An early game Thought Not Seer. Look at all the options he's got here.
Yeah, 2 actually really, really good options here. There's the Reality Smasher and the opposing Thought Not Seer. Now, because Luis does have an Urborg in hand, he can play that and actually have access to 5 mana on turn 3 there. So he could play his Reality Smasher or his Thought Not Seer. So it's on JC to decide which one he wants to face less here. And it looks like he does take away that Thought Not Seer. Now, one cool thing, and I'm not sure if whether or not JC picked up on this, I assume he did, is that he saw Luis's last land was Urborg. So assuming Luis has to play the Urborg here to play the Reality Smasher, that actually turns on JC's Eye of Ugin, which turns on the Dismember in his hand. So, it does. Assuming he planned that out, if he decides to Dismember here, that's a really nice sequence on his part.
He does not.
Okay.
So Reality Smasher hits for Luis Scott Vargas, and it also hits JC.
And one of the reasons for that, or one thing we may see coming up here, I should say, is I do spy a copy of Eldrazi Obligator in JC's hand.
Okay.
And
Now
he
hold
may
on a
wanna-
second. I think we may need to back up. He may have not decided yet if he's blocked or not.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah. So it looks like JC is going to take this moment here to tap that for mana and take out the Reality Smasher. It does make him discard a card, though. So that worked out pretty well for Tau.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Oh, and this worked out really well for
my
Tau.
goodness.
And this is just punch, counter punch here in the feature match area. That was 12 damage, Ian.
Yeah, and you know what, Marshall? That makes the remaining Eldrazi Obligator in JC's hand almost a hard lock on this game, unless, again, Luis can top deck a Thought Not Seer to take that out now.
Let's see if he has it. No, he's got a Spellskite, but does that fix the problem?
It helps with the problem.
He also has a Mutavault back there.
Yep, we'll have to calculate combat math here, but one of the things Spellskite can do is actually redirect that triggered ability from the Eldrazi Obligator to the Spellskite.
Does look like it's going to cost him 2 life to do that. That might change the math enough on its own. Let's see what JC Tau does for the turn, and then we'll start sorting that out. There it is, Obligator, and he's going to go ahead and target the Matter Reshaper.
Yeah.
He does have to pay.
Looks like this is going to be perhaps not a
colors.
lethal attack, but oh, okay.
Yeah.
Looks like it is.
It's lethal. So, wow, these games are so fast. That is JC Tau evening things up. And we're going to get a game 5 between these before we find our first semifinalist. You know, I got to tell you, these games don't last super long, but boy, are they exciting. They pack in some real punches here. And this last one, I have high expectations for as well. Is it going to be JC Tau? Is it going to be Luis Scott Vargas? JC from Team East West Bowl, this is his 3rd Pro Tour, period.
Yeah, that's awesome.
And they've also all been recent. You know,
Oh, yeah?
I think he's played something like 3 of the last 4 Pro Tours, 3 of the last 5, something in that range. When we look, of course, at Luis Scott Vargas' resume, well, it's a little longer than that.
Yeah, I really like the story of the Team East-West Bowl for this tournament. It's sort of a collection of players who didn't necessarily have a home prior to this Pro Tour. Maybe had bounced around between different teams or hadn't had a team yet, or maybe their first couple times on the Pro Tour. And they sort of all banded together, from across different regions and put together a really, really stellar performance in this tournament. And, for a set that's all about teamwork, I really appreciate the story of these teams really coming together and doing awesome work.
So we got kind of a cool setup here in Atlanta this time, by the way. We're sitting not in our normal, we call it the Whisper Cube. That's the soundproof booth that we're normally in. We're actually out in the crowd here, and I see we've got a really nice crowd, and we're going to bring them up on the screen. You can see everybody wave. There they are. And you can see there's cheering sections for both of our players here as well. And everybody is joining Ian and I for this exciting ride that is the semifinals as we work our way up to the finals. Everybody's having a good time here. A little quiet. Crowd's a little quiet. They're sort of intensely embroiled in this as well.
I mean, these are pretty intense matchups.
Correct. I made a misplay.
Now, there was a question there, and I was trying to take a look at this, but the game ended so quickly as well. And what the conversation is about was, did JC have colorless mana available to activate, to pay the triggered ability on his Obligator? Because it is 1 generic and 1 colorless, and the mana that he had available, he didn't actually have actual colorless.
Oh.
He could make black mana, basically.
I see. Is that definitely the case here, or are we still investigating?
I think that that Kevin Dupre, our head judge, was down there chatting with the players. And it looks like that was the case, which results in a warning.
Okay.
Yeah, but you can't go back.
It's an unfortunate thing. I'm sure it was an honest mistake. Neither player caught it in time. The game concluded. There's really no way to resolve that besides, just simply issue a warning and sort of the result stands and moving onwards.
That's right. And onwards we go. So this is going to be intense. I'm just hoping that both players get to keep their openers and we get a real nice little game here.
Yeah, I hope so too. These games, as you said, Marshall, they're fast, but they're exciting. And the thing with these aggressive, fast games, everything is so high impact that each decision matters so much. You know, it may seem like it's just sort of, okay, I'm curving out, I'm playing these powerful lands, powerful creatures, but there's a lot of really, really impactful, hard decisions in these games. What do I take with a Thought Knot? How do I sequence my creatures? How do I attack and block? Do I take a gamble that my opponent doesn't have a Reality Smasher and come in for a big attack knowing that I'll die on the crackback if they do? A lot of things like that. And yeah, these have been really, really exciting to see play out.
All right, players are examining their opening sevens here for this fifth and deciding game in our first semifinal match. We're going to be bringing you Patrick Dickmann and Ivan Floch after this game. And this is a mulligan for Luis Scott Vargas, and I think that JC's kept his hand. Looks like he may be still thinking, but he's got 7 cards in hand still, so in any case, not an immediate mulligan. Yeah, it looks like he's kept here.
I'll show my hand after I shuffle.
Okay, so Luis Scott Vargas going down to 6. He does get to be on the play here, which is a big deal. We saw in game 1, JC had one of those insane draws. Now let's see if Luis Scott Vargas can keep his 6-card opener here. Viewers at home can get a at least fleeting glance at what his hand looks like here. Looks like 3 lands, Oblivion Sower, Endless One.
Yeah, this is a tough one for Luis here. No double lands in his hand means he's going to be coming out pretty slow. Even though he's got lands and spells, I just think against another Eldrazi deck where they kept 7, if JC comes out with a fast hand with a double land.
Yeah, any of them.
Hand just not fast enough to keep
No,
up.
not at all. I mean, we were looking at a situation there where there was a realistic chance that Luis's first play of the game is like a Matter Reshaper on turn 3 or a 3/3.
Yeah, that's just
Endless One.
That's
which
just
is,
a death sentence.
Geez, I mean, there's limited draws that can beat that. That's just not going to get the job done. So Luis is going to go down to 5 and see if he can't find something better.
Looks like another not so great one here.
No,
I see
this looks like
Ghost Quarter.
He's got Mimic, Ghost Quarter, Oblivion Sower, Reality Smasher. I don't know if this is a keep either. All right, he has kept it. He gets that scry, and he's going to put it on top. So that could be good news for Luis Scott Vargas. Could be better news for JC Tao, though, as he's the one on 7 cards, though he is on the draw. So Ghost Quarter go from Luis, and we'll see in a second what Luis decided to keep on top of his library with his scry there.
When we take a look at Tao's hand here, Tao's hand is good. He has both Eye and Eldrazi Temple. He's going to have a turn 2 Ruination Guide into a turn 3 Reality Smasher into a turn 4 Reality Smasher.
Whoa.
So, yikes.
So what happened with Luis was that he did keep a land on top. It was an Eldrazi Temple. And he just sort of flicks his hand onto the table. There's nothing he can do at this point as Thought Knot Seer examines the hand here and looks to take 1 card away. It's Eldrazi Mimic, Oblivion Sower, Reality Smasher, and Tao just has to figure out how to piece together a win here. It feels like he has the tools to do so. He took the Reality Smasher.
Yep. I think one of the only ways Tao could lose this game is if Luis hit, say, an Eye of Ugin or a second Eldrazi Temple there, played a Smasher, copied it, got in for 10, and then continued the beat down there. So taking the Smasher, definitely a huge deal.
Speaking of smashers, crunch. There's 5 damage right at you, Luis Scott Vargas, and you've only got a couple of turns to find something here. And he can't do it. He's passed the turn back 2 turns in a row. No, he actually didn't pass the turn back. So what he did is he decided to exile the Simian Spirit Guide, play an Endless One for 4, and smash with the Mimics here. He's doing the best he can with this hand. And Tao has to go in the tank. I think that JC has the feeling here, Ian, that this is his game to win or to lose, and he just needs to make sure that he plays sound Magic here.
Definitely true.
So Luis attempting to make this a race. He's got Tau down to 12. JC's hitting land drops. He's got 2 different lands that are effectively producing 2 mana. And there's an Eldrazi Obligator. And he's going to steal the 4/4, and everybody's in. Luis Scott Vargas extends the hand. JC Tau is our first finalist. So JC Tau, again, he's from Seattle area. He's from East-West Bowl, and he's got blue-red Eldrazi, and he just defeated Luis Scott Vargas 3-2 in an intense semifinal match to put himself in that seat. So he's in.
All right.
To the finals. Congratulations to JC. Condolences to Luis. Another awesome run. I know a lot of his fans were happy to see him once again in the top 8, you know, where he belongs. We're going to try to convince him to come in the booth, see if he can shake it off. But fantastic stuff there from both players. And once again, congratulations to JC Tau for taking that first finalist seat. I mean, again, this is his 3rd Pro Tour. And he just put himself in the finals.
Yeah, incredible accomplishment.
He's one 5-game match away from taking home a trophy and going from being somebody who's qualified a few times to somebody who is on the train, as we say, platinum and all that kind of stuff. So
Yeah.
really great storyline.
What comes from him down the road.
Yeah, I'm really excited and to see if he can put it together. But of course, that does mean that we have one more semifinal to go, which we'll be working our way towards here as the players are going to get seated and get everything figured out for that. It's going to be Patrick Dickmann from Germany. He's going to be playing against Yvonne Flock. And more on that, Rich at the news desk.
Thanks very much to Marshall and Ian. Rich and Randy here with you to guide you towards semi-final 2. Now, if you're just joining us, where have you been? You've missed an absolute treat. Tons of Eldrazi running around, affinity decks aplenty. Why don't we take a look at our bracket here on the final day of Pro Tour Oath of the Gatewatch, and we'll show you what's been happening. So, Randy, we began our morning with Shuhei Nakamura against Jushen Tau. And Tau won that one by 3-1 in a match that it looked like he was slightly favored to win.
Yeah, the word is East-West Bowl's Eldrazi is pretty good heads up against Channel Fireball Eldrazi, and all 6 of Shuhei's top 8s could not actually help him.
All right, so then we moved on. At the same time, Luis Scott Vargas was playing against Pascal Maynard. And this one, well, it was colorless Eldrazi against Affinity, and it went the distance.
Yeah, super close, tight 5-game match, absolutely. But Luis did, in fact, get there in the end to advance to the semis.
Now, is that what you would have expected in terms of the decks, or was that more about play, or just the way the cards fell?
I think Affinity versus colorless Eldrazi, it is close. It is definitely close. Play skill can matter. Draws definitely matter. I thought Luis played really, really well, and I mean that. Not that Pascal played badly, but I mean it's one where Luis was really on top of his game and in good form, and I think that helped him get to the semis.
So that was quarterfinals 1 and 2. Then we moved to the bottom half of the bracket, and we saw another first timer in the top 8 arena, Andrew Brown of Team East-West Bowl, again playing the blue-red colorless Eldrazi deck, and he was up against the second affinity deck in the tournament. That was Patrick Dickmann of Germany, and this is the one, Randy, that was not close. Patrick Dickmann, straight 3-0 sweep.
That was impressive. Patrick just looked great. It was another one where I actually think the blue-red Eldrazi deck ought to be a little better against Affinity than colorless is, but you couldn't tell from the game. Patrick just swept him 3-0.
Yep, but hats off to Andrew Brown for making it into the top 8.
I mean, that whole team, 4 guys played that deck. 3 of them got 8 or 9 wins with it. Like, 3 guys had 3 losses between them, and 2 of them made the top 8. Just absolutely crushed this tournament.
Yeah, phenomenal. And when you look
31, 8-1 was their record.
Right, and when you compare that to the 20 players who are on Channel Fireball and Face to Face, which are, 30% Hall of Fame, 45% Pro Tour champions, and East-West Bowl, let's be fair, maybe those things are in the future, but they're not there yet. They don't have Hall of Famers. They don't have Pro Tour champions.
They have some Grand Prix top 8s.
Right. but maybe they're about to have a Pro Tour champion because they're
Maybe.
1 5-game set away
Maybe.
right now. But Patrick Dickman advanced in quarterfinal 3. Quarterfinal 4 at the bottom of our bracket, if we take a look, that was Ivan Flock of Slovakia up against Frank Lepore of the United States. So this was 2 different flavors of Eldrazi.
Yeah.
We had the colorless Eldrazi mirrored with Luis Scott Vargas and Shuhei Nakamura's deck, Ivan Flock on the same team. Frank Lepore, though, Randy, had a third take on the Eldrazi.
Yeah, his is more processor flavored. It's black based, so Wasteland Strangler, which is a card from Battle for Zendikar that was starting to see some play on Magic Online in Eldrazi decks even before Oath of the Gatewatch came out. And Frank did a lot of his testing on Magic Online, so it's it's almost the crowdsourced version of the Eldrazi deck. And another good take on the archetype. A lot of powerful things going on there. I gotta say though, I was talking about how well Luis was playing. Even Flock is another guy who's just so good at Magic. Him moving over from cabin crew to face-to-face games for this tournament, actually, you've now got 19 other people now who are just like, I didn't realize how good even Flock was. Oh my God, he's just great at the game.
Yeah, and the interesting thing there is that when he came to prominence, it was with control decks. And, we're partly responsible for that narrative. We talk about him liking blue, or blue-white if he must, or Esper if that's all there is. But he said, no, I'm actually committed to the best deck, which is how Luis learned to take the step from just below the best to the very best. He said, I'm not interested in my own brew. I'm interested in identifying the best deck and then learning to play it better than anyone else.
That's a great point.
And if you can do that, well, that puts you into the Hall of Fame category. But it was Ivan Flock who advanced by 3 games to 2. So then we moved to our semi-finals after lunch, and that brought Jiashen Tao up against Luis Scott Vargas. Tao had already vanquished Luis's teammate Shuhei Nakamura with colorless Eldrazi and was looking to do it all over again. Randy, did he?
JC Tao could win this entire tournament playing nothing but colorless Eldrazi decks.
And nothing but Channel Fireball.
He's already taken out 1 Channel Fireball player. He's taken out another Channel Fireball player. 12 Pro Tour top 8s vanquished.
Right.
If we see even Flock win this
Who is, of course,
semifinal,
face-to-face, because they're combined for this tournament.
fair, but 75 card identical
Yes.
deck with the one that Luis and Shuhei are playing. JC Tao could just run the whole table that way. It would be kind of crazy.
Yeah, Luis sort of dodged a bullet in the fact that his deck malfunction in the quarterfinals happened in game 4.
Yeah.
He mulliganed to 4. The deck malfunction this time really cost him. It happened in game 5, and there is no comeback from that.
No, and there is a thing in Modern right now, because these decks, because the first couple turns are so important, because if you come out of the gate super fast, and that, especially in the Eldrazi match, that match can often be decided by turn 3. Not like somebody gets killed on turn 3, but just you came out, so you got so far ahead that the other guy can't catch up. You're supposed to mulligan aggressively. It is correct strategy to mulligan aggressively. 5 to 4, obviously you don't want to be down at 4 cards, but it's almost like that 7 to 6 and a scry. First one's almost free. It's just correct if your hand is at all below average to go fishing and see if you can do better.
Okay.
And I also want to say that game 3 that Luis played was amazing. I feel like Luis only even got to game 5 of what is admittedly a bad matchup because he played lights out in game 3 in particular.
Well worth watching the tape back on that one then. But it's time to turn our attention to semi-final 2, and this is Patrick Dickman of Germany. You see Jiashen Tao moving forward. He will face the winner of Patrick Dickman and Ivan Flock. So why don't we take a look at Patrick Dickman for you. He's from Germany. He's playing in his 2nd Pro Tour Top 8, the Grand Prix Antwerp champion from 2013, closing in on 100 lifetime pro points, and he is playing Affinity. Let's take a look at his list. And Randy, this is a pretty straightforward list. It's the kind of thing we've seen for a long time in Modern. This is your old school Modern deck.
Oh yeah, and he was one of the Affinity aficionados. Frank Karsten sort of led this effort to have Affinity players from a lot of the big teams actually kind of get together sort of behind closed doors. And
in the virtual corner.
Yeah, we promise we won't talk about any of the other team decks. We'll only talk about Affinity, and they did. And Patrick and Frank were among those players. Alec Majlatan was in that group who just got together and talked about what's the right way to attack this field with Affinity. So.
Yep, Dickman's here in the semi-finals, and he will face Ivan Flock. Now, across the studio waiting for us is another member of Team Face-to-Face Games. It's a very familiar face. It's the reigning player of the year. Here comes Mike Sigrist.
Mike Sagres, welcome to the not so comfy chairs here. Tell me something though. You know, we've talked a lot about this Channel Fireball deck, but this is actually we had Jacob Wilson in to do a deck tech yesterday. This actually came out of the face-to-face games half of this collective. What was the process of developing this deck? Like, how long did it take for people to get on this deck?
Well, we spent the first few days testing all the stock decks and stuff, and this was really the only new deck that we thought was competitive. So once we realized that it could be top tier, we actually just had all 13 people working on it, tuning it, playing all the matchups, and figuring out where the last few slots, the flex slots we call them, to be able to compete with the metagame we expected.
Does Even Flock think he can advance to the finals here and defend the honor of the collective against the Blue-Red Eldrazi deck?
He is probably the least confident of all of us that he will win, but yeah, he knows he's got a good shot, yeah.
All right, Mike Sagres, thanks for coming in and talking to us, sending it back to the desk, and imminently some more Magic.
All right, thanks very much to Brian David Marshall. Let's just take a look then at Even Flock's career for you. We'll show you his record. He is, of course, a Pro Tour champion, Even Flock, from Magic 2015. This is his third Pro Tour top 8. He's got the sweep, a Grand Prix champion, a Team World champion, a Pro Tour champion.
This is a guy who's starting to enter the Hall of Fame conversation.
Right, and certainly the next 2 to 3 hours could make a difference to that. All right, so that's Even Flock. It is time here in Atlanta, Georgia, for the second semi-final of Pro Tour Oath of the Gatewatch.
Hello there, and welcome back to the booth here at Pro Tour Oath of the Gatewatch. I'm honored to be joined by Eric Froelich, the Hall of Famer here, as we work our way into the second semifinal match. Eric's going to be here with us for this whole round, covering Patrick Dickmann against Even Flock. The players are ready. Let's head into the feature match area. Hello and welcome to coverage of Pro Tour Oath of the Gatewatch. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe in the booth with Eric Froelich, and we are ready for our second semifinal match here, Eric. As we head down to the feature match area, we see our two players. This is Patrick Dickmann from Germany. He's on Affinity. This is his second Pro Tour top 8. And his opponent, Even Flock. This is his third. Even Flock from Slovakia. And,
in a very short period.
Yes. He's he did seem to really kind of come into his own. This is actually, he's played 27 Pro Tours in his career versus only 9 for Dickmann, so he is the much more experienced Pro Tour competitor, but Flock kind of turned the corner late there and just has banged out a couple of top 8s here. Now, let's talk a little bit about the matchup for us here, Eric. Colorless Eldrazi for Flock and Affinity for Dickmann.
So this is very similar to the quarterfinal matchup we saw that Luis Scott Vargas ended up playing out against Pascal Maynard. It's going to play out very similarly. It is a big advantage for the Eldrazi deck to be on the play, but it's not a great matchup. Affinity is very fast. Not being able to come out with, let's say, a Chalice of the Void for 0, which Flock was not able to do, is definitely a setback. After sideboarding, it gets better. They get gut shots. They get cards like Pithing Needle that can turn off a card like Cranial Plating, Arcbound Ravager, Steel Overseer, some of the best cards in the matchups. Or in all the matchups, I guess those are Affinity's big hitters. So getting access to those cards is huge, but Game 1 can be pretty tough for every deck against Affinity, and being on the play is a pretty nice edge there. So I think that Even Flock might have a little bit of an advantage going in, getting to start on the play in Game 1, and then 4 sideboarder games, but I expect a really close match.
All right, well, there is a Ratchet Bomb here on the second turn of the game for Flock. He decides not to use it to take out the Mem Knight. Now he's got a much better target with Steel Overseer. He's going to put 1 counter on end step here on his Ratchet Bomb and maybe tick that thing up to 2. We'll see. The most important cards in the deck tend to cost 2 for Patrick Dickmann, but the Ratchet Bomb can be pretty slow here.
Yeah, one of those important cards is already in play. Steel Overseer has the ability to take over an entire game on its own.
Well, Even Flock agrees with you on that one, Eric, and decides to use a Dismember to take it out immediately. And he's got a nice little follow-up here, too, with an Eldrazi Mimic. So a pretty productive turn there for Flock.
Yeah, but right now he's playing fair Magic. Something that we've noted in this top 8 is that a lot of the decks have kind of been playing out almost like vintage decks with Mishra's Workshops and Mox Opals and being able to cast spells. I believe turn 2 of the first semifinal, in one of the games, there's 12 mana worth of spells already cast. And we're seeing a little bit more fair Magic. No Mox Opal from Dickmon and no Eye of Ugin or Eldrazi Temple from Flock, and so that's going to slow the decks down dramatically. That's not really where this Eldrazi deck wants to be, although not the most explosive start from his opponent, so he's able to not really fall too far behind quite yet. Although Master of Ethereum is one of the best cards in this matchup, it's not easy to be dealt with. Ratchet Bomb is a little bit slow in getting there.
Yeah, you know, it's interesting because Dickmon has been able to just sort of stay one step ahead of that Ratchet Bomb. Flock is going to put it up to 2 counters as he draws his card for the turn here. He still doesn't have any creatures on the board after his Eldrazi Mimic just traded for a Memnite.
So he's going to be looking to preferably remove this Master of Ethereum, although that's just not a possibility. The Ratchet Bomb can't kill anything. Inkmoth Nexus threatens to become a creature just by tapping itself, which would make Master of Ethereum a 6/6, so even Dismember is not quite enough to deal with the Master right now.
And again, more fair Magic here. I mean, Matter Reshaper is a very nice card, but it isn't the explosive cards that we're used to seeing here from the colorless Eldrazi deck. And Yvonne Flock is going to have to just sort of slog through here, it looks like.
So with the Ghost Quarter in play, that's a pretty good card against Affinity. They don't play a lot of basics, if any. Most of them play 1. Dickmon plays 1 island. That actually could combine with something like a Dismember to kill the Master of Ethereum. He's already used 1 copy Dismember, however. His hand, let's see. Looks like he's got an Endless one and maybe an Eldrazi Mimic.
Yeah.
So not the best hand when you don't have any Eye of Ugins or Eldrazi Temples. 4/4 for 4 is fine, but look at what Patrick Dickmon is adding to the board. Arcbound Ravager threatens to potentially take over. There's a Ratchet Bomb, but that doesn't stop Modular, so...
Yeah, this is a tough spot here for Flock. He's got the Ratchet Bomb, but Dickmon can just run the Ravager right into it. Doesn't even matter. It just forces him to use it at a time maybe when he wouldn't want to.
Yeah, the Ghost Quarter here is pretty huge, or Dickmon would be threatening potentially a poison kill next turn.
Okay, well, he's not done yet. Looks like a Vault Scourge here.
Now, Ratchet Bomb can take out Ravager and Vault Scourge, which is good. That's a reasonable start. That is probably what Flock is debating right now, whether that's the play that he wants to make. Looks like Nexus is getting turned on. Ghost Quarter should just be a full strip mine at this point. There's just 1 island in the deck. Dickmon's already played it.
Flock knows that, too. They do have access to deck lists here.
So he's got an interesting decision of if he's going to use the Ratchet Bomb, whether he wants to do it now. If he ends up blocking with the Matter Reshaper and hits a card that costs 2 mana, that could be a negative combo with the Ratchet Bomb. If, let's say, he flips up an Eldrazi Mimic or something along those lines, maybe a Spellskite, he's not going to want to blow up the Ratchet Bomb. That being said, there's a reasonable chance he's looking to just take up to 3, get rid of this Master of Ethereum, and hope to deal with the board in another way. He's falling pretty far behind, though, and dealing with the Arcbound Ravager and Vault Scourge is not going to be easy.
Okay, well, it looks like he's going to chump block the Master of Ethereum with the Matter Reshaper here. It's going to hit a Blinkmoth Nexus.
So Dickmon's empty-handed, but his board is very much flooded. So if Yvonne decides to use the Ratchet Bomb here, he's going to be facing... well, he'll sack the Vault Scourge to the Ravager at the very least to put 2 counters on something else. He'll probably sack Springleaf Drum as well. He's got plenty of mana. Maybe a Darksteel Citadel, depending on whether he thinks Master of Ethereum is going to be dealt with, to kind of have 2 huge threats out there, and a big Memnite and a Master. So Flock does not take up the Ratchet Bomb or use it quite yet.
Yeah, he also didn't use his Ghost Quarter there.
Right. There's no reason to use the Ghost Quarter now, just because it can be done at instant speed. If he wants to take a mana away from Dickmon, he can do it. during Dickmon's upkeep, he won't have any more basics to search out. Looks like he drew a Thought Knot Seer, which is a big body. No cards in hand, so not the most impressive Thought Knot Seer. And again, kind of constrained. Not having this Eye of Ugin or Eldrazi Temple means he is playing quote-unquote fair Magic.
So he's going to go ahead and pop the Ratchet Bomb now before playing the Thought Knot Seer. Is he just trying to not let Patrick know what he's going to be facing down as far as the 4/4 body goes?
Yeah, he's going to basically be forced to sack this Ratchet Bomb, and so giving your opponent as little information as possible. Maybe force them to make a mistake. If you're going to empty your hand and they know that you're not going to be able to dismember something, it is a lot of information when you're deciding how big to make a potential creature. Like if he's going to go all in on something like Memnite and Flock has a removal spell, that's just a huge advantage. So now Memnite becomes a 4/4, so the 4/4s or I guess it becomes a 5/5 with Master of Ethereum. So he has a chance to cast a 5/5 Endless one. Thought Knot Seer is going to be a little bit small on this board where he's got a pair of 5/5s on the other side. So Endless one is the choice.
This worked out pretty well for Flock.
It worked out pretty well, but he's not winning.
He's not. He hasn't turned it around here, but
yeah, he's gotten himself in a much better position. The board was very clogged with permanents, and it's not as much anymore. Well, that's a good one.
Oh, cranial plating off the top for Dickmon.
It's not actually outstanding. Because of the Master Ethereum getting bigger is what makes the cranial plating so good. Putting it on the Nexus and giving a bunch of poison counters, it really doesn't do much because Ghost Quarter just threatens to take out any Inkmoth Nexuses before they're lethal, so not a big threat there. Putting on the Memnite just means it's still going to trade with Endless One. But because plating is actually representing the 6th artifact, Flock had to tap his Ghost Quarter so Inkmoth Nexus can turn into an artifact, allowing Master of Ethereum to survive this trade. And that makes plating great. Just any artifact essentially is pumping up Master Ethereum to being bigger than Endless One.
Yeah, it's already got 5 toughness here with the option to pick up another.
See, if any of Yvonne's lands had been a double land, either the Temple or the Eye, he could have played a 5/5 Endless One and left off Ghost Quarter, which would have meant that Endless One could actually just trade with Master of Ethereum, and Inkmoth Nexus wouldn't be much of a threat. And on that board state, things look great for Yvonne because he has plenty of creatures in his deck that can potentially trade with the 4/4 Memnite. One of them, Thought Knot Seer, he already has in hand. So
yeah,
a lot of good options there. Instead, he's going to take a ton of damage.
So 12 damage was the total there.
Yeah, that's not a small amount of damage.
And Flock is going to trade a Memnite for an Endless One, and he needs to get back on the board. He draws Reality Smasher here.
See, that's just a little bit not good enough because the Inkmoth Nexus, again, can just turn into a creature. So if Flock's able to find any artifact, he can make Master Ethereum bigger than Reality Smasher.
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting draw set because he did lose his Memnite there.
Yeah, and with no island left in his deck, we're basically looking at 4 Glimmer Voids as the only things that Dickmon can possibly draw that would not make Master bigger. I guess no, it would have to be a 4 casting cost artifact, so there's nothing else. This is a pretty tough spot. I mean, Dismember would be a fantastic draw. Did not find that, though. If he had... no. Matter Reshaper would have been decent, because at least it threatens a couple things, plus is a body that can chump block and potentially upgrade. But nothing in his hand really stands out here.
Flock does have a Mutavault and a Blinkmoth Nexus as well.
Yeah, if there was one less permanent in play, one less Darksteel Citadel, basically everything Flock had would threaten to trade with this Master of Ethereum, including, just blocking with multiple manlands and pumping with Blinkmoth. Looks like he's just playing a chump blocker, though.
Yep. He's just going to play the Eldrazi Mimic and pass the turn here. And he's just going to take out the Inkmoth right now. Draw a card for the turn. Let's see what he found. Vault Scourge.
I think that Flock's plan here was kind of hoping that Dickmon made a mistake and didn't play an artifact before combat so that he could trade a Mutavault and Eldrazi Mimic for this Master of Ethereum. That's not a mistake that an experienced modern player is going to make, though.
Yeah, and Patrick Dickmon fits that description perfectly.
Absolutely. So something's going to have to chump. This thing is way more than lethal. And now Dickmon's going to have 2 lethal threats next turn.
And he is setting that up here. Ivan Flock down to 4 life. Just had an anemic draw here. Nothing really coming together for him. He's been able to deploy his spells. It's just nothing that really mirrored that punch that we've seen from this colorless Eldrazi deck. And as a result, Patrick Dickmon's kind of been able to just craft ways to get in damage repeatedly here, and he's got Flock down to 4.
Yeah, if that Eldrazi Temple had come down on an Ivan even pretty late in the game, let's say turn 3, I think that Ivan would have had a pretty good chance at becoming at least stable now. Whether he would have won the game, I have no idea. There's a lot of big draws that Dickmon has available to him, but these last couple turns, he wouldn't have been taking 12 damage, I'll tell you that. So it would have been a very interesting game if he could have played a 5/5 and still left up Ghost Quarter, but because he was pinched on mana and didn't draw any of his Ancient Tomb effects, that's just too tough. So he can activate Nexus, pump it, and trade with this Vault Scourge, chump blocking Master of Ethereum, but there's still just going to be 2 lethal threats next turn, and Ivan's going to have even less mana available to him next turn than he does this turn, so...
6 artifacts, 1 power plus 1 pump, so 8 life for me. I'll be at 24.
You can see that Patrick's quite precise with his operations here. And
probably should have equipped there, but it's definitely not going to matter. There's just nothing that Ivan can do with so little mana against two
That's
lethal
right.
threats.
And that is going to do it for Game 1. Game 1 goes to Patrick Dickmon from Germany as he defeats Ivan Flock in this best of 5. We'll be back right after these messages.
Play in Pro Tour Gauntlet events starting Wednesday on Magic Online and test drive one of the top decks from this Pro Tour. For more information, go to mtgo.com. Standard is the name of the game at Oath of the Gatewatch Game Day. Join the action on February 13th and 14th at your local game store. Visit magic.wizards.com/game-day for more information.
And welcome back to the feature match area here in Atlanta. Marshall Sutcliffe in the booth with Eric Froelich. We had a chance to chat with our players about their sideboard plans for this match.
Okay, Patrick, you could be playing as many as 4 sideboarded games here in this top 8. Tell me what your plan is for this semifinal matchup. Which cards are coming in, which are coming out?
Well, I'm not gonna board too much because I don't want to divert my main deck plan pretty much. I have to be aggressive in this matchup. We're not interacting too much and both trying to kill each other past each other. So when I'm on the play, I'll just be taking out 1 Mem Knight and 1 Steel Overseer and board in 2 Ancient Grudges against all the artifacts that he has. He might have Spell Guides. He's definitely playing Ratchet Bombs and boards up to 3, I believe. And there's also Piffing Needle, so there's plenty of targets for Ancient Grudge, and I think it has some value in the matchup. And I mean, Steel Overseer is very good in game 1, but in games 2, in the sideboard games pretty much, it's a little worse because they brought in Gutshot, and so it's an easy cut. And when I'm on the draw, I expect Ivan to have all 4 Chalice of the Void in the main deck. He's probably taking them out when he's on the draw, but he'll definitely have them when he's on the play. So I'll be taking out 2 Man Knights so that it does not hit me as hard when it is played for 0. And I'll be taking 1 Thoughtcast because I think I don't need the extra card draw. And I'll be bringing in 2 Ancient Grudges and 1 Dismember just to maybe catch up and kill a big creature for value, to gain tempo back. And that's pretty much all I'm going to do.
Okay, Patrick, thank you, and good games the rest of the way here in the top 8.
Thank you.
All right, Ivan, as many as 80% of your games could be sideboarded. What's the plan in this semifinal matchup for games 2 and beyond?
Okay, sideboarding is a little bit tricky because you sideboard differently on play and differently on draw. It's basically because of Chalice of the Void. It's good on play when you can play for 0 and turn 1, and they have lots of 0 mana artifacts. But it's not so great on draw. You can play it for 0, but they already have the 0 mana artifacts in play. So what do we do? Is we sideboard in Warping Veil, Ratchet Bomb, Biting Needle, and Gutshot, those 7 cards, which are obviously great against Affinity. And on play, we side out Simian Spirit Guides, we keep Chalice of the Void in, and we also side out Spellskite because, well, it's not that 2 Spellskites because it's not that good. And also we need to keep our artifact count like lower because they can cyber the Ancient Grudge. And yeah, that's what we do. We also side out one more card. I don't remember which one. Oh yeah, one Meta Reshaper because it's often tempo based, and Reshaper is like value card, so it's not that fast. So that's what we do on play. On draw it's the same. We just keep Chalices and we just side out Chalices and keep Simian Spirit Guides.
Okay.
Yep.
Even, thank you very much.
All right.
Good games the rest of the way here on the top 8.
Okay. Thank you very much.
And welcome back to the feature match area here in Atlanta. So we've got one game down here, Eric, between Patrick Dickmann and Ivan Flock, and you got a chance to hear what their sideboard plans were like. How do you think that's going to change the numbers, the matchup, given what you heard from them?
Well, it's definitely a big advantage for the face-to-face Channel Fireball deck. They get to board in a lot of cards, and they are very effective cards. A lot of sideboard cards against Affinity are quite good. These might not be on the same level as something like Ancient Grudge and Shatterstorm, but they are very strong. And the face-to-face Channel Fireball Eldrazi deck is explosive, so it threatens to win the game potentially as fast as Affinity anyways. So any card that you're able to add to interact with them is a huge benefit. So Ratchet Bomb is very strong. Chalice on the play, as Ivan mentioned, it can be excellent. It can shut down Mend Knight, Ornithopter, and Mox Opal, which Mox Opal might be the most important card in the deck for really getting off to a great start. Definitely on the broken side of things. And yeah, I think that's a pretty big advantage for Flock to have after sideboard versus game 1. I don't think it necessarily makes him a big favorite in sideboard at games, but the ones where he's on the play, I would expect him to have a decent advantage, and it's a lot closer on the draw than it would have been in the game 1 in the matchup.
All right, you can see the players are taking a look at their openers here as we work our way towards game 2 in this best-of-5 semifinal match to decide who will face JC Tao and the blue-red Eldrazi in the finals. Well, you get a pretty good look at Ivan Flock's hand, which it looks like he's thinking about. Ivan will be on the play this game.
Yeah, Ivan's hand looked solid, although I didn't get to see everything. He had Needle, which is nice. Looked like he had both an Eye and a Temple, which is definitely what you want as far as mana. Doesn't have his best cards. It didn't look like there was a Thought-Knot or Reality Smasher, but some endless ones that can be pretty big threats quickly. Pithing Needle's an interesting card in that it is excellent, but you can't really proactively play it because Arcbound Ravager and Cranial Plating and various cards are going to be extremely effective against you, and if you name the wrong one, it's pretty punishing. Although if you play a Pithing Needle after Plating's in play, sometimes the damage has already been done.
All right, well, it turns out the turn 1 play there for Flock, Endless One, off of an Eldrazi Temple, so he's made a 2-2. Dickmann went Blink Moth Nexus into Signal Pest before passing back, and now we're on Ivan Flock's second turn of the game.
It looks like he's going to have a 4/4 Endless One available to him. It looks like there's also a Matter Reshaper in that hand. So a decent aggressive start in that he's able to present a 3-turn clock from here without anything else if he's able to play this 4/4 Endless One, which is good. It's not necessarily outstanding. It's not the dream draw. I think he'd much prefer a Thought-Knot Seer this turn. Would love a Reality Smasher next turn, which isn't currently in hand, but it looks like he went with Matter Reshaper.
He went with Matter Reshaper instead. Little 1-2 punch here for Dickmann as he adds a Steel Overseer to the battlefield here. And boom, Ivan Flock trying to take the aggressive route here. He's going to get in for 5 and knock Dickmann down to 13.
Well, these creatures aren't blocking Signal Pest or Nexus anyway, so pretty reasonable to get in. It looks like Dickmann's hand, does he have 3 Glimmer Voids, 2 Arcbound Ravagers, so a full house?
He does. You take a look at it on your screen there. And it's going to be Pithing Needle naming Steel Overseer. And he even still gets to follow up with that Endless One, and it's still for 4 this turn, so a big turn there for Flock. Gets in for 5, shuts down the Overseer, and even adds 4 more power to his battlefield here.
So it's possible that
Yikes.
Dickmon is considering going, a Ravager route and trying to win with something like Infect, because this clock is going to be incredibly quick. It looks like Yvonne's got a Ghost Quarter and a Nexus as the last 2 cards in his hand, which both do a great job of blocking potential Nexuses on the other side of the board. So actually a pretty great defense for that potential line of play.
Yeah, Dickmon just says, yep, you're up.
Was that another Ravager drawn by Dickmon? So he actually had 3 Glimmer Voids, 3 Ravagers on that turn?
We don't have a name for that.
Yeah, it's not a poker hand. Well, the one name we may have for it is potentially too slow. The Eldrazi deck has come out, again, without its best cards, except it had its best lands. And then you can see what the deck is capable of.
Yeah, this game's playing out so much differently from game 1 from Yvonne Flock's standpoint.
While contemplating his attacks, he has the option of turning on a Mutavault, sending that in the red zone as well. He's not under a lot of pressure here.
No, he's not, and he's got Dickmon down to 13 already as well, looking to shut the door on him as quickly as possible.
Ravager is a scary card to see whenever you're facing down Affinity. But Dickmon doesn't even have very many artifacts. His lands, he needs to pay mana to turn into artifacts, and sacking them isn't a great proposition. Only with 2 creatures in play, so no Mox Opals, no Springleaf Drums. Like, really not an explosive draw from this Affinity deck at all. Dickmon's going to chump block the biggest creature, avoid taking the 4 damage. Steel Overseer has been Pithing Needled, so that'll get sacrificed to Arcbound Ravager, get it a little bit bigger.
Blink Moth go from Flock. Dickmon's down to 10, halfway there for Flock to even this matchup at 1 game apiece. Mox Opal. There's that second Ravager.
And here's the 3rd one.
And there's triple Ravager on the battlefield here.
That's going to present a pretty impressive ground force where the Endless One is looking a little bit small finally. Now, if Flock's able to draw a removal spell of some sort, that could completely change things and respond to a potential modular.
How about Chalice of the Void?
Yeah, right on time with that Chalice of the Void.
Little late there for Flock. You can kind of see it on his face there, too. Like, oh.
Yeah, Chalice on 2 would have been pretty good when Dickmon had 3 Ravagers in his hand. Now, not so much. I think Flock is debating whether he wants to send this Matter Reshaper in, cash it in for a card and potentially an artifact or 2. On the other side of the table, of course, that doesn't really add up much. The modular counters make sure that the creatures stay quite large. So you're not progressing in too big of a way when you make a play like that. He also probably wants to leave up some amount of mana to be able to activate Nexus or use something like Ghost Quarter, because Inkmoth Nexus is starting to get pretty threatening. It already represents potentially lethal poison counters right now. If he was able to activate Nexus, he could use the other Nexus to pump it. The Signal Pest would make it a 3 power. The Ravagers could make it 5, 7, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 poison, potentially. If he were to sacrifice everything, attack with Signal Pest, use Blinkmoth Nexus, turn it on, sacrifice that.
Well, there's Ghost Quarter. Looks like he's going to play the Chalice on 0 here.
Yeah, it'll shut off a couple of Mem Knights. 2 of them got boarded out. Ornithopters and Mox Opal was already pretty much turned off, although it is a +1/+1 counter at this point with Arcbound Ravagers. Can sacrifice it and then play the second copy. Dickmon's done a really great job of stabilizing this board. Something that Affinity is not always great at doing. It's very much an aggressive deck that is capable of going all in as early as turn 3 to finish the game off. But these Ravagers just do a pretty great work at gumming up the ground.
What's the big threat here? You know, if you're Yvonne Flock, let's say you want to attack with your 4/4 and your 3/2 or something along those lines, what ends up happening on the other side? Because this looks so spread out right now. Give us a visual for what happens.
Well, each Ravager represents putting 2 counters on another Ravager, potentially. If you want to sacrifice, let's say you want to sacrifice that 1/1 Ravager to the 2/2 Ravager. At that point, you're going to get the +1/+1 counter for sacrificing, and you're going to get the +1/+1 counter for the modular because it had 1 on it. And so at that point, your Ravager is becoming a 4/4. You could sacrifice a Mox Opal or any other artifact to make it a 5/5, and now you've got the biggest creature on the board, and you're only sacrificing 1, maybe 2 things.
Ooh.
Ratchet Bomb changes things quite a bit.
So here's a Ratchet Bomb for Flock off the top of the library here. And is he just going to tick that thing up to 2 and threaten those Ravagers?
That's definitely what your plan would be right now. Things could change depending on what Dickmon's able to do and assemble, but that's a great plan for Flock. It does mean that there will be a giant signal pass potentially on the other side of the board, but that's a lot less of a threat than 3 Arcbound Ravagers that can kind of move counters around and do a lot of great things.
All right, well, this is interesting because now this game all of a sudden has this clock looming over it with that Ratchet Bomb. We get to watch it tick up.
Absolutely.
And we'll see if Dickmon can come up with a line because prior to that, you know, the players hadn't really attacked each other in a while. We're kind of seeing what they're drawing, developing their boards, figuring things out. But not anymore.
I love Flock's position right now. That Ratchet Bomb was an excellent draw. The fact that he just gets to move it up to 1 after this turn to threaten the signal pass, and like Dickman is kind of forced to make a move because then the Ratchet Bomb just goes up to 2, and at that point it's online. So you really have to do something in the next couple turns or your board is going to be severely impacted.
All right, so it looks like Dickmon is going to take the line of trying to poison Flock out here by attacking with the 2 signal pests and the Ink Moth. But we've seen that there is a Ghost Quarter sitting there on the battlefield for Yvonne Flock. So if he wants to break up the poison aspect of this plan, he can.
Yeah, there is no reach with poison. Reach is something that we use to describe decks that are able to potentially go over the top. There's a big board stall, and let's say you have lightning bolt or direct damage. That's reach, where you know the game is kind of dragged out, and you draw your gut shot when someone's at 1.
Well,
Not that anyone would ever do that.
That never happens. Yeah.
That's just a potential line of play. You can't really do that with poison. So Yvonne can really play with his life total as a resource and not have to worry about getting poisoned out, which is nice because he has all these resources in play that can deal with this poison creature, but he also wants to keep his lands in play. He's actually not that far away from turning on Eye of Ugin, at which point this game just becomes basically a runaway for Flock.
Flock drew a Blinkmoth Nexus for the turn here.
See, that's a decent draw because they combine together to pump each other. Plus, it's just a land away from turning on Eye of Ugin. This Ratchet Bomb is ticking up. Flock has tons of life to work with. He's put himself in a really nice position, which is something that the face-to-face Channel Fireball Eldrazi deck is just really good at doing. Again, he didn't draw his Reality Smashers or Thought-Knot Seers. Those are kind of the all-stars in the deck, the really strong cards. But he still has himself at 18 life against Affinity on turn, I don't even know, a large number, which is pretty impressive.
Yeah, it is impressive. He's doing it with the blunter tools in the deck here. You see a pair of endless ones on the battlefield for Flock. He did get off to a quick start and put Patrick down to 9, but after Patrick stabilized this board, we've kind of been in a holding pattern. Of course, the Ratchet Bomb is the thing that threatens to really break up that pattern here.
Yeah.
Another...
Patrick's done a great job of playing this game with the cards he was dealt, essentially. His draw was a little bit clunky. He wasn't able to get out of the gates fast. He was basically looking at turn 4, deploying 2 Ravagers without having dealt any damage. But he's put himself in a board state where he had completely stabilized, and this Ratchet Bomb is the card that turned it around. So a really great way of navigating the position he was dealt from Dickmon. It's just Flock has kind of the trump card here. Ratchet Bomb seems like it's going to be really good, although if he kills all of these Ravagers right now, a Signal Pest is going to get huge. There are Nexuses that can chump block it, but it will still be the biggest creature on the battlefield. So what happens now, he sacrifices the Ratchet Bomb for 2. Dickmon gets to sacrifice as many artifacts as he wants to the Ravager, plus each Ravager itself is going to represent 2 more counters. So if he sacrifices Mox Opal, so now he's got a pair of 2/2s. If he sacrifices 1/2/2 to the other one, that one becomes a 5/5. And the next one sacrifices becomes a 7/7. All 7 of those counters at a minimum get to go on a Signal Pest, which has evasion. Of course, Flock has multiple Blinkmoth Nexuses now, so he's got blockers for that. He's also at 18 life. So a lot of good things happening for Flock.
This has been a really cool game. And Yvonne Flock right now putting the pressure on Patrick Dickmon by cracking that Ratchet Bomb and forcing Patrick to react to him.
Yeah, I agree. This has been an excellent game. We have a lot of affinity, a lot of Eldrazi decks doing well, and not everyone's going to be thrilled with that necessarily because they're not necessarily the most interactive decks in general, although this game we're seeing quite different. We're definitely seeing a lot of play. The game that almost resembles really broken limited. There's a lot of creature combat and deciding where these counters are going to go and when to use their removal spell. A lot of cool things going on. So Dickmon's deciding to spread out his Arcbound Ravager tokens. So he's going to have 3 bigger Signal Pests, and this is going to make it a lot harder for Yvonne Flock to actually be able to just chump block with things like Blinkmoth Nexus. Of course, if Signal Pests start coming in, Flock's Ground Force is 9 power worth of creatures right there, so it's not the best spot in the world right now for Dickmon. He needs to also have a creature that's going to be big enough that it can actually block this Endless one, or it's just a really tough spot. So one of the Signal Pests becomes a 5/6. He's got a 2/3 and then still an 0/1. Now the 2/3 doesn't even have good attacks either because Blinkmoth Nexus can turn on and it can pump itself, and the other Blinkmoth Nexus pumps it as well. And so that's a 3/3 right there, which will trade because of the Signal Cry, but Battle Cry, but Signal Pest Cry. But that's a pretty good trade when you're way ahead in life and you've got all the creatures on the board.
So, after the dust settles on that, you can see what's left of Dickmon's board, and Flock places land and passes.
Yeah, Dickmon just keeps drawing Ornithopters, which A of all don't do much, and there's a Chalice of Void on 0, so double doesn't do much. And at this point, Flock has 7 mana to go with his Eye of Ugin.
He's got it.
And so now the onus is on Dickmon to press the issue. He needs to get damage through and win the game quickly, and he doesn't have great attacks because the counterattack is for so much damage, and this Eye of Ugin just has so much inevitability, it's just going to win the game on its own. So this is definitely the rock and hard play situation for a game that Dickmon's fought very valiantly. Very impressed with this play.
Have you seen what's in his hand?
I believe it was 2 Ornithopters.
You are correct.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, being able to cast the Ornithopters would be nice because it at least allows you to continue to attack, and you get some chump blockers.
And it looks like we're done here. Yeah, permanents are being picked up, so that one
definitely looks that way.
Is going to go to Yvonne Flock. All right, so game 2 to Flock, and that means that we're tied up at a game apiece. So we're kind of back to where we started.
Yeah,
with,
we're back to where
3.
we started, except Dickmon has stolen the play. Flock got to start on the play, which is why I thought he had a reasonable chance to win this match. Being on the play game 1 means that even if you get blown out both games when you're on the draw, those are just games 2 and 4. So if you're able to win all the games on the play, things look great for him. That being said, Dickmon won game 1, so now that Flock won on the play in game 2, Dickmon gets to go back on the play in game 3. If he's able to hold serve throughout this match and wins games 3 and 5, he takes it down. So Flock is going to have to find a way to win at least one of these games on the draw and still has to win on the play, which neither of those things are easy to do. So advantage is definitely in Dickmon's side right now.
So earlier, when Ian was in the booth, I had a chat with him about some of the great new Eldrazi cards that we've seen pop up here.
There are a few of
at
them,
the Pro
yes.
Tour. Yeah, but I want to go back in time a little bit with you here, Eric, and let's talk about Arcbound Ravager. As you know, as all the sweet new toys are coming out to play, there were 2 copies of Affinity in this top 8 here, and you know, going back in time a bit, Arcbound Ravager is one of the keys to that deck.
Arcbound Ravager is great. It is a large part of why the artifact lands ended up getting banned in the block format, ended up getting banned in Modern. The combination with Arcbound Ravager is so huge, being able to turn all of your lands into potential counters. You can then move those around. Modular is just such a great ability, and you're basically turning all of your permanents into a bigger fireball later down the road. It makes removal spells look a little bit silly. And one of my first match of Modern in this tournament, I was playing against Affinity. Game 3, I'm on the draw. I have a great hand with turn 2 Lightning Helix or Stony Silence available to me. I'm like, this looks great. And my opponent's able to go turn 1 Arcbound Ravager with Inkmoth Nexus, turn 2 put 4 counters on it, and my Stony Silence does nothing. I don't have Path to Exile.
Two turns later, you're dead?
I was just dead.
Wow.
And that's how powerful Arcbound Ravager is. There's nothing else that really could have done that. And so being able to play around removal spells like Lightning Helix is just not good enough. Path to Exile just doesn't care quite as much. I mean, it's very good against Ravager, but you still just sacrifice, you move counters around. So there aren't great answers to this card, and it's very powerful. I ended up using this card to win the finals of Vintage Super League. That's how good Arcbound Ravager is. It's made its way into my Vintage deck. It was excellent. It is now the cornerstone, I believe, of what a lot of people feel is the best deck in Vintage. It's Arcbound Ravager with Mishra's Workshops, and that's just shows you how good this card is. It is very powerful.
Yeah, incredible card, and it has been around in Modern since the beginning and has been putting up results that whole time. Take a look at our feature match area here as well in Atlanta. It is a beautiful setup down there. You can see some Hedrons have kind of poked through the cement on the ground underneath our stage, but they built around them. And just one table left.
They have not done a great job of containing the Eldrazi this weekend. I think our Hedrons might be broken.
Yeah, so there's an alignment issue with our Hedrons. And,
they're unaligned.
Yeah. And
we only have 3. We need all 4.
So, yeah. The Eldrazi, certainly the breakout deck in Modern here this weekend. Absolutely crushing this tournament. And, all right. Looks like Game 3 is upon us as players are examining their opening hands. Let's see if we're going to get a keep.
We're showing our hands to our spotters. That makes me feel pretty good about Flock keeping 7. Although Dickman is back to shuffling, so he's got. I still think Dickman is a favorite with a reasonable 6 on the play. I think that the matchup is good enough that that's the case. However, if he doesn't have a good 6, and Flock has a pretty good 7, that Flock's definitely very advantaged. So, yeah, this match definitely has been swinging pretty dramatically. Dickman stealing game 1 on the draw was huge, but he definitely needs to hold serve because winning on the draw is not going to be easy. All right. Let's take a look at Yvonne's hand.
What does he have? Why don't you run it down for us here?
Well, looks like he's got Eldrazi Temple, which is a great start. That's the card you really want to see, if not Eye of Ugin. Urborg wastes the other 2 lands in his hand. He's got Ratchet Bomb, which we saw do a ton of work
Big time.
in that last game. The rest of his hand is Gutshot, which is solid in the matchup. It kills a lot of the creatures in play. Signal, Past, Nimnite, and Steel Overseer, most importantly. Matter Reshaper and Eldrazi Mimic, though, are kind of the weaker creatures. Again, we don't see Thought Knots here, which is a card that you'd really love to have, especially if you can get it early, take one of those powerful 2-drops, maybe take a Master of Ethereum. That's great. There aren't really removal spells, so Affinity can't actually deal with the Thought Knots here to get that advantage back, except in combat. And it's a 4/4, so well, it looks like Dickman did not find a 6 that he could keep.
Oh, no. Ardo immediately going to 5 here.
Okay, now Flock is pretty much in the driver's seat. His hand's not amazing, but it's good. And so Ratchet Bomb is basically guaranteed to trade at least 1 for 1, likely 2 for 1. Gutshot almost guaranteed to trade 1 for 1. Matter Reshaper, it's not the fastest clock, but it's reasonable. He has turn 1 Eldrazi Mimic, so that thing's going to be attacking for 3 potentially on turn 2, and then 5 or more damage each turn after that with multiple removal spells in reserve. That's a solid start. It's not outstanding by any stretch, but it's very good. And yeah, Flock's going to get an extra card every turn off this, too.
You know, kind of interesting. So Flock's going to be on the draw this game.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, I'm looking at that Ratchet Bomb in his hand. It's actually better a little later. Like, if you let your opponent know that you have it, doesn't he just have to dump his hand anyway?
I think that's true in most situations, although against Affinity, probably not, because there's so often that you want it on 2 that having it slower is a definite disadvantage. There's not that much you can really play around. If you're going to crack it on 0, it doesn't matter if they know or not. There aren't that many 1s. You're looking at basically Signal Pest, because even though Vault Scourge comes down for 1, it's not a 1
It
drop.
actually
so
costs 2. Yeah.
there isn't actually much that you can do. It's 0 or 2, and the times we went on 0, it doesn't matter. When you have it on 2, it's great. So Dickmon's hand looks like he's going to lead on Nexus into Vault Scourge, leaving behind Vault Scourge, plating Master of Ethereum. So gonna need a land. Yes.
Okay, so they
Wow,
just
this
backed
is
up
huge.
a little bit here because Flock said, now hold on a second, I want to see what you're doing here, because it looks like Flock is going to go ahead and use his gut shot here. And what that's effectively doing is cutting Dickmon off of mana.
Yeah, this is a massive, massive swing. Dickmon's plan, he cast the Springleaf Drum just because it was essentially free. He was going to use the Vault Scourge to cast another Vault Scourge. Now he has no creature in play. That Vault Scourge has to wait another turn, and he's even further away from casting other spells in his hand.
Wow.
He can't get a plating down and have a creature next turn. The Master of Ethereum further away. Flock is just starting to pull away. That gut shot was incredible.
So did Dickmon have another line that he can take there that doesn't expose him to that kind of risk?
He could have just cast the Vault Scourge. It's almost always way worse to do so because you're trading attacking for 1 lifelink for not having your Springleaf Drum in play, which means you're cutting yourself off of a mana next turn. Which means, let's say if he drew a land, he wouldn't be able to play Plating Equip, he wouldn't be able to play Master of Ethereum. That's a huge downside. So getting that drum in play is fantastic. But against Gutshot,
there is some risk there. Yeah.
There usually isn't. If you play a ton of Modern, this is not something that comes up. Yvonne Flock was tapped out. So unless you've played this matchup a lot, which nobody has at this point, the odds of getting Gutshot is so small. And Flock found a Reality Smasher. And that just ends the game on the spot. He's attacking for 13 on turn 3.
What just happened? I looked away for half a second and they were scooping up cards.
Dickmon wasn't dead on board. He could have chump blocked, but then he'd be dead on board.
But then
next
he
turn.
would just be dead anyway. Okay.
That was incredible.
Well, like I said, these games sometimes come very, very quickly. And we have a conclusion there in our third game. Yvonne Flock takes it down. So he's up 2-1 over Patrick Dickmon from Germany.
Yeah, that game was mostly settled before we even started. The Mold of 5 is a huge, huge disadvantage for a deck that really relies on getting a lot of permanents into play and being explosive. You really want that turn 1 Mox Opal and be able to use it. We're down to 5 cards. The odds of finding the Opal is small. The odds of having Metalcraft is small. The odds of piecing together an explosive hand where you have all this mana and these cheap cards, but also your big finisher. It's just hard to do on 5 cards with an Affinity deck. And Flock's draw matched up very well against it. That gut shot basically just meant, hey, it doesn't matter if I don't draw another card the rest of this game. I'm probably got you beat. This gut shot, it was just massive. It was a time walk for 0 mana, basically.
I'll tell you what, based on experience just from this weekend, the gut shot is aptly named. It has been pretty mean when we've seen it go. Sometimes finishing matches. This one effectively put Dickmon way too far behind to really catch up. Another card that's pretty important when it comes to the Affinity deck and the way that it operates as far as mana goes is Springleaf Drum. Let's take a look at that one. Why don't you tell us about Springleaf Drum?
Yeah, Springleaf Drum seems pretty innocuous, doesn't
God,
it?
it sure does. The first time I saw it, I thought, well, that's not very good.
Right. It's 1 mana and I have to tap a creature out of mana. That's not that good of a card on the surface. However, we're going to throw in a bunch of 0 mana creatures. We're going to make it so that just having artifacts in play is a nice benefit. That we can sacrifice this to Arcbound Ravager. We can turn on our Mox Opals. We can use our Ornithopters on turn 1 to add additional mana. So we're able to completely flood the board out by turn 2. And all of a sudden, this Springleaf Drum that is a 1 mana that doesn't impact the board is just excellent. It's just going to continue to ramp you. It adds any color, so it allows... We've seen the Affinity deck, like all of these decks are kind of colorless decks, but we've got Thoughtseize in the sideboard, we've got Thought Casts in the main, we've got Aether Grids, you've got Ancient Grudges that you can now flash back. Like all of these different ways that you're going to be able to use playing all 5 colors, despite the fact that there's Glimmer Voids in Mox Opal's main. There aren't a lot of sources for a lot of colors until you throw in Springleaf Drum. And this card just allows for some pretty fantastic plays. Yeah, it's an interesting card in that it's not one that if you're not really well versed in Magic that you've really been able to know all of the different applications for these type of cards, this would not be a card that would stand out to you. And I think for a lot of newer players that will definitely reign true, that there are not very many decks that want a Springleaf Drum. However, when you have a deck like Affinity, not only do you want Springleaf Drum, but it's amazing.
Players are just getting set here. Is this another mulligan from Dickmon I'm seeing here?
Yeah, this looks like another mulligan. He's got to have an explosive start because he's playing against a deck that is just really overpowered. I haven't got to see his opening hands to know how bad they actually were. We saw Luis mulliganing a lot of hands that on the surface look keepable. If you haven't played a lot with the Eldrazi deck, you haven't played a lot of Modern in general, you see, I got 3 lands, I've got a 2-drop, I got a 3-drop, I got, some reasonable amount of spells. This seems like a somewhat keepable hand. It's just not good enough for the format.
All right, this one is. So Dickmon's going to keep, and he's going to go ahead and look at the top card of his library, which looks like an Ancient Grudge. He's going to bottom it, whatever it was.
Yeah, if it was Ancient Grudge, that's a pretty tough card to keep because there's a reasonable chance that it's just not going to do anything. Yeah. There are times where Ancient Grudge is great, but there are hands that the Eldrazi deck is capable of where, they're just casting Mimic into Thought-Knot Seer into Reality Smasher, and this Ancient Grudge is not helping me.
All right, so turn 1. Signal Pest there for Dickmon. He also has a Mox Opal, setting himself up for a potentially great next turn. Though I see that Gut Shot in hand again for Flock.
Looks like it was a Mimic off the top, which means with the Eye of Ugin, he's got turn 1 Mimic 2/2 Endless One if he wants, and if he's able to draw an Eldrazi Temple or a Simian Spirit Guide, we have a turn 2 Reality Smasher, activate my Eldrazi Mimic, attack for 12. What? Now, there's only so he's not going to go with the Endless One.
No, he did not cast it. He does have one in his hand, though.
Mm-hmm. Probably thinking 2/2 just isn't big enough in this matchup. He's on the draw, so it's already not going to do as much. If Dickmon has something like an Arcbound Ravager, it just kind of gets shut down, while it's going to be a lot better later in the game.
So Dickmon's decided to play an Ornithopter here. But he's moving along a little quickly, and Flock just said, all right, hold on a second. Before you equip, I may have an effect. He doesn't.
Well, he drew the Simian Spirit Guide, so this
find it.
Is Reality Smasher if he wants it. This Ornithopter is just
what is it, 3 power? 3/2 flyer.
Dickmon, is he down to 1 card in hand? You got to go for it. I don't see any reason not to. Yep, here it comes.
Oh, here we go.
Turn 2 Smash.
Boom.
Take 10.
Copy. Crunch. 10U. This is half of your life total, Patrick Dickmon, and you have no reasonable blocks. Down to 10.
There's also a 5/5 trample in play, and Flock still has Dismember in hand. He may have telegraphed it a bit too much by tanking when he had no mana available, and now he's shown the Simian Spirit Guide that it is very likely that he's holding Dismember. But who cares? His hand is so good.
He may just turn it face up, and it might not change anything here.
Yeah, right now Dickmon's plan, I think, has to be hope that this Ornithopter can trade for Reality Smasher, by turning on his Nexuses and making it big enough. But not only can Flock allow him to block and still cast Dismember, the trample means he's still taking the full 5.
Wow. You can sense the tension down there from Dickmon's side of the table. He knows he's up against it here. He's found a Vault Scourge.
He's taking 2 damage to cast that Vault Scourge.
Yes, he just fell down to 8 life, and he's going to play a Thought Cast for just blue. He finds, I believe, Memnite Signal Pest there. There's a Memnite. And it is a Signal Pest in hand. Ratchet Bomb off the top here.
That he actually can't cast Ratchet Bomb.
He can't cast it. He's only got 1 mana.
What he can do is attack with his Reality Smasher, kill the Vault Scourge. He's going to send Dickmon down to 3 And any mana will mean Ratchet Bomb just is lethal. He can also cast Endless One. That will turn the Mimic into a 2/2, which actually allows it to attack past Memnite if he wants.
That's in addition to the to the Dismember play you outlined, right?
Yeah, I think that's what he's considering right now, and it makes a lot of sense. So he's gonna take the Dismember. I think the right play right here is just Endless One as a 2/2, make my Mimic get an additional toughness,
and crunch.
Yeah. And force some chump blocks.
It looks like he might just be going to attack here for... Oh. Did I speak too soon? Now he's taking a look at the board again. We'll let Flock decide what he wants to do. No, he is going to attack. He's going to offer the trade here. Eldrazi Mimic for Memnite. Dickmon's immediately going to take him up on that as he falls down to 3. Flock's up 2-1 here, looking to be in the finals of another Pro Tour. Remember, he's a champ.
Yeah, that was just a
So that was a mistake there
Yeah.
from Flock. He played it post-combat. He could still have his Mimic here. We'll see if it ends up costing him.
I don't think it will cost him. He is in great shape.
He's in great shape to find himself in the finals against JC Tao and the blue-red Eldrazi deck who awaits him.
Interestingly, the play we were talking about with the Ratchet Bomb killing the 2 potential creatures on the other side, that would also kill his Endless One, so not quite as powerful as it was before, but there's a 5/5 Trampler and your opponent's at 3 life, so
yeah,
pretty nice position.
Yeah, seems fine. If Flock makes it to the finals, he could be a 2-time Pro Tour champion. He just had one more 5-game match to win.
Yeah, this Mox Opal is not even on right now. Metalcraft is not achieved. All right, this is... Oh, no, it counts itself.
Yeah, it's
so,
on.
yeah.
So here is a Vault Scourge now for Dickmon. Is that enough, though?
He goes down
He's
to
falling
1.
to 1 here, and a Signal Pest. So how big is this Vault Scourge? It's getting +4, +0?
+5.
+5 thanks to the Mox Opal? Is that enough to save him? Ooh, this is going to get close here.
If the Mimic was still in play,
it might have made the difference here. Oh, man, this is so close. Okay, it's Ratchet Bomb. Like you said, though, that does kill the Endless One if he were to activate it. And he's going to attack with both creatures. So a 2/2 and a 5/5 trample hit the red zone here. Dickmon has to figure out how best to block. He does have the information now that Ratchet Bomb is a possibility. The Vault Scourge on the Reality Smasher makes the most sense here, right? It does.
well, here's the
kill
thing.
it.
This is what this Ratchet Bomb does, is it kills Mox Opal in addition to Ornithopter. So the Cranial Plating actually is not enough to kill Reality Smasher if he sacks Ratchet Bomb. His Endless One will die. But
so what? Deal with a 5/5, right?
Exactly. So this is a good play by Flock.
And that's going to do it. Yvonne Flock wins the match 3-1 over Patrick Dickmon, and Flock is in the finals again. Whew.
We have JC Tao attempting to take out 3 members in a row of face-to-face Channel Fireball on the exact same 75.
Yep.
He's gotten 2 of them.
Wow, incredible stuff. And you can see a big smile from Flock, and it looks like Patrick Dickmon's taking the loss pretty well here as well. Good for him. A fantastic run for Patrick. And it's always fun to see him battle in Modern, whether it's with a Splinter Twin variant of Days of Yore or these days a little bit more along the lines of Affinity. All right, so that's going to do it for both of our semifinal matches, and that, of course, sets us up for a final. For more information on that, we've got Rich Hagen and the guys at the news desk.
Thanks very much to Marshall and Eric Froelich there. Thanks for guesting there. Efro, great stuff. Very popular indeed. And we have a final. So I've been joined at the desk by Pro Tour historian Brian David Marshall from Inside R&D, Mr. Ian Duke as well. Great to have you here with us, Ian. So let's look at our bracket. First things first. Let's show you how things played out through the morning here. so we began with Shuhei Nakamura of Japan against Jashen Tao of the United States. It was colorless Eldrazi against blue-red Eldrazi. BDM, what happened here?
Well, this was a rematch after JC Tao had been knocked out by Shuhei. Playing in the last round, and JC Tao made short work of Shuhei Nakamura 3-1 with his red-blue Eldrazi deck.
Yeah, in the last round of Swiss, Shuhei could have just said, congratulations, you're in, but instead played it out.
Yes.
But it wasn't enough to actually knock him out. Tao made it in as the 8th seed.
By virtue of having played Shuhei, were good enough that he snuck in the 8th spot, and now is, in great shape.
Yes, he is. All right, so that was Jashen Tao making it through to the semi-finals. He would play the winner of Luis Scott Vargas against Pascal Menard of Canada, the number 5 seed. This was colorless Eldrazi for Luis, the same deck as Shuhei Nakamura, against Affinity for Pascal Menard. Ian, what went on there?
So I wasn't in the booth for that one exactly, Rich, but I did get to catch some games. Looked like ultimately it was Luis who triumphed over the Affinity deck.
Yeah, 3-2, some mana issues both ways, but in the end, Game 5, the deck behaved. Luis was great, as he always is. Pascal, been on social media, BDM, saying how happy he is with his finish. He's locked up gold, first Pro Tour top 8, tremendous weekend for him.
Yeah, this is a player who was, a fixture on the Grand Prix scene last year, dominant at that level, had multiple Grand Prix wins last season, now has stepped up to the next level of his game and is a Pro Tour top 8 competitor. So, kudos to him.
Absolutely. So let's move on in our bracket because Luis Scott Vargas advanced there to the semi-finals. He would face Jashen Tao. In the bottom half of the bracket, we saw another player on Blue-Red Eldrazi and another player for Team East-West Bowl. This was Andrew Brown, and he was up against the German master Patrick Dickman playing Affinity. BDM, we don't always get close Magic, even though we'd always like it. This was not close.
No, this is the proverbial not close. Patrick Dickman won this in 3 very quick, almost brutal games, as Affinity is able to do sometimes, and just ran Andrew Brown over. But what a great weekend for Andrew Brown and his entire East-West Bowl team. Again, they put 3 players through to this top 8, Andrew, JC Tao, and of course Pascal Menard on the Affinity deck.
Right, so Dickman was through. That meant our last quarterfinal, which saw Ivan Flock with colorless Eldrazi from Slovakia up against Frank Lepause. And Ian, this is the 3rd flavor of Eldrazi, Processor Eldrazi.
That's right, this was sort of Frank's own unique take on the Eldrazi deck. Going into the match, actually, I think most of us thought Frank was the slight favorite, with cards like Drowner of Hope being really instrumental in those mirror matches. Ultimately, it was Ivan Flock who did come out on top, but a spectacular series of games, really well navigated by both sides.
Yeah, so Ivan Flock advanced to the semi-finals. That brought us to lunchtime. So, semi-final 1, that was Jashen Tao, an all-American clash against Luis Scott Vargas. And this one, well, it went the distance. But BDM, we talked about mana issues for Luis in the quarterfinal, and in the end, Game 5 is not where you want to be mulliganing to 5 and still not sure whether 5's where you want to be.
Yeah, this is not a great matchup for the colorless Eldrazi deck, where both decks start on 7. When you don't get to start on 7, it gets a lot worse. And in Game 5, JC Tao, showed his deck's ability to put pressure on his opponent and didn't give Luis any time to recover. Even though mulliganing in this modern format is not as bad, you don't often get to deploy all the cards from your hand.
Right, that's fair. That's fair. So Jashen Tao moves to the final, and we have just seen our 2nd semi-final. That was Patrick Dickman on Affinity against Ivan Flock with colorless Eldrazi. And Ian, we saw the power of the Eldrazi, didn't we?
Yeah, absolutely. It's sort of the flip side of what happened in the quarterfinals there, where the robots triumphed over the menacing Eldrazi. In this case, the Eldrazi were just too strong, and Ivan Flock will advance to the finals.
Yeah, our robot overlords have been utterly and soundly defeated.
That's right.
And now we're just waiting to see which of our Eldrazi overlords are going to be ruling us until we get to Spain.
All right, so we have Jashen Tao against Ivan Flock, United States against Slovakia, Blue-Red Eldrazi against colorless Eldrazi. Can Tao sweep the 3 teammates on the exact same 75, or will even Flock claim a second Pro Tour title? Much more on the final coming right up, but we've had a huge weekend, 400 players here battling away, lots to talk about, so we're just going to take a few minutes to do some housekeeping with you and wrap up a lot of the mid-season races, if you like, and show you how everyone did through the weekend. So why don't we begin, since we began with limited, why don't we take a look at our Draft Master. So this is just across the Pro Tour season, every point you get in the limited rounds of the Pro Tour. So so far we've had 12 rounds. So the absolute best you could do is go 3-0 in all your pods. That would take you to 36 points. So the co-leaders you see there, BDM, 30 points. They have gone 10-2, spread across 4 drafts and 2 Pro Tour formats.
So we have no 12-0 drafter thus far on the Pro Tour. It gives you an idea of how hard this field can be. Pierre Dajon, Thiago Saporito, Matei, Mike Sigrist, all players you expect to see there. A name that maybe is unfamiliar to a lot of people is Samuel Thummaratnam. Right. And, he was a player, actually, I was talking to some players out on the floor, and, it's so funny. Magic players with suitcases on Sunday, right? You see them out on the floor all over the place. And there goes Sammy T wheeling his suitcase by a bunch of pros in there, and they're all just like, man, that guy. Man, I keep losing to him, that guy, he's always at the top table.
Sam is anywhere from top 64 to top 25 at almost any event you care to mention. Grand Prix, PPTQ, he could be in a 28-player PPTQ, you think, he'll be top 25. He's just super consistent. 300-player RPTQ, he'll be in the top 25 at least. He's just tremendous, but hasn't quite made that leap to superstar status. When you see him in a Pro Tour top 8, don't be surprised. He's really, really very good. So he's one of the co-leaders in the Draft Master. Now, that of course still has 2 Pro Tours to run, as does our next category, the Constructed Master. Once again, it's the same deal. It's just the rounds that you play in Constructed over the Pro Tour in the Swiss, not in the top 8. So anything that happens today, you don't get bonuses for going 3-0 on Sunday. You get $40,000 bonuses for going top 8 at 3-0 on Sunday. So these are just from the Swiss rounds. And as you can see, 48 points. That's 16 match wins for Sam Black there. 15 wins and a draw for Owen Turtenwald. And then your 45s, well, Paul Dean, Reed Duke, Scott Lipp and Ben Stark. Very US-centric field here at the moment, although Paolo Vida Damarosa and Martin Muller are right there. And no surprise, BDM, to see Martin Muller in that list.
No, absolutely not. Just one of the great young players in the game. Seems to be just getting stronger and stronger, figuring out, the intricacies of playing the game at the highest level and doing it at a very rapid level. Of course, just I want to mention, coming into this tournament, Autumn Burchett was the leader in this race, right. Just a smidge ahead of Sam Black. Sam Black looks like he just duplicated his tremendous performance from Pro Tour Battle with Zendikar. Autumn, unfortunately, did not get past 8-2 this weekend.
Okay, so those races are still ongoing, but one, and the clue's in the name, the Mid-Season Master, that's determined, because this was Pro Tour 2 out of 4. Let's take a look at who is our mid-season master, and Owen Turtenwald has locked up a place at the World Championship later this year. So congratulations to Owen. Great job. A reward for a fine first half of the year.
Shocked I am.
No, you're not. You're not at all.
I mean, only in the sense that there was almost zero chance that we were going to get to the World Championship, and Owen Turtenwald was not going to have a seat in that tournament by some method of qualification, whether it was winning a Pro Tour, the at-large bids, North American League Player of the Year, etc. So, but he's the halfway mark Player of the Year.
He is. So congratulations to Owen Turtenwald. We will see him once again at the World Championship, and he can already look forward to trying to go one match better than last time. Made it all the way to the final. Really gave us a tremendous match against Seth Manfield, of course. All right, so why don't we turn our attention to around the world? How have regions done at this Pro Tour? Let's begin with the top 10 North American players here at Pro Tour Oath of the Gatewatch. So as you can see there, there. You've got plenty of people. Those numbers 3, 4, 5, 7, 8. That just represents the fact that they are in the top 8. Of course, those numbers shift around a little on Sunday. And BDM, there are some fantastic names there, but I do want to mention someone who is not known particularly. That's Oliver Tu in 13th place. He had a great Pro Tour.
Well, yeah, what a great tournament. And, he's following up from a cash finish at his first Pro Tour in battle for Zendikar. He's qualified for now a couple of Pro Tours in a row because he was qualified for this tournament via the Magic Online Championship Series. He now he's got an invite for finishing in the top 25 at this Pro Tour, has another invite lined up because he's silver, so he's going to be qualified for a while. 18 years old, been playing Magic since he was 8. Mike Sigrist walked by. He's a Massachusetts kid. Mike Sigrist walked by and he's like, that kid, he's really good. So
we're starting to mark your card quite efficiently for future Pro Tours, aren't we? Let's see if we can find someone to talk about on the Asia Pacific slide. I'm sure we can. Here come 10 top 10 players there. Yes, well, of course you've got plenty from Japan, but a couple of names to mention there. 33rd place, Egarash Sorikup. That's from Team Thailand at the World Magic Cup. From the finalists there. And I think that's a fantastic performance. And also, Ian, for all we laud the players who have great success, there are also some very near-miss stories. And Jason Chung of New Zealand, a terrific player, looked like all he needed was a handshake. He didn't get one, and he's on the outside looking in today.
Yeah, really unfortunate to see him miss. I tremendously enjoyed watching him play all weekend long. Really, really enjoyed his modern deck, the Blue Moon deck. Hopefully we get to see more of that and more of him going forward.
I can, in fact, tell you we're almost certainly going to see more of the Blue Moon deck. It's the Eldrazi may have triumphed this weekend, but they have not necessarily won the war. We have some modern Grand Prix coming up, and I was talking to Jason. It's like, is this a deck you can bring to fight the Eldrazi Menace? And he's like, absolutely. This is a deck, maybe it needs a little bit of adjusting here or there, but this is a deck that I like to play against Eldrazi.
Awesome.
All right, what about Europe then? Who are the top 10 European players who made it across the Atlantic to play here at Oath of the Gatewatch? Well, Even Flock and Patrick Dickman, of course, are in the top 8, so their positions may change. Even Flock may go up one in just an hour or so's time. Then you've got the Austrian Oliver Polat-Rotman, and congratulations. I honestly don't think Poland has had two such successful finishes in the same tournament as Bart Lewandowski and Gregor Kowalski. 2 players in the top 24 for what is a tiny Magic Nation. Phenomenal performance by the Poles.
And Bart Lewandowski playing, I forget if it's his 3rd or his 4th Pro Tour now, already has a top 16 to his name. Yeah. Now a 17th place finish. This is a player to watch. Very smart, very studious about the game. I had an opportunity to talk to him a couple times, and I can, if I could talk to someone at home, Chris Pikula, he does not listen to Polish black metal. I asked. He said he doesn't.
There we go. So what about the teams then? Because that's been one of our central themes. So many teams have banded together to find the deck that really delivers. Let's look at the top half dozen teams here at the Pro Tour. Let's begin with East-West Bowl. By now I'm sure you're used to hearing that phrase, because East-West Bowl, a conglomeration of mostly American players. You see a couple of Canadians hanging out there. These were their standings overnight coming in to the top 8. BDM, this is an amazing performance.
Yeah, absolutely. They great finish from this kind of unheralded team. But when you look through that list, you see Ricky Chin, who has a top 8. We see Eric Severson, who had that tremendously exciting weekend at Grand Prix Vancouver. Was that really only just a week ago?
It really is.
Oh my gosh. Ben Whites, who was in the mix for the Rookie of the Year race last year. So great young players.
Let's move on to Team Channel Fireball. And Ian, amazing names here, and Channel Fireball have put up some tremendous numbers.
Yeah, just a star-studded roster. I mean, they absolutely ran the show this tournament. Their colorless Eldrazi deck, one of the winningest decks throughout the weekend. Just been awesome performances here. Really some exclamation points here. Seeing Shuhei Nakamura make another top 8 after, what was his last one? 8 years ago?
2008.
Yeah, so I mean, I grew up watching him. He's been, one of my idols, so it's great to see him making it back to the center stage. And Luis Scott Vargas, of course, we know has tons of fans out there, as does Paul Cheon, so it was good to see them do well.
All right, on we go to the other half of Channel Fireball, if you will. This is Team Face to Face. They combined together, and of course, they are still standing with Even Flock. That is is the last representative of the colorless Eldrazi that those 20 players between them put together. And you look, Andre Strasky at 10-6, the 8th ranked player out of 10 on that team. And that just shows quite how deep they went. Alexander Hayne put in a run that just didn't quite get him to the top 8. And you know, even Jacob Wilson, he opened up 0-4 and still made it to day 2 and still ended up with a winning record on day 2.
And is the player that all 20 members, you know, across the two teams, Channel Fireball and Face-to-Face Games, credit with coming up with this colorless Eldrazi deck that has run roughshod over this field.
Next up, let's take a look at the Pantheon, the team that you were embedded with BDM earlier in the week. As we see Jiachen Tao there briefly, he's gearing up for his final. We'll be with him in a moment. But there's the Pantheon, 12-4, William Jensen, the closest, and he beat Owen Turtenwald in the battle of best friends, roommates. They lived together in Las Vegas.
9th place for William Jensen.
Yeah, a super performance. And who's that in third there, Ian? Do you recognize
Reed
that?
Duke, yeah,
Reed
my
Duke.
brother. He started off 0-2 this tournament and just rallied back, ended day 1 5-3, did a little bit more winning and ended up with, really solid result.
Yep, so great stuff by them. Let's show you Team Eureka briefly. We'll take a look at them, the European team. Oliver Polak-Rotman, the closest there. And then finally, what about Psy Games? Because this is the Japanese team. And as you can see, 3 big names, and they all did very nicely. So that's the story of the teams here. The good news is that the players are ready for the final of Pro Tour Oath of the Gatewatch. Ian, I'm going to put you on the spot. Give me a winner, Jiachen Tao or Even Flock. Will it be blue-red Eldrazi or the colorless Eldrazi?
You know, I've been really impressed with the blue-red Eldrazi all weekend, but I'm going to go with Even Flock here. His play has really, really impressed me. Yeah, that's my pick.
Okay. BDM, how impressed have you been? We've seen Even Flock here before. He's been in a final and he's won. But Jiachen Tao, first Pro Tour top 8. No sign of nerves so far. What is your take on how he'll be feeling coming into this final?
Practiced? He's played the same exact 75 cards in the quarterfinals and the semifinals of this tournament. Now he faces it again in the finals. He's going to be fluent in what he wants to do for his sideboard strategy. He's going to be pretty confident in the matchup. And, he's only lost 1 match all weekend.
Right. Now, that was yesterday against Shuhei Nakamura. Some people just shrug and go, that's just the order of business. It was, after all, a round of Magic that was waiting to be played. You had a chance to have a little chat with him. Did he particularly enjoy his quarterfinal win?
I mean, we can dramatically throw around the word vengeance, but it was a sweet win for him. I believe the adjective he used to describe it is like, that was sweet to get to play him and beat him in the quarterfinals.
Right. Now, whoever wins this, somewhere in the title, it'll say Eldrazi, and Ian, with your R&D hat on, of course, we know that everyone out there is going to be busy, first of all, thinking, can they be beaten? Well, I mean, they're Eldrazi, they're Titans, they're meant to be quite powerful, but away from flavor, there are going to be answers out there, aren't there, in a field as big as Modern?
Yeah, it's important to keep in mind there's only 1 tournament has happened so far, and one of the great things about Magic is the metagame can evolve, people can come up with different answers to things, so we'll see how the format plays out, and yeah.
We've heard people talking on the floor about cards like Big Game Hunter to madness out if you kill a Reality Smasher.
Okay, here's the thing. I can be a big game hunter. There's one right over there. It's time for the final of Pro Tour Oath of the Gatewatch.
Hello there, and welcome to the booth here at Pro Tour Oath of the Gatewatch. That's Randy Buehler. That's Luis Scott Vargas. Luis, thanks for joining us. And I'm Marshall Sutcliffe. It's time for the finals. This is what it's all about. 1 5-game match to decide who gets the trophy, who gets the money, who gets all of the rewards and accolades that come along with being a Pro Tour champion. Let's head down to the feature match. Hello and welcome to coverage of Pro Tour Oath of the Gatewatch. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe in the booth with Luis Scott Vargas and Randy Buehler. It's been a long tournament, and it's now time for the finals. We've got our first player here, JC Tao. This is his 3rd Pro Tour of his life. He's in the finals here. He plays for Team East-West Bowl, and he is on the blue-red Eldrazi deck. His opponent, well, this is his 3rd Pro Tour top 8. That is Ivan Flock. He played for Team Face-to-Face Games here, also on an Eldrazi deck, but on a different flavor. He's on the colorless Eldrazi. And Randy, that's kind of one of the big questions that we're going to get to answer here is, well, who broke it more?
Yeah, who broke it more? These are the right 2 decks. These are the right 2 teams to be in the Pro Tour final. Oh, turn 0 Gemstone Caverns. Lucky.
Well, you don't make the finals of the Pro Tour without a few luck counters. So here's a physical manifestation of that.
Yeah, one of these teams and one of these decks is going to get remembered as having broken it more. I think that's the right way to look at it.
All right, so Luis, you played the deck that Ivan's on here.
Yeah, in fact, against JC. So this is the 75-card mirror on both sides. Like I just played the even 75 against JC's deck, and didn't go well, though the match was very close. I do think the blue-red deck is slightly ahead. The card Drowner of Hope is a really big one, and Eldrazi Obligator in a fast game can really seal the deal.
Now, what do you make of this opener here, Luis? We've got 2 lands already in play here for JC Tao, but no play yet.
No, he's got Reality Smashers, what he's waiting on, and he actually could have played an Endless One as a 3/3, but he chose not to.
Okay. And it looks like on draw step here, Ivan Flock is going to just nab that Eye of Ugin with a Ghost Quarter here in an attempt to stifle JC Tao's mana development.
If you're not the first person to get out Reality Smashers, the really big one, the Thought Knot is a big deal too, then using Ghost Quarters makes sense. That's one of the advantages the colorless deck has, is it does get to play Ghost Quarter. Another thing to note is that JC doesn't have Urborgs in his deck, so his Eye of Ugin's never naturally tap for black mana. Sometimes he can piggyback off of the colorless deck's Urborgs, which is actually a real risk. We considered siding 1 copy of Urborg out because it's so bad to play Urborg into their Eye of Ugin.
They get to untap
and start tapping their land. But, this is actually really big. It might look innocuous, but JC played a 2nd island. That's his last basic. Now even knows that any further Ghost Quarters are just straight up strip mines.
They do run 4 Ghost Quarter in this list. Ivan's got 4 in the main deck here. So, yeah, any further Ghost Quartering are going to be very good for him. Though he doesn't have any in his hand, he's got triple Reality Smasher, a Spellskite, and a Mimic.
So, Eye of Ugin was, in fact, the exiled card off Gemstone Caverns, which makes Ghost Quartering it even more appealing.
Sure. Did you guys consider Gemstone Cavern?
We did. That was in one of the lists. Ended up liking what Mutavault offered the deck more. Mutavault was really key in just getting extra damage through, because this is an aggro deck in a lot of ways.
Sure.
The extra damage from Mutavault, sometimes the extra blockers, sometimes the combo with Blinkmoth Nexus, since you can pump Mutavault with Nexus.
Relatively slow start here for these players is Flock is just going to add a Spellskite to the board here before he starts smashing realities next turn if he can find another source of mana here. And not much from Tao after that Ghost Quarter in the early stages of the game there. He hasn't made a play yet.
Well, both players are sitting on Reality Smasher and are 1 mana away from casting it at this point. Tao
Dismember
is just going to go ahead and dismember the Spellskite, since eventually he's going to have to, and because Gemstone can tap for black, he's able to do that without paying excess life.
All right, well, an Endless One finally does hit the battlefield here for Tao. It's just a 4/4. Oh, and it was Ratchet Bomb off the top.
Ratchet Bomb does kill the Endless One. That is relevant, so Even's going to be able to clear the path to hit for 2, but he really just wanted to draw a land. If he could play Reality Smasher there, I think the first person on scene is going to have a huge advantage.
And that was a land off the top of the library there for JC Tao. So Reality starts getting smashed. Bam, you're down to 15, Flock, and pass the turn back. Can Flock find a land of his own? No.
He can't, but he found a Thought Knot, which is actually pretty good because the Mimic's in play. Thought Knot lets Mimic hit for 4.
Okay.
He gets to steal the...
Drowner.
Presumably the Drowner, even though JC can't cast it yet. And then next turn, if he draws a land, play Smasher, attack with 2 5/5s and a 4/4. It's kind of unfortunate because Endless One coming out as a 5/5 is really annoying here. Ivan could take a gamble here. He could take Endless One and just hope JC misses on lands, but...
It's Reality Smasher, not Endless One.
Oh, it's even Reality Smasher. So either way, he could take a gamble and take the 5-drop.
Just hope he doesn't draw
and
land
hope he doesn't draw lands. But the problem is if that doesn't work out, you're in so much trouble.
Okay, in the meantime, the Mimic's going to get in for 4, and Flock's going to pass the turn back. What does Tao find on the top of his library? Looks like he found an Eldrazi Sky Spawner.
Yeah, the draft superstar now constructed powerhouse.
In Modern, no less.
And Tao's got an interesting situation of his own here. He can play another Reality Smasher and hit Yvonne down to 5, but he's dead to almost everything. He's actually dead to end a land because of the 2 Mutavaults and just gets attacked back for 10. So that seems a bit aggressive. Attacking with 1 and leaving 1 back doesn't sound too bad, though he's got to put even on a Reality Smasher in hand, at least 1. Even has 3 cards in hand, hasn't been playing lands. That's one of the few cards in his deck he wouldn't be able to cast.
So you see JC Tao.
He's actually not. JC's not in great shape. If Yvonne draws a land, JC's going to have a lot of problem here because he can leave back both Reality Smashers, but then Yvonne just goes Smasher, 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 just over the next 3 turns. Again, assuming he draws a land. He can attack Yvonne down to 10 and then have 1/5/5 back to block, which lets him trade Reality Smashers and take 9 because the Mimic, remember, becomes a 5/5.
Right.
And go to 1 and be, in a situation that's really problematic the next turn. So Thought-Knot Seer was a pretty incredible draw, as it turns out.
Yeah, that Drowner was JC's plan for not dying to these Reality Smashers.
Right.
Doesn't have it anymore.
Okay, so he is going to smash in there and
Big draw
even the
step.
life totals. And if this it is a land, he finds
Eldrazi Temple.
an Eldrazi Temple, which gives him access. Now this is going to force a chump block here.
Well, so Yvonne knows that JC's just got 1 random card in his hand that he drew off the top of his deck.
Okay.
And it's a forced play. If he plays Reality Smasher, makes Mimic a 5/5, attacks with all, he could actually
just with the 2 5/5s?
He could attack even with just the 2 5/5s. He doesn't have to attack with Thought-Knot Seer, but regardless if he attacks with both 5/5s, JC is basically forced to block Reality Smasher, since it's better to block that than Mimic under most circumstances. He can Yvonne's big decision here is whether to put JC down to 1 or leave him at 5 and keep a Thought-Knot back in case JC has another Reality Smasher. I think Yvonne is dead to Eldrazi Obligator no matter what he does, barring not attacking at all, which, especially with the Mimic out, seems pretty unrealistic. But this is an interesting turn. I mean, giving up 4 points of damage is relevant, but the difference between 1 and 5 isn't very big when you're doing all your damage in chunks of 5. What it really does is it makes something like Mutavault become lethal. Yvonne is unlikely to beat a Drowner of Hope either, but he doesn't know that JC didn't draw a land. Because had JC drawn a land, it would behoove him to not play it, because that would conceal that he could have a Drowner next turn. So Yvonne's got to factor in that the 2 draw steps could be land Drowner or Drowner land in that order.
Okay, well, he's going to cast a Reality Smasher. This much we do know. The question is, what's attacking here? Well, yeah. JC can't wait to block.
I kind of like just attacking with the 2 5/5s. Again, you're dead to Obligator, I think, no matter what. That's fine. You can concede to that card. You're in trouble against Drowner no matter what. But this way you don't die to a second Reality Smasher, and you presumably have lethal next turn because JC's at 5, has 1 blocker, and you have now 2 5/5s. Though, if JC then leaves Reality Smasher back, you put him to 1. Yeah, this is the more conservative play, and I think you're winning this game by enough that that I'm okay with it.
Okay, so Smashers do trade off, and that is going to half JC Tao's life total down to 5, and this is a big draw step for JC. What can he find off the top of the library? It was a Thought-Knot Seer.
Look like a Vile Aggregate.
Oh, sorry,
to
was
me,
it a
but
Vile
it could be a
Aggregate?
Thought-Knot Seer. You could be right.
All right, well, we'll see what he has.
Either way, he has to cast it, and this is where not attacking with Thought-Knot meant that you don't have lethal, but it does. Oh, it is a Thought-Knot, so that takes one of one of the two Reality Smashers. But part of the reason that Yvonne's play last turn was good is that now 2 5/5s are still coming in, and it's going to prompt trade, chump block, go to 1, and at that point, I don't think JC can win even with.
And if Yvonne draws a land, he can add a Mutavault to the attack, right?
Right, because he drew Eldrazi Temple last round, exactly.
Okay, so one of the Smashers goes away. JC passes the turn, but Flock has what he needs to win this game in
Land.
his hand. He did find a land. That's a Mutavault.
I think that's game.
Yep.
Bang. Play this. Activate this, and JC Tao has seen enough. He's going to scoop him up, and Yvonne Flock takes game number 1 of the finals. In impressive fashion there, a nice tight game down the stretch, but Yvonne Flock takes it. We'll be back right after these messages.
Start on your road to the Pro Tour by playing in a preliminary Pro Tour qualifier. With more than 2,000 locations running events around the world, you're sure to find one near you. Visit magic.wizards.com/pptq for schedules and information. In the art of Magic the Gathering Zendikar, you can experience the danger and beauty of Zendikar like never before. This lavishly illustrated hardcover book features the award-winning art of Magic the Gathering and gives you an insider's look at the secrets of Zendikar, its peoples, continents, and creatures. On sale now.
Welcome back to the feature match area here in Atlanta. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe in the booth with Luis Scott Vargas and Randy Buehler, bringing you coverage of the finals. And Randy, you know, I got to say it here. So one of the good for Ivan Flock, and that means he's 2 games away potentially from winning his second Pro Tour and putting in some pretty elite company.
There are only 5 players that have won 2 individual Pro Tours. John Finkel, Kai Buda, Brian Kibler, Nikolai Herzog, Tommy Hovey. That's the end of the list. All 5 of them are in the Hall of Fame. If you want to talk about individual plus team, we could add Gabriel Nassif to that list and Dirk Babarowski to that list. Also, both in the Hall of Fame. These are huge stakes for Ivan Flock. This is definitely a career-defining opportunity for him. And he's about to hit the ballot. And, you know, 3rd Pro Tour top 8, if he puts a 2nd win up, he's got a World Team Champ, he's got a Grand Prix Champ. He puts himself right into that conversation. Those are the historical stakes here.
Now, the players are moving towards their sideboard plans here. And, Luis, you know, having played the same deck that Ivan Flock has played, let's take a look at it on the screen here and tell me what you anticipate Ivan doing here, or at least what his approach is going to be.
Bring in Oblivion Sower and Gut Shot, which is funny. You bring a 6-drop and a 0-drop, you know, got to slow them down and then finish them with the Sower. But you basically just want to remove Chalice at all costs, and Ratchet Bomb would be the other card I would expect to see coming out.
Now, are we going to see, because one thing that we have seen pretty consistently in these Eldrazi, I hesitate to call them mirrors because these decks do play out somewhat differently, but in these, you know, Eldrazi mirror-ish is Oblivion Sower.
I think mirror is a fine term.
Is mirror fine?
Both decks revolve so much around Eye of Ugin, Eldrazi Temple, Reality Smasher, Thought-Knot Seer, Eldrazi Mimic. Like, those are the key cards. So I think there's a lot of, you know, there are some definite differences when you're playing other matchups. When you're playing against each other, the important cards, I think, are present in both decks.
Okay, so in these mirrors, Oblivion Sower has served a really important role because it seems like it's bigger than most of the things that end up being on the battlefield. You know, you mentioned the Reality Smashers and such, but also it seems to set you up to start activating Eye of Ugin.
Yeah, it's really funny that these decks that can come out of the gate swinging, you know, spending 17 mana by turn 3, essentially, off playing these 4 and 5 drops for cheap, can also get into a board stall when both players have 5/5, 6/6 Endless Ones, Reality Smashers, whatnot, or Thought-Knot, actually, because you don't want to lose those in combat. You end up with a bunch of creatures on each side, and then activating Eye of Ugin is what's going to win you the game. Oblivion Sower is huge there because not only does it get you just more lands overall, it can maybe steal opposing Eyes of Ugin.
All right, let's take a look at what Tau has in the sideboard. You can see there's some a few more color spells with the Hurkyl's Recalls and the Stubborn Denials here as he has access to more mana, but what's his plan going to be, Luis?
So we'd assumed that just bringing in Gut Shot and Tomb of the Spirit Dragon, but he did play a Ratchet Bomb against me post-board, and actually it sounded like he boarded out Endless One in anticipation of our deck having more Ratchet Bombs. So that's a little different from what we anticipated, and I think Endless One's important enough I would be tempted to leave it in. Just it comes down sometimes as a 4/4 on turn 2, sometimes it comes down as a 7/7 or 8/8.
Now that Tomb of the Spirit Dragon, is that actually going to get activated in a meaningful way, or is it just another land for him?
I think it's very relevant because, you know, in any kind of stall or race, you can start getting 3 to 5 life a turn off of it. Makes it really hard to like die to Blinkmoth Nexus because one of the paths to victory is just flying over for 2 points turn with Nexus. Tomb does shut that down.
Yeah, it was pretty relevant against Shuhei. There was a game where he gained life against Shuhei that was relevant to the race, and Shuhei wound up having to use a Ghost Quarter to destroy it.
By the way, we've got, it's kind of funny for JC Tau because he is very comfortable in this matchup at this point.
Oh, yeah.
This is actually the 4th time in a row he's played this deck.
Yeah, he played Shuhei, me, Ivan.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
He seems to have figured out the matchup. He's gotten all the way here, though he does find himself down a game here in the finals with some work to do. But remember, we're now on best of 5s here for the whole top 8, so he's got some wiggle room here.
Did you get the chance to test much with Ivan, Luis?
Not a ton because a lot of the face-to-face guys and some of the CFB guys, but mostly the face-to-face guys were in Vancouver, you know, from Canada and before the Grand Prix, and they're the ones who really came up with the deck. So a lot of us who tested remotely, like we saw the deck list and we're like, really? But then we started playing it more and it looked good. I don't think any of us knew how good it was going to be before the Pro Tour. Maybe some of the guys who had played it from the beginning thought it was just busted. I know a lot of us were a bit skeptical, I have to admit.
Really? Like sitting down for round 1, still skeptical?
Not round 1 exactly, but what really convinced me was a couple days before the tournament, I was playing the Affinity side, which is supposed to be one of the worst matchups, and I think is. And I was playing against Andrea Mengucci along with Alex Hayne and PV.
Sure.
You know, on the other side.
They were all
right.
grouped together.
Right.
Three-headed giant.
And I was playing the affinity matchup, and I actually just getting destroyed. And I'm just like, all right, this isn't.
This is the bad matchup.
Like we played more, and it ends up being, I think, slightly in affinity's favor still. Except if that's what you're fearing, I mean, that's just not a bad place to be.
How late in testing did this deck come about?
Jacob posted a list pretty early on that ended up looking fairly different, but it had a lot of the same important parts to it, and it just kept getting refined from there. The deck went through so they played so many games with it. I think it is really important to, when you're trying to play an all colorless deck, to really maximize the slots you have, because you have access to so few actual castable cards.
Mm-hmm.
And finding things like Gut Shot was really, really important.
All right, so Flock is taking a look at
a 6-card hand.
Yeah,
scrying.
he's actually looking at the scry.
He's for sure going to keep this hand.
Yeah.
It's got double Eldrazi Temple, and then 4 Eldrazi. So that's basically what you're looking for.
It looks like just the Steam Vents to kick things off here for JC Tao before passing the turn back to Flock.
Yeah, he's got Eye and some 3-drops queued up for next turn.
Yeah, currently, JC does not have a third land, so he's not going to be able to cast Thought Knot Seer. And he could draw Scalding Tarn or Island or Steam Vents and be unable to cast it even with a third land, because he needs to generate the colorless.
Oh, funny.
But he's going to be able to run out a couple Vile Aggregates and an Eldrazi Obligator.
You've been impressed with Vile Aggregate from what you've seen?
It's looked good, yeah. It also looks like it's going to be a pretty important card against like Burn, for example. Just a 1-mana, a 1-5 or 2/5 is really hard for them to deal with.
Yeah, the only downside for JC Tao with that card is that it doesn't match up very well against Reality Smasher.
Yvonne went in the tank and came out with 2/2 Endless One.
Okay. Shivan Reef off the top, very good draw. It's basically exactly what JC was looking for, because now he can cast Thought Knot Seer, which is the card even I'm sure was hoping to draw. He actually doesn't have that particular Eldrazi.
Vile Aggregate going to do a good job of holding off the 2/2 and now the 3/2 Matter Reshaper here. So, yeah, Aggregate looking pretty good.
Yeah, it basically serves wall purpose for the first 4 or 5 turns, but then once some of the tokens start coming out, the Drowners, the Sky Spawners, just more creatures, all of a sudden it's attacking as a 7/5.
And here we go, Thought Knot Seer on turn 3 here from JC Tao. And he is going to...
He's got to decide whether he wants the Sower or the Reality Smasher. Those are the two options. Worth noting that Yvonne played a second Temple here, and the land sequencing is really important in this deck, because you have Mutavault and Blinkmoth, which you want to activate and attack with, so you have to play early. But you also, in this case, you want to play Temple. That way, if you untap and draw a third Temple or an Eye, you can play the Oblivion Sower on turn 3.
Right, of course. Wow. So JC Tao has to try to figure out now if he thinks this game's going to go for a while longer. And maybe he doesn't. He took the Smasher.
Yeah, he wants to make it so Yvonne can't have a good play next turn, and Yvonne actually drew one of it looks like one of the worst cards in his deck, Urborg, which is really double-edged swamp, as it were, because it lets JC's Eye of Ugin tap for black mana, which just increases JC's mana by 1. It's like a land that when you play it, your opponent gets a land, which is not a very good card.
Yeah, now you see the downside here to Eye of Ugin. JC's just drawn a second copy.
Yeah, it is legendary. That is a drawback. It's funny that second copy is likely to be useful this game, because at some point Yvonne's likely going to want to Ghost Quarter once he draws one, and then JC can just play it.
Yeah, we saw JC. We had a quick chat on video about his sideboard plans, and when he was saying he brings in that Tomb of the Spirit Dragon, that was part of the reason why he said that he felt like, well, your team, was pretty proactive about using the Ghost Quarters.
So Vile Aggregate up to a 5/5 now. Now it's time for it to come in. I don't hate the double block here, because triggering Matter Reshaper could end up being pretty good.
And he is going to have to deal with that Aggregate at some point.
And as we went over in our match, the Matter Reshaper flips, then the ingest happens, because 1 point of trample's coming over.
That worked out pretty well for you.
Yes, it did. I would have lost that game had it been the other way around.
Oh, he hits a Ghost Quarter. And then this is going to get exiled.
No, it's just gone, exiled.
Couldn't quite see what it was.
Well, it's exiled. That's the whole point.
Yeah. I think Ivan might still be on removed from the game entirely.
Well, Oblivion Sower does its job here as a 5/8, regardless, and it's going to be able to eat and hopefully steal at least one. You'd hope for 1 or 2 lands. Obviously, one is about, but 1.6 or something like that is about what the average.
Okay. Well, JC had the option to take away this Sower, but this is what he signed up for by taking the Reality Smasher, and it looks like Yvonne has hit 2 lands.
So what he's going to want to name there is Eldrazi and Ape. I'm not actually joking. The fact that I'm telling this to Marshall in the PT finals is awesome, but that's actually the correct play because you can cast Simian Spirit Guide.
Because you can cast the Simian.
It's the right name. You can't get mad at me for saying the correct play here.
I never get mad at you. He did name Ape.
All right, good.
Now, I'm assuming that Even really wanted to see an Ayavugan.
Ayavugan would be his #1 hit. He would have loved to see some basics too. Like if he saw 2 islands, it would have been great too, because then he could Ghost Quarter and not get JC have a free land.
Yeah, this is going to work out well for JC after having drawn that Ayavugan. You mentioned it before, Luis, that it's not that bad to have an additional one in your hand just because they are so likely to get Ghost Quartered at some point during the course of the game, and it turns out that's right now. So now JC gets to go transform that into an island and then just play as I anyway. Oblivion Sower kind of precariously holding down the fort here.
And here's where not for much longer.
Cancel that order. Here's Obligator. How much damage is this? This looks like a lot. That's 20.
Looks like 21.
21 damage.
Wow.
And Yvonne's obliged to scoop there. I mean, that's what Obligator does.
Wow. So JC Tao in one big flurry flies in and evens this match at 1 game apiece. 21 damage in 1 hit there.
Yeah, Eldrazi Obligator being the last spell cast is not an uncommon occurrence.
Oof. All right, so we are now tied up at 1 game apiece, which means we're kind of back to best of 3, your normal match of Magic here. And things starting off back in Yvonne Flock's side here as he's going to be on the play. So one of the cards that seems to be kind of the mirror breaker here, and we were just talking about it a minute ago, Luis, is Oblivion Sower. This tends to come in out of the sideboard, though I have seen some builds of this deck that have it in the main. What's the decision process there?
It's a little slow. We almost played 1 main, or at least some of us did, just because it's actually for the Obzon deck. It was the main reason to put it in. We didn't expect tons of Eldrazi, but it turns out the Eldrazi are out in force. And just a long game card that helps you get to Ayavugan faster. It was especially good against Frank Lepore's version of the deck. He made top 8 at 7th seed because he had Relic of Progenitus and Scrabbling Claws, which, to enable his own Blight Herders. But I played against him in the Swiss, and I played an Oblivion Sower and got like 7 lands off of it because it looks at all exiled lands, and when Relic is exiling Ghost Quarter lands over and over again, you get a lot of extra lands off of that.
Yeah, this does seem to be like that natural 1 step up for this deck if you want to be just a little slower and a little bigger. The Oblivion Sower does a really good job of that. Randy, I wanted you to, we have to realize that not everybody watching this stream has been with us for the weekend, and I want you to set the stage for the top 8 as far as what decks made it and what the story is going to be when we look back on this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, coming into this tournament, I think it was an open question in a lot of people's minds whether there really was an Eldrazi deck. Right, it was only 8% of the field. I mean, it was 8% of the field. It showed up in, I think, bigger numbers than a lot of people were expecting, and it's because you had these 2 large teams that just flat broke it. So, I mean, when the story of this Pro Tour is remembered, it's very much going to be, here was this new format, here was this new set, here were a couple of bannings, and if your team was capable of finding the right deck, you get to go to the top 8. Right? 3 members of the Channel Fireball Face-to-Face Alliance, 2 members of the East-West Bowl. Frank Lepore, working on his own on Magic Online, also found a list.
A member of the Secret Affinity team.
Yeah, and then you get the Secret Affinity team, exactly. 2 Affinity players. You don't really see that many Pro Tours that actually just get broken this way. Like, when's the last time a Pro Tour format just got absolutely broken in half?
Caw-Blade?
I think it's Caw-Blade. I don't feel like this has happened since Paris.
That's the last time I remember seeing it since I've been actively watching Pro Tour coverage, which started in around 2009. That was kind of the story. And the really crazy thing, too, for me, is that this happened in Modern. Because if you look back at the Pro Tour top 8s that were played in Modern, they're remarkably diverse. There's usually 7 different archetypes. There's even been 8. And it's not uncommon to see that, where we come in the booth and we get to kind of say, hey, look at all the different decks in the top 8. And this one was so much different than that. This Eldrazi deck just smashing the field.
Yeah, and we could have a conversation about Modern and what's going to happen now. I mean, I think a lot of people are interested to figure out, can the metagame react to this deck? Like, is there a way that the metagame can handle this? And I feel like that's a conversation for next week and, next Grand Prix. And for now, I just want to kind of enjoy watching these guys reap the spoils of all the work that they did, breaking the format in half.
Well, I have to point out that, Pro Tour Berlin had 6 Elves decks in the top 8, but the Mono Blue Fairies deck, Gabriel Nassif played in that tournament, ended up being the best deck in Extended, and Elves was not dominant in that Extended format. Elves never got a ban.
Wow, that's a great point.
And it turned out there was a good foil to that deck that led to I think, pretty diverse metagame afterwards. So I'm not saying that the Eldrazi deck is perfectly safe, we should be fine. I'm saying that we should see what happens.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, there have been plenty of examples historically where a deck was broken for the weekend, but now once the cat was out of the bag and people had the list that they could figure out how to attack, it became possible.
Yeah, I mean,
I hadn't thought of the Elves
having
analogy.
access
That's a really good one.
to 8 2-mana lands makes it a little difficult, but to see what exactly is going to go wrong. But I mean, I'm sure there are answers.
Both of our players, by the way, are mulliganing to 6 currently. Neither have kept, so.
Yeah, can you talk about the comparison between this and Callblade, Luis?
Yeah, so
because that was also your team.
I was lucky enough to be one of the people playing Callblade in that tournament, and it felt like we had broken it. Like, it did feel like we were playing a much better deck than the rest of the field. Stoneforge Mystic was just a card on a whole nother level. It wasn't, and there was also Chase the Mind Sculptor, so that was an enjoyable tournament. We did very well. This tournament
feel like that?
A little different. The win percentage is comparable. In fact, we did better in this tournament. The combination of our teams had put more people with 40% of the top 25, with 10 people in the top 25, which is
what?
Which is kind of absurd.
It's kind of absurd.
Half of your combined teams made the top 25. It's insane.
Whereas in Paris we had 2 in the top 8 and 5 in the top 16, which is also very good.
Sure.
But I think that this deck is, when it works, it looks way more broken. Like the Cobblade had the kind of crushing inevitability of like, play a Stoneforge, spell pierce your spell, put a Sword of Feast and Famine in attack, get your card, untap, play Jace.
Right, and the plus my Jace. You know you're winning that game eventually.
Right, this deck, when it does its thing, it's more broken. I think the biggest difference is the Cobblade deck had 4 preordains, and, Yvonne is, for example, mulliganing to 5 here.
Okay.
The
You
Cobblade
lost
deck
on them all before.
It happens. You have these 8 cards in your deck, the Eldrazi Temple and Ayavugan, that you really need in your opening hand to be competitive in a really fast game. Cobblade didn't really. You could win games without Stoneforge. You had Mana Leak and Squadron Hawk in your deck, and you had 4 preordains. So I think overall Cobblade was more problematic because it didn't have any vulnerabilities really.
Okay, a little more consistent.
The Eldrazi deck has some consistency issues within itself. I mean, even JC's deck has the need for colored mana and colorless mana, and does not have that many sources of either. Like more sources of colored because of Cavernous Souls, but it's still you can definitely have problems casting his spells. So I would say that Eldrazi long term is less threatening, but in the short term, it certainly looks like it's doing more.
So
ridiculous
this is the
things.
second best deck you've ever played at a Pro Tour?
Yeah, we had this discussion earlier.
Does Elves make the list? I mean, you won a Pro Tour with that Elf deck that was insane in Berlin.
Yeah, somehow I got to play all these broken decks, which is pretty nice.
You picked the right teammates.
Yeah. Whereas I think more people knew about Elves. There was actually a significant portion of Elves in the field. That's part of the reason that 6 made top 8. Right. My guess is Cobblade was the one where I felt I had the biggest edge on the field going in, but all 3 tournaments it felt pretty absurd. This is part of the reason you play Pro Tours, is to play decks like these against an unsuspecting field. It's just a very satisfying moment.
Oh yeah.
All right, looks like Yvonne's found a keeper here. He's got 2 lands, including a temple, a pair of Reality Smashers, and an Endless One. So this looks actually pretty good. If he can find another 2-mana land, he can start just smashing on turn 3. Eldrazi Mimic is the opening play here for JC. He found a waste.
The second most played basic in the top 8.
Is it really?
There were 7 islands, 6 wastes, 1 mountain, and 1 swamp. That was the basics in the top 8.
Yeah, this top 8's a little different than your normal.
Yeah. It is funny how important waste was to the deck, actually. It gives
Just
you,
having those two
It gives you
copies?
protection from Ghost Quarter and Path to Exile, or rather lets you get something out of those, and it lets you cast spells through Blood Moon. And so, despite the plethora of lands that tap for colorless and do cool things, Tectonic Edge, Seagate Wreckage, Rogue's Passage, all of these cool lands, it ended up being that Waste was the best option for those last 2 slots.
All right, so Flock has the option to Ghost Quarter here, but he decides not to, and instead he's going to play a 3/3 Endless one. And now he finds a Dismember off the top.
Yeah, Flock's in a tough spot because Ghost Quartering going down a land when you have Reality Smasher in your hand, especially 2 copies, is not... It's really tough. Having another land here helps because now he's really got the decision, because if he draws a 2-mana land, he can still cast those Smashers. Having Dismember in your hand does help, though, because even if you let JC cast one of his Thought-Knot Seers or Reality Smashers, you can Dismember it. Eldrazi Sky Spawner acting as a nice little ramp spell here.
Okay, so he's going to get in for 3 with the Endless one.
So assuming JC plays a 1-mana land next turn, he has access to 3 mana plus the eye, so he can cast anything but Drowner of Hope. I think that drawing the Dismember pushes me towards not wanting to use Ghost Quarter here. Because you can Dismember whatever gets played. You have 2 Reality Smashers, so even if it's a Thought-Knot Seer, you'll still have one at least. You can Dismember a Reality Smasher, even though it is unpleasant to discard a card to the trigger. And then, as I'm sure you have seen the interaction come up many times over the course of the weekend, you can't turn the Eldrazi Mimic into the dismembered creature. Otherwise, you end up with a very small Mimic.
Yeah, that's popped up a few times here. And yeah, Yvonne looks like he's decided to take your line here. Luis, he's just passed the turn.
It's also a disaster if you Ghost Quarter Eye and JC just plays another Eye. Which, I mean, sure, it can happen. You're aware of that, but in this situation, that's just really problematic.
Yeah, and Yvonne on the mulligan to 5 here doesn't have a lot of resources to work with, and he has to be very careful about all of that. In the meantime, it looks like he's just going to get attacked here. You hear JC kind of teasing Yvonne because he's been doing the draw step Ghost Quarter. Why does he do that?
The idea behind that is you hope that JC drew one of his basic lands on his draw step. You don't want to take it out of their deck. You want to give them an opportunity to draw it. You don't want to give them a chance to go to their main phase with Eye in play. But I think what JC is saying is that Yvonne is now tanking on whether to use Ghost Quarter now. But he's like, well, you didn't draw step me. If you were going to do it, you would have done it then. Though that does camouflage to some degree that Yvonne has a Dismember, which is another spell he could cast here. Though dismembering one of the Eldrazi Mimic or Sky Spawner here, we could dismember the Scion. I mean, I gut shot at a Scion, and it seemed like a very reasonable play to make because it does prevent something larger from coming down. But Eldrazi Mimic is the biggest long-term threat because it could turn into a 4/4 or 5/5.
Yeah, Flock is going to do that. He's going to go ahead and dismember the Mimic.
Phyrexian Mana, an integral part of these decks' success, just giving them like an all-colorless deck access to creature removal, for example. And JC does not play a land there.
Wow, nothing.
All right, so this is Yvonne's game here if he can draw a land. Well,
Simian Spirit Guide.
He finds the Simian Spirit. Does that count?
It certainly does.
He can get at least one Reality Smasher down? Oh.
It looks like a Dismember followed by a discard.
Yeah, no trigger here, JC, but still, this member is going to take down Reality Smasher.
Well, there's a trigger of the Reality Smasher. It's saying discard a card to me, or
yeah. So I think JC was thinking.
That was a Mimic.
There was a
yeah,
Mimic,
right.
He just wanted to make sure he killed it at the right time. But in any case, Yvonne Flock gets in for 3.
JC's running into what I was just saying. He's got red cards in his hand he can't cast. But it looks like he drew a Thought-Knot Seer, which was a great draw because now it takes out the Reality Smasher.
Takes out the other one, so even a land off the top here for
and it was the land.
Flock, and of course he draws a land here, Blink Moth Nexus.
Well, this is one of the strengths of the colorless deck. Looking on the other side of the table, Yvonne did draw a land, but he can also use that land to block. I love blocking the Thought-Knot with the 3/3 and the Blink Moth because then you get to get a card off that Thought-Knot. Could also, if you wanted, he could trade the Thought-Knot for the Eldrazi Sky Spawner.
Now, is Noticing that JC has missed multiple land drops here, is that tempting Yvonne to use the Ghost Quarter more, or is it making him feel more confident about not using it?
I would be more prone to use it. As it turns out, it's not going to work out well for Yvonne here because JC just has another Eye of Ugin in his hand, and he even chose not to discard it to the Reality Smasher's trigger this time.
Nice.
That is the risk, right? That Flock has to try to mitigate here. Because, man, it's pretty disastrous if he has another one in his hand, right? You turn it into a mana-producing land and still...
Right, you actually netted
you like
mana
gain
here.
in mana, yeah.
Yvonne
not willing to
making
take
a good
the
call
risk.
here, and also the thought not staying back, respecting the two lands. JC drew another red card.
Wow.
So JC needs to draw red mana, and he'll be very far ahead. And Yvonne needs to draw spells. Yvonne can cast everything but Oblivion Sower right now. And if he's able to slam like a Reality Smasher, then he's in very good shape.
He's going to attack for one with
So he
Blink
must
Moth.
have drawn a cheap creature to play here, or another Nexus, because otherwise the thought not would get to attack.
Yep. So a pretty close life total race here, all told. It's 9-8. Flock on a mulligan to 5, but mana problems for JC Tao has kind of evened things up. He's got a ton of cards in his hand there. You can see he's got 5.
And JC actually drew Reality Smasher and now has an Eldrazi Temple, so you can actually play a Reality Smasher here.
And he does, and this could change the race dramatically as he's nearly attacking for lethal here. It's 7.
Time to trade Nexus for Sky Spawner.
Yeah, for sure. If the Nexus wasn't something sick, it could double block Reality Smasher and then give itself +1/+1, which Yvonne is setting up to do next turn here.
Okay, so he's going to go ahead and block. Still takes 5 and drops down to 3, and he needs to find some action now.
Oof.
Was it an Oblivion Sower?
Yeah, and because he had to block with the Nexus, he's one mana short of casting it.
God, things just not coming together for Flock here. He finally got to 5 mana, then he got his Reality Smasher Thought Knot seared, and it looks like Flock's just going to pack it in here.
Yep.
That's JC Tao winning game number 2.
Had Flock drawn a land instead of a Simian Spirit Guide, that game would have been much easier. I mean, that's one of the drawbacks of Simian Spirit Guide is that turn it didn't accelerate Flock because he'd already been missing land drops, and even though it was +1 mana, not having that permanently did come back to bite him.
So we're working our way down the stretch of the finals here, and we could have a champion next game. It could be JC Tao. Flock, of course, not going to give up easily, though, and he's going to be looking to win the next game and force a 5th game to see if he can join that elite group of players who have 2 Pro Tour wins on their resume.
What a crazy Sunday if JC Tao pulls this off. Working his way through 2 Hall of Famers and Yvonne Flock, working his way, that's 15 Pro Tour top 8s he would have to defeat. That's like getting paired against John Finkel once.
Well, the upside for him is that if every time he beats this deck, it becomes more and more clear that he's got a matchup advantage. You know, if you're going to have a matchup advantage, playing the same matchup 3 times is pretty awesome for you.
Yeah.
So let's take a look at an oldie but a goodie here. Let's take a look at Blink Moth Nexus. You were saying that one of the advantages that the colorless deck has is that it does get access to some of these lands that it can use pretty effectively as attackers and even sometimes blockers. How good is Blink Moth in this deck?
Blink Moth is very good in the deck. It's one of the reasons to go colorless because you cut yourself off of playing, good colored mana spells like Obligator or Vile Aggregate, that sort of thing. But the fact that all of your lands can animate and do things is very relevant. Nexus gets in for extra points of damage. Against Affinity can block their copies of Blink Moth or Ink Moth or Vault Scourge or Signal Plus, that sort of thing. And it does actually target Mutavault with its +1/+1 ability. That is a thing that happens. So Blink Moth was really important. There was 24 Blink Moths in the top 8 because the 2 Affinity decks were also playing it. Or maybe, no, 20 Blink Moths in the top 8, which is, that's a lot of Blink Moths.
It's a lot. Players are getting shuffled up as, again, we work our way down.
Randy, imagine if we had Mishra's Factory.
Yeah.
I also want to mention here that we're not in our normal booth. I found Luis kind of wandering around by the booth, and I said, "Hey, we're up front, buddy. We're out in the crowd here, and you can see on your screen all the viewers here. Everybody wave, hi. There we are, and The early birds up in front there in the couches. Now that's the place to be right there. Yeah, you see Neil Oliver give the thumbs up as they're...
Who's to say that we're not on a couch right here?
And this is fun. We get to be out here with the spectators, and it lends a different vibe to the broadcast when we get to do this. Of course, on the other side of the curtains there, we've got just one table set up in the feature match area for our 2 finalists. First order of business here is let's get some keepable hands for these 2 gentlemen and then do battle.
I think it's possible to construct a hand I would keep, on either side here that doesn't have Ayavugan or Eldrazi Temple, but the bar is very high. Whereas if you have either of those cards, the bar gets much, much lower.
So you're mulliganing most hands that don't have a 2-mana land?
Yeah, I would say the vast majority. Like, when I played against JC in Game 5, my first couple hands were 4-land, Matter Reshaper, Endless One, Dismember, and none of the lands tapped for 2 mana. So I just basically
4-land 3-spell, but not
basically
good
threw two of those hands away, just because it's hard to get it's hard to get an edge, even on the play, when you're not able to play your Thought Knots and Reality Smashers a turn or 2 ahead of curve.
Kind of interesting too, because when you go down a card, if you do find the same hand minus a card but plus a 2-mana land, it's like very similar.
It's like you didn't mulligan.
Yeah.
I do have to say I love the scry rule, the Vancouver mulligan, if you will. That after you've mulliganed, you get to scry. I think it actually improves the most in limited, because I think it reduces the number of games in limited where neither player gets to do, or one of the players gets to do nothing. But even constructed, it makes mulliganing a lot less painful. And mulliganing, I think, is a key part of the game. I think the mulligan rule makes sense, but it does lead to less interactive games. And I think having the scry rule lets you keep hands that you would otherwise not be able to keep, which can lead to better games overall.
And Louis just scooped away too fast before the judge.
Probably means you mulligan from 7 down to 6 a little bit more often, right?
Yeah, that's the biggest jump, is the 7 to 6 jump. You mulligan from 7 to 6 more and from 6 to 5 less.
Yeah.
So.
And your 6-card hands are more likely to be able to interact since you get this scry.
Right. And you can keep like one land hand on the draw in like limited, for example, where normally you would be very hesitant and maybe not do it, but one land with a scry on the draw is it's very different.
Easy keep.
Actually, getting a bit of the table talk, they're talking about the Eldrazi Obligator play that happened in Game 4
in your
JC
match.
against me. Yeah, he tapped his mana such that he actually couldn't use the threaten ability, but I do want to point out that I was dead, even to the Obligator's at 3-1 haste, so he certainly didn't do it on purpose, and there's actually the game result was not impacted by it at all. Well, that's a Pro Tour winning hand.
That could be the one that takes JC Tao into the champions ring here as he looks at that opener. He's going to be on the draw.
And a Gemstone Caverns.
Jeez.
Now, how does this one look for Flock? Does he have a keeper?
I don't think so. He doesn't.
He does not meet the criteria that you laid out.
He also only has 3 lands total. He just can't cast any of his spells. This is almost exactly the hand that we were discussing. I mean, it has an Oblivion Sower and a Reality Smasher.
You see Flock's face. It says it all. These are supposed to be the good hands in Magic, but yeah, you really need to take advantage of those 2 mana producing lands, and that's what he's missing here.
JC's going to have turn 1 Vile Aggregate.
Yeah.
It's like a 3 mana spell on turn 1 of the game.
Wow.
And then on turn 2, if he wants to, he can play both a Sky Spawner and an Obligator.
Yeah. He'll have 9 mana worth of cards out on turn 2.
Wow, yeah, this...
Yeah, attack for 6.
We've used the word broken a few times here. Wow, that is insane when you put it in those terms.
Look, I can think of no more appropriate of a place to get a luck counter than in the finals of a PT.
So we find JC Tao up 2-1. He's sitting here in his 3rd Pro Tour ever. Now, he's played something like 3 of the last 4. They've all been recent. And he's up against Yvonne Flock, who is now taking a mulligan to 6 while JC gets to look down at this awesome hand.
JC also has no Eldrazi Mimic. He gets another 2 mana spell into play for free.
Oh, my God.
So he's actually going to spend 5 mana on the first turn?
Yep.
Yes. And then he's going to attack for...
I mean, this is what I was talking about.
He's going to attack for 10 on turn 2.
This makes the comparison to Cobblade look like a joke. It just... it doesn't do this... Sometimes you're on Yvonne's side, right? Yvonne is playing a very similar deck, and he's mulliganing. He's just hoping to be able to cast his spells because that is what, with great power comes some amount of drawbacks.
Now JC does have to discard one of these cards to the Gemstone Caverns,
True.
right? He could actually put all 7 of these cards on the table on turn 2 if it wasn't for that fact.
Honestly, I would be tempted to just discard the island. Like, he can cast all his other cards.
Yeah,
that might be greedy, but
it means you can't play 2 spells on
Yeah.
turn 2, but you're not going to be able to do that anyway because you have to discard one of the spells.
This one
Oh,
was
he already
easy.
mulliganed?
He already mulliganed. And,
wow.
Flock is somebody who tends to take his time with mulligans, but that was no question. It was a one-lander, and that is tough luck there for Yvonne Flock. So he has an absolute mountain to climb if he's going to even up this match and keep JC Tao from taking down this
You
BT.
see the smile starting to creep onto JC's face just a little bit.
Look, I will admit, when your hand is great and your opponent's mulliganing to 5, you're just thinking, like, we're doing it. We've got this.
Yes.
So, I mean, JC's trying to,
Look,
he's
he's a
contain his
gentleman.
excitement.
Yeah.
Well, he's trying to contain his excitement and not give anything away.
Sure.
But it's soon going to be revealed when when the luck counter comes out, and so do the 2 other creatures.
That's got to be one of the best feelings in Magic. He was the guy that was building this deck, too. I mean, it was him and Ben Whites.
Him and Ben Whites put in all the time on this
He did give
deck.
credit to Ben Whites for really convincing him to play the deck, though.
Okay, the way I heard the story was the 2 of them that put all the time in.
Right. But he said that when he was on the fence, Ben White's just like, I'm locking this deck in, I'm
Got
going to
it.
play it, and he and JC just went with that.
JC, again, he was on a Team East-West Bowl who put up an absolutely fantastic performance here.
31-8-1 with 2 out of 4 in the top 8.
And coming over from day 1, weren't they like 19-1?
Yeah, 19-1 on day 1.
So I think on 5, you definitely keep this. It's got a Dismember and an Eldrazi Mimic to play.
And remember, this is JC says, hold on a second. Does somebody have a dice with a luck counter on it? Gemstone Cavern.
Yeah, what he discards is an interesting decision. What was that?
It was an obligator.
The obligator.
And that's the one he's the furthest away from utilizing, because he would need another colorless source to
kick
activate it. Yeah.
But I mean, just 3-1 haste, right?
Yeah. I would be tempted to keep that, but I think that he's playing it safe this way.
Yeah,
by
he had a
keeping
lot
the
of
island,
reasonable choices.
By keeping the island against an opponent mold of 5, you reduce your fail rate, which is really important.
I'll buy that. And he drew Shivan Reef off the top, so now he wishes it was the island. But whatever. Look at this.
Here we go. He decides to lead off with the Eldrazi Sky Spawner here.
Well, he can play aggregate on turn 2, and then the Mimic can then attack for 4.
Right.
And if he draws another Eldrazi, realistically, he's going to draw like a Reality Smasher and just have a turn 2 Reality Smasher.
That's you being realistic?
Right. I mean, once you're in, you might as well just go all the way. Like
That's the idea with this deck, no doubt about it. 3 cards left in hand for Tao. Again, he's the one who's up 2-1 in this best of 5. So if he can find a way to finish off, he is going to be our
So it's even more
champion.
difficult for Yvonne here because he's got a Dismember, but he really doesn't have a good target for it. Like you can kill either of those creatures or even the Eldrazi Scion, but you're really not getting ahead there. I think it's possible that Yvonne could just go Ghost Quarter, but I think playing the Mimic, I actually like this the most because you're at the point where you're just hoping that JC doesn't play something awesome next turn because you're going to have so much trouble beating it.
Off the top, and there it is. Vile aggregate trigger. So it's going to become a 4/5. And there's not much that Flock can do here as he's tapped out. Looking to take 7 damage here.
The only like silver lining for Flock in this particular situation is that JC has drawn 2 in a row, Shivan Reef Steam Vents, and has Island in hand. So JC doesn't have another spell. I like the proactive blocking the Eldrazi Scion there.
At least he gets some value out of it.
As Yvonne doesn't know that JC does have more lands in hand, but this was one of the ways to try to steal a win.
Simian Spirit Guide off the top there for Flock.
Not a terrible draw. You know, if Flock's able to dismember Vile Aggregate, he goes to 12. He takes 4 off the Sky Spawner Mimic, though he could actually even block with Nexus.
Whoa.
If JC just draws like 3 land in a row, we actually have a game here.
That was another Sky Spawner off the top of the deck there for Tao.
Right, that's not bad, but
That does make the Vile Aggregate that much bigger, but it's still just going to die to Dismember.
Still dies
here.
to Dismember.
JC Tao sends in the team here, looking to close out this game and win a Pro Tour. Blink Moth, active, block. Dismember your Vile Aggregate. Take 4. These make the trade, and Flock's going to fall down to 10 life after the Eldrazi Mimic hits him for 2, and it's just another land for Tau. But it's a land off the top for Flock, too.
If that was a 2-mana land, he had a Simian Spirit Guide, he could play Reality Smasher. Unfortunately, he does not have that.
He has nothing, so Tau still needs to find action. What did he find?
Looked like a Thought Not Seer.
That's what I saw, too.
I think
Thought Not Seer
that's going to be tough to come back from.
Do it here. He reveals his hand of Reality Smasher and Simian Spirit Guide. Smasher gets exiled. He's going to trigger the Mimic. 4, 5, 6, 7. That's going to prompt a block. He's going to take 5. This could be it. And that's it. JC Tau is our champion. He wins. Blue-Red Eldrazi are the winners here at Pro Tour Oath of the Gatewatch. Yvonne Flock is going to have to settle for a second-place finish. Fantastic stuff down in the feature match area. Really tough beat there for Yvonne. You know, it's not the way you want to go out with the big mulligan. You know, you had that earlier
I can
today
attest
as well.
to that, yes.
Yeah.
It's actually the first match of Constructed Yvonne has lost with that deck.
He
was undefeated on the weekend until there.
JC Tau, congratulations
winning for the
to
12th
you.
time with his deck.
There you go, buddy. You can let the big smiles fly now. He is our champion, JC Tau. Congratulations to him. And what a story here from Atlanta. The Eldrazi reign supreme. And we knew from the moment the final started that that was going to be the case. So the only question was which one? And it was blue-red Eldrazi in the hands of JC that takes the thing down. All right, for all of the reactions and news, let's send it to Rich Hagan at the news desk.
Marshall, Luis, and Randy, thank you so much for the call there on the final of Pro Tour Oath of the Gatewatch. Rich with Ian Duke from Inside R&D and the Pro Tour historian, Brian David Marshall. Guys, for every winner, there is a loser, and there was a beautiful moment there at the end where JC, in his moment of triumph, just that little wry smile at Even Flock. I know what it's like to lose. It's not fun. Thanks for being part of my amazing Pro Tour moment. I thought that was a really lovely gesture.
A rare, you don't always get to see that moment of humility in the face of victory, right? It's usually, you have that exuberant jumping up and down, but JC, I think, respected the gauntlet that he had to run through this bracket.
Right. Yes, that was a sort of virtual handshake for 6-time Pro Tour top 8 competitors Shuhei Nakamura, 6-time Pro Tour top 8er.
His bracket in the top 8 was a Finkel's worth of Pro Tour top 8s.
Right, 6-3.
So, I mean, that is an impressive run on the part of JC Tau. Just can't say enough about him.
Ian, we know that inside R&D you play the Future League, which is for standard, right. And you look at the new cards that you've made, and you try to break them. You try to break them every day to see, are they pushed too far? Where do they go? Talk about just how hard it is, as someone who is building decks all the time internally, to come up with a deck in a format that has 50 sets in it.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. I mean, we get a lot of questions about how much do you test for Modern versus Standard, and obviously most of our testing is for Standard. We do think a lot about Modern as well. But when you're testing a format, the larger the format becomes, it's not like simply, imagine we're testing a format twice as big as Standard, right? It's not that there's twice as many decks, there's far more than twice as many decks, right? Just the way different cards combine. So when you're talking about going from, say, a 6-set Standard to a 50-set Modern, just the number of possibilities are astronomical. And so it's really, really impressive to see these teams just go deep into the tank, do a lot of creative deck building, and ultimately get rewarding. I mean, that's one of the most fun things about Magic is figuring out your own deck, figuring out how to break things, and ultimately getting rewarded for it. And that's what we saw here today.
Right, and Brian David Marshall, lost in the shuffle because we have only one winner by definition, is that there were 2 teams that delivered that astonishing performance. Not just East-West Bowl with the eventual winner, JC Tau, but also the combination of Channel Fireball and Face to Face. This has been the best Channel Fireball performance ever?
It may be the best team performance ever that we've seen at a Pro Tour. 20 players from Team Channel Fireball and Team Face-to-Face Games, they worked together. They came up with the same deck. I believe 17 of them played this Eldrazi deck, and 10 players, 10 of them in the top 25. That is just absolutely outstanding. 3 of them in the top 8 alone. 1 player in the finals, 1 player in the semifinals, 1 player fell by the wayside in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, and if Magic was just a game of luck and variance, if you had a team of 20 in a field of 400, well, you do the math, you would basically look somewhere between 1 and 2 of you would be in the top 25. They put 10 in the top 25. A truly astonishing deck building performance.
We just saw that there is luck in Magic, though. Luck counters.
That's right. Literal luck counter.
Right. Literal luck counter. I've been waiting to see a luck counter at the Pro Tour since that card was printed. And we get it here in the finals. It was so amazing.
All right, well, let's take you back to the start of the day then. Let's show you the bracket. If you're just joining us, this is how the day has panned out for us. We began with Shuhei Nakamura in his 6 Pro Tour top 8's colorless Eldrazi against Jiachen Tao of the United States. And blue-red Eldrazi got the job done. Tao advanced to the semi-finals. Who would he face there? Well, it was either Luis Scott Vargas with colorless Eldrazi or Pascal Menard with Affinity. Ian, what's your sense of how Affinity did this weekend? We knew it had a big target on it coming in. It was probably the default deck that everyone knew was coming. In the end, it was Luis who won 3-2 in that one. But what was your take on Affinity this weekend?
Yeah, I mean, as you said, it was the deck with the target on its head this weekend. It's been one of the most powerful decks since Modern's inception, even before that, and it's called the best Game 1 deck in the format, of course. I thought it was a great choice for this weekend. Luis talked about it a little bit in the booth. He actually thought that Affinity was the weakest matchup for the Eldrazi deck. Of course, still anyone's game as far as things went. But yeah, I mean, I thought overall it was a good choice for the weekend. We saw it win once in the top 8, and we saw it lose. But yeah.
All fine. Let's go into the bottom half of the bracket. Andrew Brown was against Patrick Dickman of Germany. This was the other Affinity list, and although Affinity lost with Pascal Menard, it won with Patrick Dickman. Dickman advanced to the semi-finals, and there he would face either the colorless Eldrazi, even flocked the 3rd deck, tied with Shuhei Nakamura and Luis Scott Vargas, 75 cards, exactly the same, or Frank Lepore with Processor Eldrazi BDM. A word for Frank Lepore. Flock won that one in the end by 3-2, the odd game in 5, but an amazing first Pro Tour for Frank Lepore.
Absolutely. I think there's a lot of players at home who could take a lot of inspiration from Frank Lepore, someone who's been writing about the game, creating content about the game. He's done some coverage at events in the past,
right.
And has been around the game for the better part of a decade in a visible way, but had never played on the Pro Tour before. And it can be difficult to qualify for a Pro Tour while you're doing other things, creating content about the Pro Tour. But, had qualified for the Pro Tour, had an invitation for this event, and comes here, and again, we've talked so much about the super teams, but working in a fairly small, on a very small team, was able to come up with his own take on the Eldrazi deck, was able to 6-0 draft and make his first top 8 in his first Pro Tour appearance.
So in the semi-finals, we had Luis Scott Vargas against Jiachen Tao, and that went the way of the blue-red Eldrazi deck. In the second semi-final, we saw Patrick Dickman against Stephen Flock. Flock won that one, and so Jiachen Tao had to go up against colorless Eldrazi for a 3rd time, and he got the job done. The champion of Pro Tour Oath of the Gatewatch is Jiachen Tao of the United States, and right now it's time for the award ceremony for Pro Tour Oath of the Gatewatch.
Hello and welcome to the feature match here in Atlanta for Pro Tour Oath of the Gatewatch. It's been a fun and exciting trip for all of our players and everybody here on the coverage team for the course of the weekend. Now, we finally found a champion here in Atlanta. Before that, though, I want to take a moment to recognize our finalist, Yvonne Flock. Fantastic job, Ivan. I know everybody's proud of you for your awesome finish at the tournament. It is now time for us to recognize our champion, JC Tao. Come over here, JC. I have a couple questions for you. Congratulations. First off, let me shake your hand. You did a great job. You can kind of peel over here. There you go. So we got a chance to watch on your last game that opening hand, which looked pretty darn good. And then Flock unfortunately had to mulligan down to 5. What was going through your head as you were sitting there staring at that sweet hand?
How to not throw the game away.
So you were just thinking of, let's make sure that I execute on this awesome hand and get this thing done.
Yes.
Now, how are you feeling right now? Are you look a little like, come on, I want you to like scream out loud or jumping down or something. Are you okay?
I'm not sure how I'm feeling right now.
It's a little overwhelming for you?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we know that a big part of putting together a run like this is your team. So why don't we bring out your team, East West Bull, here to help you celebrate, to show you how to do it right, JC. JC, congratulations once again.
Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, your champion, JC Tao.
Outstanding stuff, and there you see the champion of Pro Tour, Oath of the Gatewatch, JC Tao of the United States. But gentlemen, for all it's one individual with the trophy, and it's only his bank account that'll look $40,000 the richer, what we saw at the end there, with the best part of 20 people around him, this Pro Tour victory belongs every bit as much to all of them, because we don't know who was there on Tuesday night the week before last, where they go, I don't know, I think maybe the third one of this in the sideboard would be better. Or, you know, I really think people are going to play Affinity. And it's the little moments over dinner, in the back of a cab while you're on the way back going, I want to shave a land here or there. And that's where Pro Tours, because the margins are so small, BDM.
Absolutely. And you know what? Even on that stage, where JC hadn't quite sorted through his emotional state about what had happened, his team was there to show that excitement and that energy for him.
Yeah,
you know, I mean, and to really go, oh my God, you did it.
And the thing is, it can be overwhelming, Ian, because you've sat and watched so many dramatic moments, sometimes when you're invested as well in the outcome. And, you know, we've got our champion coming in. Brian David Marshall's got the trophy. That's a first.
We don't have coasters for the new news desk yet, so I had to set it up here.
All right, so welcome to the news desk, the champion
Congratulations,
of the Pro Tour.
JC. Great job.
So, JC, we were just talking about the team that were around you, and a lot of people at home won't really know a lot about your team because you're not the Pantheon, not yet, not Channel Fireball, not yet, but you've done something extraordinary as a group. Tell us about your team.
Where to start? This team, actually Ben White, he invited me to this team when he knew I was qualified for this Pro Tour. Up until that point, I had been thinking of testing on my own. So it was very lucky that he dragged me into this group of friends. And there's no way I could have done this without any of their help, without everyone on the team's help. They've just been so supportive. Even though when we first came out with the deck, it looked like a pile of junk. They listened to us and play tested games with us and offered us ideas on how to improve this to where it is now.
I wanted to ask you about that because anytime we all dream, it's the great dream that we're in a room and inspiration strikes and we go, hey, you know what's going to win a modern Pro Tour? Eldrazi, Skyspawner, and Vile Aggregate. Yeah. And everyone looks at each other and goes, yeah, that's the answer. But that doesn't happen.
No.
How did you go through convincing people and having that trust in each other, because Pro Tour invites don't come around very often, and you're putting that all on the line for this incredible deck?
I made Ben play games with me until he was convinced. And I wasn't even convinced myself at how good the deck is, but I needed him to say, yes, this is a legitimate deck. And at that point, we started working on it full time.
I want to ask you about at what point during the tournament, because you were out in front throughout this event, you were coasting. At what point did it begin to maybe sneak into your mind that, wow, this could be an event where I've really put it all together. I have the deck, I have the team. At what point do you start letting the thought of holding that trophy and getting that check creep into your mind?
Never.
Never, not even in the finals?
No.
So what do you do to keep yourself calm and to keep yourself focused through with such high stakes?
I just try not to think about it too much.
Well, something you have to think about now is you've just earned yourself a seat. Not only are you the Pro Tour champion, are you platinum for this year and next season beyond that, you're going to be going to the World Championship.
Yes.
But not very far, though, because you're from Seattle, right?
That is convenient.
Yeah, so if I believe that may well be where we end up, so we'll be seeing you just down the road.
Seattle's a great city to host it in.
Certainly is, that's for sure, that's for sure. So, apart from your team, is there anyone that you'd like to thank while we have this opportunity? Because everyone's Magic journey is different, but it isn't just about the last 2 weeks. I know it can't be. I still remember the very first person who said, this is an island and this is what it does for you. So tell us a little bit about your Magic journey from first Magic to first Pro Tour title.
Well, I started playing Magic when I was very young, back in 5th edition. This was back when I was in middle school. We had no idea what was going on. Dragons were awesome, angels were great. And then I quit when I started college. And it took my friend Eugene Huang to really, we started going back to FNM drafts together and during college days. And after that, we just never stopped playing Magic. So he was always playing games with me and always a great friend to just go to tournaments together, play games together.
And he's someone who's had some success at the Grand Prix level. Did you
Did
you get confidence watching him succeed that you could follow suit?
He definitely inspired a drive in me, but I never imagined I would be here today.
Well, you don't have to imagine, because now you are here. That is your trophy. An amazing performance by you, an amazing performance by Team East-West Bowl, phenomenal, and an amazing performance by the Eldrazi. Maybe Grand Prix Bologna, Detroit, and Melbourne will have something to say about that in a few weeks' time. But from all the team here at Wizards of the Coast, at Pro Tour Oath of the Gatewatch here in Atlanta, Georgia, to all of you, play hard, play fair, and we'll see you next time on the Magic the Gathering Pro Tour.